Hello and welcome to the day 1B of the Nisei 2021 World Championships. Hopefully y'all are doing well. We're about to start the beginning of a busy day of Netrunner. My name is Andre and I'm so excited to be here with y'all today, but hey, we're about to go off on a big journey. We have what's going to be around 9 hours of Swiss rounds of Netrunner today, and on any good journey you do need to bring a friend, and so I have a friend here. I'm joined by no other than Neuropanzer. How's it going, Panzer?
Doing pretty well. Excited for a full day of Netrunner.
Yeah,
Day
this is
one, part one, I guess, or day 1A, I think officially, was extremely interesting. We saw some awesome decks, and I have no doubt we're going to see the exact same thing today, but different flavors of secret decks coming out of the woodwork.
Yes. So day 1A just wrapped yesterday. I know you did commentary for just about all of that, or I saw a lot of it, and I heard your voice through that. So
I was on starting in, I think, round 4, maybe round 3. I don't remember exactly.
nice. So just to understand, if you're just tuning in, you don't know how World Championships works. The idea is that we have 2 days, day 1A, day 1B. Anybody can enter into this tournament. It is not an invitational only. So we have about 200 players that are playing across both days. Now, day 1B does fall on a Saturday. The time zones, or the timing of it, I think makes a bit more sense for those on the Western Hemisphere. So today we have about 115 active players, and we're going to be starting our first round in about just 7 minutes. So we're going to be jumping in pretty quickly, but I think it might be a good time to talk about yesterday. The question is whether yesterday's meta is going to have an impact on today's meta. It's worth noting the deck lists have already been submitted, so it's not like somebody can watch the Friday and get some good scoops and change their decks. So, what did it look like yesterday? Right now, I have the Cobra list, so we see the most represented factions. I think on the Corp side, we're looking at controlling the message, and on Runner, we're seeing Max. Pants, did you think this was a surprise coming into the Worlds meta?
I personally thought it was a surprise. I think maybe those with a better grasp on the meta didn't find it as surprising. I think CTM definitely one of the decks that certainly if it wasn't a consensus best deck going into Worlds, it was a consensus very good deck that can do very well. And just a lot of people showed up on CTM. It did well throughout the day. It was, many yellow decks controlling the message, Asmari. I believe there was also Reality Plus near the top tables all day. And yeah, it just solid performance from CTM, and I think it was showing off why many people thought it would be a good deck and could potentially take things down. Though you're also seeing on the other side there, two right near the top of Gagarin, which
Yes.
obviously that plays a little bit differently. It's not controlling the message, but a similar idea of going horizontal.
Yeah, so this is, I think, the big surprise in terms of an ID that came into this meta. Again, is it the 2110? Is that the number attached to the recent new standard balance list? But we had Gagarin, an identity that was recently, or not recently, it was recently re-let back into the standard card pool. It had been banned for a while now. And Gagarin now can run free in this meta, and we see a couple Gagarins even at the top spot right now. Tugted Gut is on first place with 33 points and the strongest strength of schedule at the end of tomorrow. So they'll be going on to the final day, the day 2, which will be tomorrow. And we're looking at that being paired with Adam, Compulsive Hacker, one of the mini faction runners, and a runner that is actually more represented in this meta than some of the Shaper identities.
Than any Shaper identity, I
Yeah,
believe,
yeah, I think
in
that's correct. Yeah.
isolation.
And
Yeah,
so
there were quite a few atoms. As you can see, there are 3 in this group of 9 that had the top of the that had the top prestige values after day 1A, and some of that was coming from the same testing group. We see Tug and Percomus both on Atom coming out of New World Order, but there were also other people on Atom, and Atom performed well for quite a few people in day 1A. So definitely that is, I think, again, one that was not hidden. People knew that Adam was going to be solid,
yep.
but I was personally surprised to see a few of the players that showed up on Adam and exactly how strong he ended up being.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the list. We tuned into some matches yesterday and we saw a lot of installs going very, very
Yeah.
wide in terms of all the resources they're putting down, all the drip economy, and even a lot of tech cards. You're seeing a lot of ways to deal with maybe tags or meat damage, and in some cases maybe even net damage, which is really cool. The flexibility of Adam is there, but seeing this mini faction shine at an event, I don't think we've seen a Worlds where a mini faction has presented itself to be this powerful, which is incredibly exciting. I know the mini factions are a lot of people are
Yeah.
they're some of their favorite factions in the game.
And we even, if you scroll down a little farther on this list, so they didn't quite make it in that group of top 9, but there were 2 Sunnies that were very solidly in contention until the very last couple rounds as well.
Yeah, Captain Nice has been known to play Sunny. They've been playing Sunny very competitively for a while now, so it's really good to see Nice back onto that Sunny. And Sunny is actually looking really good into some of the meta. If you're looking at the most
Hmm.
represented corp caring about Trace 4, and you start with 2 Link on Sunny, we're talking about controlling the message here. That Sunny choice actually might be quite a big deal into this meta. So it's good to see that play off. I'm not exactly sure about this. I do need to double check with some of the people running things on Nisei. But in terms of how many players from day 1A versus day 1B make it over to the second day, is it just the top 8 of both days?
I believe it's I believe the way that it works is basically they grab equal prestige until there are at least 16, and then there's potentially a play-in round among the bottom, however many it makes sense to have play
Okay.
in.
Based off of like people who've come to the same point threshold.
Yeah, I believe that that's the case. So it's essentially a joint top 16 from both days, but obviously, if we end up with 9 players and 9 players,
Mhm.
we can't have a top 18. That needs to narrow down to top 16
Right.
first.
So we might have those play-in rounds, I believe, tomorrow. Again, we're going
Yeah.
to be joined by some of the people from Nisei Organized Play, so they might be able to explain it maybe more clearly or more accurately. I'm assuming that we are accurate though, but
Yeah.
no worries. We'll clear that out. We have a lot of rounds today before we get to that. Perfect.
Yeah.
So I'm just checking now. If you are in the Twitch chat right now, thanks so much for joining us. We have a big day of Netrunner just spinning up now. If you're also ready to play in Worlds, firstly, you got to turn off the stream. But secondly, best of luck out there. Hoping you're having a good time. But there are a lot of commands you can hit in chat. I believe if you hit exclamation Cobra, you'll get the link to the Cobra AI tournament website page, which has all the pairings and standings. I'm just going to check right now, but I don't believe I'm going to refresh on the day 1B page. I don't think the day 1B page is populated just yet. So we're not going to see
It's not quite yet. Yeah.
exactly what's going on. So we're going to throw back to the day 1A. So there's conversations about the difference between day 1B and day 1A. Day 1A had more players from Europe, and we've seen some of the European testing groups, things like NWE, show up with some very some decks that they're obviously very confident about. What do you see as a difference between, if we're assuming that today will be more players from perhaps North America, do you think the meta is going to be considerably different?
One thing I guess I'd point out before jumping into that. So
Mhm.
there is notably one member of NWE who did not play yesterday and is playing today.
Ooh.
Pencil.
Oh yeah, that's a big point.
Yeah. So definitely a player to keep an eye on today for sure. But I would expect there to be differences. For instance, the Gagarin that did very well yesterday in NWB's hands. Obviously, that's a closed testing group. I don't think everyone knows that Gagarin list. I would be a little surprised to see that exact Gagarin pop up unless there's either another group of players or another couple players just putting together deck lists who stumbled upon that exact same list. So I, Gagarin might still do well, but it's potentially going to be a different Gagarin
Yeah, I've heard Sokka say
if it
this.
does well.
Sokka was mentioning this yesterday when he was on stream, that he thought there would be some big differences in some of the ways that certain people deal with acid decks. I know from my testing,
Yeah.
I have done some Gagarin testing. As soon as the standard ban list it was updated about a month ago at this point, and I was playing Gagarin, and I was finding myself dealing with criminals with missed bones, 2 missed bones, 3 missed bones even, all the time, and
Hmm.
it didn't feel very strong. Now, I don't think we saw as much missed bones going in yesterday. We did see a lot more Anarch, so they're generally not playing that.
Hmm.
I think it's maybe a 2 influence card, maybe even more.
Hmm.
So that Gagarin seemed a bit more stable, but it is the sort of matchup where I believe if you can contest their board state early and they can't sneak out something like a false lead, which seems to be integral to most of these lists, and they can't get those rolling assets and then generate the credit lead, we might see them struggle. Now, there's also a big
Hmm.
point that we might not even see that much Gagarin today, barring maybe if Pincel is playing it from NWE, but maybe that's something we've only seen or we're only going to see from the NWE contingent.
I'm a little surprised by the amount of Polana that we saw yesterday. It's I don't know if it, I remember from 2020 Worlds that Polana was very much overrepresented comparatively in the European day compared to the more North American time zone day. So I am wondering if we will see as much Polana today because it seems to be more of a fallback comfort deck for players who play in those time zones than it is for the Americas, where Actually would not be shocked to see a lot of people fall back to things like CTM or precision design just in terms of comfort play patterns.
Yeah, you hear the term panic Piranha a fair bit. Since basically Piranha Foods, the
Yep.
identity has come out, it is something that feels really good to play. You're going to get free credits throughout the whole game. It's not an identity that you really have to think your way around, you know? Just remember to hit your
Mhm.
trigger, and on Jinteki.net, it remembers for you, which is obviously a treat. But you know, you have some good ice, you have some good tools, some of the best agendas, arguably, and you know,
Mhm.
Piranha Foods can obviously do it. I'm actually surprised that we saw one egg infusion. That was kind of the
Mhm.
cart that I was attaching my horse to. I think egg infusion is really fun to play and has some pretty good teeth against, you know, we're seeing mad dashes out of just about everyone, and I think that's a really
Mhm.
important card in the meta right now that has been re-added to the standard card pool. But yeah, 11 Pilana, that's I think higher than I thought it would be too, but it's generally always a safe pick.
Yeah. I guess on the runner side, I was not shocked by the amount of max, but I was a little surprised by the type of max decks that people were playing. I was expecting people to still be on a lot of the Apocalypse max, to still be on a lot of the Hive Mind max. There were a lot of, max on 64 cards, max on 68 cards, max on
Hmm.
70 cards. Big Max was out all the time. And we saw both the power of it, but also the drawbacks of it. We had, I believe, in the last round, in a 2-for-1, I believe it was Rotom Appliance, rushed out a Big Max that could not find a Black Orchestra
Yeah.
in 7 turns. And 7 turns was enough to score out and win.
Yeah, that Big Max thing is it's become quite a thing, and there's a lot of conversations right now in
Yeah.
the community about what is the right number for your max deck list. So if you're not familiar, and
I
we've
have
seen
strong opinions there, but I'm also not at the top tables.
we've seen so many different max decks be incredibly competitive this last year. Whether it's the virus maxes, whether it's just the good stuff max, the big max, whether it is the apocalypse max, just about all of these have been showing up at top tables throughout the continental season, intercontinentals, what have you. And I think a big thing is understanding that in the way that rotation is going to work, this is maxes perhaps their last worlds, which is really exciting for another identity that I think is a lot of people's favorite identity. But the idea here is with these lists is that they're playing somewhere between 45 to maybe 70 cards. And they're not really worrying about the recursion in the deck. They're just getting this as free card draw. The idea is that every turn you draw one card, trash two. That is just good, consistent draw in a deck of just good Anarch and neutral cards. And at the end, maybe then you start worrying about labor rights if the game isn't over.
Notably, the Big Max decks are still on labor rights,
Mm-hmm.
so when you get down to the end of that deck, you are able to recycle your best stuff, potentially stuff you missed, potentially just the stuff that helps you the most right now. But
Yo,
there is
Pants, I think we got
hold
it.
on. We have the breakdowns here.
So welcome to day 1B of the World Championship 2021. We are looking at the first time we've seen 113 players showing up today. And right now, this is just the
Wow.
breakdown of the identities. And it's not immensely different than what you've seen yesterday. We're looking at the most represented corps. Actually, 16 being the highest represented corp is much different. There's a much wider
Yeah.
field of options today.
10 outfits really surprises me.
Yes. Yeah.
It looks like pairings might be up, so we should probably click over and see if we can find a matchup for round one.
How would you feel? Maybe we just saw this quickly, but we have Limes versus Gronkov. Limes being a former world
That was what
champion.
jumped out to me. The world champ against, yeah, I'm totally down for that.
Awesome. Okay, so we're gonna figure out what table 3 is. Again, if you're watching, welcome to the beginning of day 1B. We're gonna have around 7 rounds today. We're cutting to what's gonna be about a top 16 tomorrow. So we have a lot of Netrunner for you today. Just give us a second while we spin up. And again, if you're watching in Twitch, do say hello to all the people at Nisei that spend so much time to get all this stuff spun up. If you want to give this channel a follow or a subscribe, I think that would be greatly appreciated. Let's just wander over to the JNet lobbies and make sure we can sit down in front of table 3. Hold on for 1 second. Do you have a spectate button on your side right now? Because I can't seem to spectate any of these.
It is working for me.
Okay. I'm just going to refresh on my side. Give me 1
Yeah,
second. We'll be right there.
really smart. For what it's worth,
Yeah.
I joined. They both said it's fine to stream this game.
Lovely.
So we are in once things are good.
Solmir, how's it going? More Shaper than Adam today. Honestly, a bit of a surprise. I think overall there probably was more Shaper than Adam yesterday, but Adam was
Yeah.
immensely well represented. If we look right now, the Adams, we have 12 Adams, but it actually still makes it the third most represented runner faction. Oh, sorry. I think I'm looking at day 1A still. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, very similar numbers overall, a slightly larger field today, so a smaller percentage overall, but still the third most represented identity behind Max and Steve.
Yeah, there you go. 11 Adams. Yeah, Steve on 16. The big question between Steve and Zaya was how do you play Criminal right now? And Steve kind of does favor those long games. Playing your fifth version of funds is always quite good. So we're just going to wait before the game spins up. Again, right now, if you don't know how this works, the players will be meeting on a Discord server. They can be in voice communications with one each other in like private lobbies. So once that's all spun up and everyone's sat down and everyone has, said that they're good to go, we will be launching in. Again, if you're not familiar with Tournament Netrunner, I believe we have 65 minutes in the round. He says slightly confidently. So that means both players are going to have to play both sides. We're going to have runner versus corp. And then once the players have finished that matchup, they're going to switch to the other side. Now, you can actually tie in this if you go to time and both players end with the same amount of points. That's something you're going to want to avoid. A tie does not help you, obviously, as much as a win. It is better than losing, though, in this game.
So a few things that I'm noticing from the ID breakdown. There are almost as many Asa as there are Gagarin. There are almost as many Ag Fusion as there are Gagarin. Notably, you have a much better chance with Ag Fusion today. There are 5 of them versus just the 1.
I'm also really excited to see what Sports Metal looks like. Obviously, Sports Metal has been, I'm not going to say the scourge, but it's been like a really big thing in the competitive last season throughout the summer. And it did lose one of its key cards going into the standard ban list. It lost Project Vacheron, a very strong defensive 5-3 agenda. And there's a lot of people that still think Sports Metal is a competitive deck. You just have to change out that agenda. Maybe it's something like an ICOA project, maybe even Global Food Initiative if you find the influence. But I'm really excited to see how that deck stacks up. And again, I'm going to say this so many times today. The existence of Mad Dash, I think, changes so much about this game. It is a card that makes a run, and if you steal an agenda during that run, that you get an additional agenda point in your score area, which means for a lot of decks that classically expected the runner to steal 4 agendas to win the game are only gonna you're only gonna need to steal 3 agendas, which is a really big deal and just shaves a huge amount of turns off of your game.
And as we, I don't know. No, it's the perfect accessory. Mad Dash goes with everything.
Yes.
I think there are any number of decks that you can slot it directly into, and you don't have to change your game plan at all to fit Mad Dash in perfectly. You're already using Stargate. You know there are going to be agendas in archives. You're already using Falsified. You know there's an agenda in the remote. You already have Find the Truth. You know there's an agenda on top of R&D. You don't have to change a single thing. You just get extra points.
And that's the thing, exactly. If you look at the top 3 runner factions right now that seem to be Anarch, Criminal, and Adam, all of them can very easily slot Mad Dash into the deck without changing anything. And I would be interested to hear how much of are people basically, are they playing Adam exclusively because Mad Dash is back? Is that just like the extra power Adam needed to show up on competitive tables? Or what else is aligning within the stars to make Adam really good right now? And I do think the Find the Truth Mad Dash is a big part of it.
I agree. It looks like we are into the game now.
All right, we're going to be jumping right over. Welcome to the first round. Give me 1 second, and we are off to the races.
Looks like Limes is one of those ASOs.
That is...
So starting off with an install and iced remote and an install on HQ and a credit.
So sticking to the HP roots, this is Asa. It says the first time you install a card each turn, you may install an additional non-agenda card from HQ in or protecting that server. And we are charging straight in. Mistbones down on the table, and a Bravado is going to connect with the Gatekeeper. In the early game, or the turn you res this, it is 6 strength, so that's going to be drawing 3 cards. That lets you really form your hand pretty well. And that's going to be 2 more resources on Rob's side. A pad tap into a daily cast. That pad tap is going to fire off that Rashida Yahim.
Seems like a very strong start for both sides, honestly.
Yeah.
I think... Obviously, getting to fire off the turn to Rashida is exactly what Asa wants. That's the ideal possible start for this deck. But on the flip side, Gronkov got threatened enough with the Mistbones and the Bravado, and then threw down the pad tap that's kind of also the ideal start on the flip side. And I think crucially, Gatekeeper will be at 0 strength. So traded that Rashida fire for the 6 strength on Gatekeeper in potentially a more important turn.
And we're charging this server too. That's a boomerang going to be strapped on the remote. Bravado's going to fly through it. And while accessing with 1 credit doesn't seem that impactful, we do have 12 more on Biz Bones, taking down the second Rashida behind that drafter. Server 1 turns out to be a Nico campaign. And I agree with you. These are fantastic starts. The big thing you're going to watch out right now for on Limes is the card Fully Operational, one of the strongest cards in ASA Group, specifically in Identity that's very good at building multiple remote servers and icing them. We'll see when that card kicks in, but it basically allows the Limes to get a lot of credits or a lot of card draw and choose what order those come in on. And just every turn, putting things behind ice that forces Gronkov to find things like Boomerang, to find things like Inside Job, or just to get the breakers down, which can be quite difficult when they're only holding 3 cards.
Agreed. I think it is having a fully operational in the near future seems pretty important to me from Limes because at the moment, the thing that Steve is somewhat struggling with is keeping up the tempo. Used a bunch of cards, got a lot of positive tempo, but then having to draw up now, having to slowly get through the deck and get to the tools that are going to help win the game, though. Rizeki coming down that fast and the Deuces Wild to know exactly what ice is needed to get into server 3 certainly will help.
Yeah, server 3 we did expose.
And here's the fully operational.
Yeah, there's a fully operational. We're gonna draw 2 cards off that gain 6 credits. Excuse me.
Interesting.
After that, we still have a turn left here and a single click. And yeah, that is an expose on server 3. We know there's a gatekeeper icing up whatever is behind server 3. We have an ice in R&D as well. And the big thing right now.
What do you think it tells us that there was only 2 cards drawn off of that fully operational?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a flood. Maybe Limes has what they need. Again, this hasn't been any filter draw. We haven't seen any sprints. We haven't seen any spin doctors. So the chance of there being at least 2 agendas in HQ right now, I think is actually quite high. And this is Steve, who does want to go HQ just inherently, whether that's by just running HQ or by getting down a Sneak Dart beta. It does give you additional value now that you have at least 2 cards in your heap. I think a big question too is how... Sorry?
It could also easily signal exactly what I think this play could be, which is I have the agenda I want to score. I have the ice to protect it. I don't need to push in terms of cards right now. I can just gain tempo off of this agenda, and I'm happy, and I just want to have money to keep rezzing all of this ice.
Speak of this agenda, we've exposed the falsified credentials.
Cybernetic Sandbox.
It's a sandbox in server 1, which I believe means server 3 or server 4 has to be a Jeeves. That'll give you that 4th click to score that sandbox off on the table. We're running server 4 into a spin doctor. It's going to be res right now. The question is whether Limes is going to crack it or force 2 credits off the Miss Bones. And it looks like we're going to remove that from the game to shuffle 2 cards back into the deck.
No problem. Just going to shuffle 2 of the most broken cards in the game back into my deck.
We're straight diverging in. And while there's no breakers on Gronkov's side, this is just basically forcing an ice res. That's going to be 4 credits. We do have the paperclip as well. I believe we might have actually... Did we expose the Hagen on HQ? But we're through. That is going to take 5 credits away for Limes, 5 into Gronkov's side. We're also going to have a choice here. Show 2 Deuces Wilds, one of them going to be returned to hand. The question is whether server 1 is assailable, but it's not. Jeeves on server 3, it's 4 advances, and that's going to be a score for 2 points, a Virus Purge, and 4 more credits on top of that. Limes is going to have to discard 3 cards here after mandatory draw and the Spin Doctor.
I would guess that is the agenda that Limes most wanted to see and score early here, especially right after a diversion. Bouncing back up to 9 credits here is pretty huge. That said, getting back the Deuces Wild, obviously, there's a fair amount of value just to offer the same 2 cards. But notably, there are 2 Bravados in the bin that it could have been offer Bravado and Bravado get Bravado. I think this honestly is in line with how Gronkov plays. Loves using these Deuces Wilds for the expose, even without turtles in play, without extra value from the expose, just to understand what the ice is so that he can make plays in the correct ways and know exactly what he needs to get into different servers.
Speaking of that, Deuces Wild to expose, we know there's a drafter sitting in front of R&D. That is a sentry, and we're running HQ here. This is going to trigger that Steve ability, but on top of that, we have to be pretty sure there's at least 1 more agenda in HQ now that there's only 30 cards left, and there it is. Vitruvius coming in. We have a Boomerang on server 3, and we're going to just go bravadoing in to be able to take down that Jeeves. And while the Jeeves doesn't threaten too much this turn, I don't think we're going to see a 3 install. It does stop you from doing things like Purge with the sandbox into installing a card. And also just getting things out of the servers does lower the effect of fully operational. There is some value in that. And when you're trashing it for free with Miss Bones, why the heck not?
A pretty large amount of value right now, I would say, because At the moment, if Limes draws a fully operational, it's almost a dead card.
Hmm. Well, not anymore.
And
Server
yeah,
2,
yeah.
something with a second ice, and server 1 as well iced up. Again, all we have access to right now is a paperclip. We have a boomerang that's currently stranded on server 3. You can always install a new one replacing this one. You will trash it, but we're looking at 2 double ice servers here.
Mhm. This is one of the things that trashing those assets does, though. Instead of making new servers with a single ice, Limes has to invest the money and go back into these same servers. Now, that might be part of Lime's game plan anyway, so it might not actually be that much of a pain, but it is something that definitely comes into play here. Notably, do you think either of these cards in server 1 or server 2 are agendas?
I think there's a big chance that one of them is. I think Limes understands that HQ has a lot of heat drawn to it, right? Like we're not paying too much to get through the hog, and you are getting
Oh, and
Steve's
Amina
ability.
comes down.
Oh yeah, that's the Amina. Does deal with code gates relatively well. Actually breaks Gatekeeper only for 2 credits, and you lose a credit. Limes will go down to 9 credits after this break, which is obviously quite good. 7 is a lot for a program we're accessing in here. It's a Nico campaign.
Nico.
You're gonna miss Bones, get 2 more credits off value off of her, and we're not gonna run server 2 here. Looks like
Yeah,
no
probably
immediate
too
score.
worried about the drafter fire.
Yeah, the drafter fire obviously is quite bad. You can reinstall stuff, let alone you can get back. You don't have access to fully operational. It was shuffled back in with Spin Doctor, and there are some arguments sometimes where you want to keep a very powerful card in archives just to make sure that the teeth on the drafter do stay intimidating. But Limes is drawing up here. Nothing res in server 2.
Drafter fire would still be pretty bad though, because
It's
if
never
you get
good.
the Rashida installed and you get, I don't know, a Nico back into your hand, that's a bunch of tempo. That's forcing the rest of the Miss Bones to go. I think there's a fair amount of value. So
Ooh, Anacom coming down.
another diversion.
It's a
Seems
green
really good
console
right now.
Yeah, getting you your card draw on those events. And these are events that you're going to be playing multiple times with the likes of Steve. You get much more value off of this. So this diversion is going to hit Limes where it hurts in the credit pool. Hopefully Limes does have some stuff in server 1. Maybe a Nico or a Maryland, some way to generate some credits. We're going to show a Deuces, Wild, and a Falsified Credentials, opting to give Crone the Deuces. We're charging back into server 1 with only 4 credits. You're going to go down to 3 credits after the Gatekeeper gets broken by the Amina.
Yeah, that's not being able to res that outermost ice is pretty brutal right now, because it is just leaving open the credit drain like that every turn is tough.
Rashida was trashed from server 1. We're just dunking something back in there. Falsified Credentials, going to guess Acid. It is, in fact, a Spin Doctor in server 1. So maybe something you don't really need to run right now. But we're going to go ahead and Dirty Laundry HQ again. This is only 3 credits to break the Hamilton now that we have a second Icebreaker installed. And you do get a card back. Let alone the
I would not be
access.
shocked for this to be offer diversion and diversion, get back diversion.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see which one they choose. And a Vitruvius on top of that, straight into the diversion.
Oh, man.
So there's a chance that Limes might have something like a Jeeves in server 2 to duck the money, but not. They're going down to 0 credits. No clicks left to capitalize on that. We know R&D is a drafter. And we're going to just be drawing up here. I think Limes really needs to find a fully operational immediately to come out of this hole. But it looks like just click for 3, discard 2. There's 5 cards in archives right now, and with 3 credits, they can still threaten the drafter. But this is the point in the game where Gronkov needs to figure out how to set up a mad dash, because I've no doubt this list is, well, it's likely this list is running something like a global food initiative. So it's either going to be 3 agendas or 4 agendas if you can't find that mad dash.
At the same time, I think Gronkov doesn't need to rush it. I think that getting 4 agendas is very realistic this game, just because us is in a hole right now. I'm not sure exactly. Limes can climb out of this. It probably takes a couple fully operationals, but certainly can climb out of the hole. It's just
Limes bridging my opponents. Oh, that's very kind between the 2 of them. But you saw Limes there clicked for 3 credits, which is just inherently worse than spending your whole turn to purge, which with the sandbox score gives you 4. So we're going to get an extra credit there. That's always good to see that sort of sportsmanship. Deuces Wild. Getting played to draw 2 cards. Again, it's going to be a third card after the Anacom.
Notably, it's not just sportsmanship. That is an extra credit off of diversion.
yeah. Go ahead, take it. It's fine. I'll get it later. We're exposing a magnet.
That is a good point. Yeah, pad tap should have triggered there, because that would have been credits from a card ability.
Oh, that's totally
Actually
true.
Would have been 1 extra credit to each player.
Yeah, that is very, very true. We'll see if they catch that. So we're going to do a Deuces Wild. We're exposing it's a magnet outside that gatekeeper on server 1, and we do get a run here attached to the Deuces. So we're going to go HQ. Again, only 3 credits to break in here, and we have, now it's a mixed amount of options. There's no 2-ofs. So the corp does get an honest choice here between what's going to be removed, what's going to be recurred. It looks like we're accessing a seamless launch, and we're going to get a sure gamble back to hand, removing a dirty laundry from the game. And that is what Gronkov needed here. The class act, getting the filter draw, but it was just an agenda in the remote server. Seamless launch into sandbox, purging for 8. That's been in there forever. Whoa.
Wow. Seamless is huge there. That did not seem like a threatening server at all, because you see the Jeeves, you think, oh, they're going to have to hard advance all of these. It's always going to be advance, 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 advance to get these. No, they have seamless.
And like, don't underestimate Seamless. One of the strongest cards within System Gateway, but it's not something we've seen in a lot of ASA group lists. And Gronkov saw that, and I still don't think they were able to charge server 2, but that is going to be, it's going to put Limes on game point if they can figure out how to score out of 5-3 from this board state.
Well, you know what's fun in terms of scoring a 5-3?
What's that?
Jeeves gives you an extra click to seamless launch. Now you can never advance that 5-3 if you have a Jeeves on the table.
Yeah, sticking all that on the table might be a tall ask. Now, Gronkov does or has found their last breaker. That's a Bagulter, which deals with the drafters at least once per turn, relatively cheaply. We know there's a drafter in R&D, and I think the big threat here on the table is also the turning wheel, which eventually it's always going to continue to spin up. And once this has a lot of counters on it, you can sometimes just mad dash and oh my god.
Using the Ace of Click to get 3 ice onto RN or onto HQ, knowing I don't know, this just protecting yourself from diversion seems very nice when you can purge for 8, you know, keep yourself from getting too low, and then get enough money to res all of this ice and potentially just get to the point where Gronkov can't make enough runs quickly enough to win this game.
We're bravading into server 2 here. I'm not sure if we know the outermost ice on server 2, but that drafter is not going to be a big issue. I think it's only 2 credits after the refund from the accountant. And again, we just see the power of Miss Bones here. We're going to get probably the full
Maryland
12 credits off of it. The Maryland campaign is not going to be shuffled back into the deck. It is not rezzed. Now, the big question is, after you commit 3 ice to HQ, what is the chance that this deck does have a Sneak Door Beta in it? I feel like you would assume that in the Steve Cambridge deck, but when you're looking at things like Rozeki, the MU does get quite tight. I'm not sure if it actually is in the list.
Yeah, it would be a very tricky, very nice thing to have right now if you're Steve, but I would be slightly surprised to see it, I think.
There we have the second drafter, which is a real tax. Bagulter only refunds the first Century Breaks a turn, but we're in here on HQ. Single axis after we get our Steve ability. We're going to be showing Bravado and Bravado. Hard-hitting news.
Hard-hitting. It's going to take a few turns of purging for that to be relevant.
Yes, but technically is another way that Limes can close the game. Now we are going to have to find...
Gronkov's so confident that the money's never going to matter before the game over, discarding Citadel Sanctuary, even though just saw the hard-hitting news.
Yeah, Citadel Sanctuary is your panic.
Never mind.
Here.
Correcting that. Discarding Class Act. It looks like that was a misclick.
Moved it back to... Yeah, that's a card you're so excited to throw out in this matchup until you access the hard-hitting news on HQ. Yeah, we're going to get that Purge for 8. We are getting that filtered card draw through Anacom on top of the Class Act. And we are bravadoing in here to HQ. Outermost, that's a Hagen. Again, it's down to 3 strength because we have 3 icebreakers installed. Only 2 credits a pop. 2 more for the drafter on refund, and then the second Hagen is 2 as well. So it is getting a bit pricey. Luckily, things like Bravado do make this a fair bit cheaper.
Not as pricey as I think Limes wants it to be.
That is totally true.
Yeah. Ideally, after running through 3 ice, you would say, great, I have a window to hard hitting, but that just is not going to be the case after this.
Speaking of window of hard hitting, like how bad could it potentially be if Gronkov runs into something like a Cyberdex Fire Suite late in the turn and then suddenly there's an 8 credit swing?
It'd be pretty bad.
We found the boom.
A launch in a boom.
That's going to get trashed for 1 credit. That seems to be the punishment associated with floating at least 2 tags in this matchup. So while there could easily be recursion in a stack, things like archive memories are in faction. I think Gronkov might feel a bit better about floating tags, at least if they need to float them for 1 or 2 turns. Now Limes maybe figuring out
continuing to draw
without that boom. Yeah, needs to find a different method to close this game out, and none of those remote servers are looking pretty good. In fact, the Gatekeeper remote server even loses Lime's credits if they can't defend it adequately. That Magnet is also going to be only 2 credits to break if it's rezzed in front of that Gatekeeper.
Mm-hmm.
Lime's drawing up 2 again. There's 5 cards face down in archives. 5. And I don't know why the Gronkov is like hesitant to run that because of things like Cyberdeck's Fire Suite, but that's going to be 8 cards. You might want to threaten the Spin Doctor, because if there are agendas in archives, you need to get them back into circulation. You really want those to be shuffled into R&D. So we'll see if the archives run is within the cards.
8 is just crazy. Right, and running R&D here, there realistically could only be an agenda or 2 in R&D if a bunch are sitting face down in archives.
Yeah.
I would be surprised to see more than 2 face down in archives, but there might not be that many.
I think there's a chance.
MC austerity policy.
Oh, that does make a lot of sense with things like hard-hitting news if they're in the list.
Yeah.
Let alone give you another way to score out agendas from hand. Rashida coming down 2. We use the turning wheel counter. We're going to see 2 cards here. And just a second pat tap. I thought that turn Gronkov had a line where I thought they might run R&D, then run archives to force the shuffle, and then run R&D to see new cards. But because they were trashing so much off of the top, I feel like that didn't seem too necessary. Now, there's only 9 cards left in R&D. 1 Spin Doctor on the table, 1 more probably in the deck. But Limes is on a time limit. These Asa decks can draw really aggressively with things like fully operational. Just purge for 8.
Purging for 8.
It gives 2 to the runner, though.
8 and 2 to the runner, yeah.
Yeah.
The runner dripping essentially for 4 between the Pat Taps and the Rizekis.
And it's totally worth saying Pat Tap is a card that just came back into the standard meta with the change to the standard balance list, and this is such an immensely powerful card. It doesn't seem to be that big of a deal, but spending a click and 3 credits is a lot of time and money to deal with these Pat Taps. We're running R&D. Off the top, that's a food.
A GFI.
We're now on game point.
This seems tough for Limes. I'm not sure that there's enough time and money to make a server that can't be broken with the amount of money that Gronkov currently has.
Yeah, I think...
And R&D is just so porous right now.
I think Limes really needs to set down, like, I don't know. I wonder if they have enough biotics and sticking a Jeeves somewhere on the table to score a 5-3 from hand. Like, there might be some ridiculous line here. I don't think you're going to have enough time to stick an MC austerity policy. And there's a fully operational. 5 cards left in R&D.
How many of them are trashable?
Yeah, that's something you always have to keep track of. You do have the Spin Doctor. We've changed fully operational to the gain 2 credits mode. I think we have 1 more echo of this if we want, and a click left. Oh man, yeah, the amount of money these Pat Taps must have made.
3 gain draw decisions, so it was draw 2, gain 2, gain 2. Second fully operational though.
Gain 2, gain 2, gain 2. 18 credits. And Gronkov is on 17. They do have the Citadel Sanctuary, something you're not going to see often in this matchup.
Falsified. What is it? Is a Jeeves.
And that makes sense.
Might be right. Yeah, you might be right here. Might be looking for biotic, score 5-3 out of hand type plays. And sure enough, Gronkov going straight into HQ after seeing that.
Yeah. 16 credits is a fair bit. I'm not sure exactly what the math is for double biotic 5 advances. That sounds like, let me do the math, 13 credits if the Jeeves sticks.
Yep.
But if we see something in hand, again.
So it could be less if all you need is a seamless.
Oh, but you can't seamless on a turn you've installed the card,
Oh, you're right. You can't. Right, because the Jeeves is, the Jeeves was the pre-install, so it wouldn't work there.
So let's go. We're going to access here. It's only a single access, but again, this is so much value from Steve's ability. If we look at the heap itself, we have 2 falsifieds. You're probably never going to get that diversion back unless the corp is obviously okay with it. And that's a biotic labor from HQ.
Biotic.
So we're setting it up. There's a real threat here. And I think it's not that difficult for Rob to swing on server 2. For Gronkov, to run server 2 there. We do have 5 credits easily off of the missed bones. The question is whether these 3 ice will cost you less than 10 credits. And 10 credits isn't that much right now, honestly. If you hit a oh, never mind. We're good. Paul up. Oh, he pulled up the Spin Doctor. What a line!
The Spin Doctor to run archives.
And there it is. Oh no. Okay. Those are most of the agendas left in the game. So 171 credits gained for the runner. This is an interaction. This is political operative, a card that can be only installed after a successful run on HQ. Now, if you run HQ and it's your turn because you just ran, and the corporation, you give them a bit of time to figure out whether they want to do anything. If they don't act on that, you can install your political operative and pop it using its ability to trash a card that's res without giving the corporation the ability to react to the install of the political operative. It's a bit tricky because you have to wait for the window. You have to give them time to decide to use the spin doctor before the polyp comes down. But once the polyp comes down, they can't react to it, which is just immensely powerful. And Rob had the opportunity to trash the Jeeves, but said, you know what? There's definitely something in archives, so I'm going to go for it. That is such a good line of play. What a good first game.
Exactly enough points that could be shuffled back to prevent the loss there. But yeah, political operative, it's tough to play around.
Yes. And it's good to know these players
Now
are
we
definitely
get
in
to-
voice comms, so I've no doubt there's, the courtesy to say like, hey, sorry, is there anything you want to do? Or, just wait enough. But that's amazing.
Yeah. And I'm definitely wondering, I'm seeing in chat, I wonder if Limes had... I guess one thing that's tricky there, both of the remaining GFIs were in archives, so
Yeah.
would have needed to shuffle them back and draw one to actually have it there.
Yeah, but I think that's fair. I think it's the safest place to put them at the end of the game is in archives besides the polyp. But hey, we're back up. I don't know if you're into the table, but we're having the other side of this matchup, and it looks like Gronkov is going to be on controlling the message. Gronkov has played a fair bit of controlling the message, but if we want to trash things, we're going to get that imp down. We're playing Lou. Limes is on Lou. And
the hard-hitting news goes down immediately. Love to see it.
First Axis hard-hitting news getting trashed by that imp. We're going to have a fun matchup here because this deck is all about things installed in remote servers that are difficult to trash, while we have Lou, our new Anarch runner, who loves to trash things. Now that imp is...
We have the turn 2 Rashida Fire again. So both corps in this matchup having probably their ideal starts.
Yes.
In many ways.
Yeah, quite good here. I think the next thing that Gronkov really needs to do here is figure out how to score out an AR enhanced security if that is in their deck, because that increases, or excuse me, that makes it that the first time a turn that Limes trashes a card, whether it's installed or not, they're going to take a tag regardless of a trace, which means that the controlling the message ability only triggers on installed cards, but this means that things like imp are going to become a bit more difficult, which is definitely exciting to see. And I'm going to see if Limes, if I'm not mistaken, Limes at last Worlds played a list that was a virus destruction list that ran things like Friday Chip and had these like infinite imps. So it's really cool to see him back on the same sort of idea.
Interesting. Was there not a card installed from that Gachapon?
Oh yeah, Gachapon revealed 2 hippos, a 0, a pad tap, a liberated count, and a knob carry, while Gachapon's only looking for virtuals or a program. So this in fact did nothing besides thin out 2 hippos from the deck and a 0. And those hippos are
very tough.
Definitely good. They're obviously very, very strong cards, but they're a bit more tricky when whenever you trash the ice, you have to deal with the controlling the message trace on top of perhaps an AR enhanced. And Gronkov does have the commercial bankers group in the remote server. That is a lot. 3 credits a turn. There's almost no card. There's no card in the game that will give you that clicklessly. So that might be painting a big target. Server 3 and server 4 is out, and we have the consume a 5 influence card.
Ooh, love to see it. So Dirty Laundry going to go into that bankers server, trash the bankers, get the counter on consume. Consume is not once per turn.
No, whenever, right?
So CTM is once per turn, but if you deal with the CTM tag, you trash a few things in a turn, you get multiple counters on consume, you can gain a bunch of money from that.
And I think that's exactly it. One of the best things you can do against controlling the message is trash multiple things in a turn, just because their ability only triggers on the first thing you trash a turn. Looks like that's not going to be the case here. Limes is just going to happily take their 1 consume counter, clear the tag manually, and let what's server 4 sneak through on the table. We haven't seen anything rezzed in server 1 for a bit, whether that is, Sansan City Grid. And it looks like we're scoring out here. Amani Sanai.
Amani to bounce.
15
Amani to
minutes?
try to bounce the consume, I have to think.
Yeah, there's no way it's going to
value Amani res.
Exactly, yeah. So Mani, immensely powerful against a deck that cares about virus counters. This does return cards to hand, which is somewhat akin to purging. And this is going to be an issue because it's hard for the runner to be aggressive and try and run and steal agendas when the Sanai rips up their board state. So this is something that's definitely going to have to go down sooner than later.
Yeah, and with the 4 trash cost is just very, very annoying to deal with.
Limes getting down the pat tap again, one of the new cards hitting a standard ban list. Get ready to see this all day. This is such an immensely strong card. Now, unfortunately for Limes, Gronkov doesn't have anything that's going to be actively triggering that this turn. Installing a Spin Doctor on top of a Spin Doctor, largely, to draw 2 more cards, and we're going to go horizontal here.
And not ready to use the Spin Doctor yet. No need to recur anything yet, but wants that extra draw, wants that tempo. A knob comes down. That's actually pretty huge because this can recharge the imp, trash some of these high trash cost things like Amani for free, effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, Knobkiri is not a cheap card. It costs 5 to install in the first place. So going to go a little bit low to actually do that this turn can charge right back up with the 4 credits from Consume.
Yeah, no, you can bounce off of it like was done there. Knobkiri says on your first successful run, you're allowed to put a virus counter on a card. So putting them on the
Even
consume
better.
makes the consume a click for a sure gamble. Now, you did spend a click getting to that point on top of all the other stuff. So it can be a bit tricky, but you're totally right. Eventually, that's going to be an imp that goes infinite that also generates value on the consume. So we'll get to that hopefully at some point. I just think Limes probably needs to stabilize here. Now the money, though, is really scary because, as you said, Knobkiri is very expensive.
Yeah. At the moment, it doesn't look like Grunkov has quite enough money to score out a 3-1 or a 3-2 and force the bounce on Knobkiri,
Yeah.
but if Limes ever goes too low on money, that is a play that's on the table as long as there's the agenda ready to be scored. So I have to think this Amani has to go soon.
Gronkov's start hasn't been that explosive. If we look into the heap, like Limes only has access to 1 breaker. A lot of times these CTM decks will just put up something like an Enigma and score behind it pretty quickly. But we don't have anything sticking too hard on the table. We're dirty laundering. Love that full art. And bringing that Amani Sanai.
Despite the turn 2 Rashida Fire, which is arguably the ideal start for CTM, unfortunately looks like didn't draw into gas.
Yeah, and there's a chance here that Limes is just posturing around what might be Mumbed Virtual Tours on the table, which would be a huge hit here without an imp. But that's just a daily business show. If you want to bring that down, that's 4 credits. We've already trashed something and fired this controlling the message trace, so this is just 4 credits, nothing else to it. Limes is probably going to want to click left to clear the tag.
Yeah, and daily business show is one that you really don't want to leave lying around too long.
No, yeah, it's
chooses to pay it.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, that is effectively, as long as you have the click to get the consume credits, that is effectively only 2 credits to trash.
Yeah.
So an easier decision than it probably looks like.
Yeah, as long as you were going to click that consume button, it does get a fair bit simpler. And this is an issue. Like, if Lime stabilizes it economically, it's very difficult to stick things on the table without ice when once per turn you do get a free imp counter. Limes, though.
Right. I think that at this point, the matchup seems to be very in Lime's favor because really what CTM has to do against a Knobkiri imp consume deck is get something to punish trashes on the board fast.
Mm-hmm.
That did not happen this game. There was no AR enhanced security. There were not early MVT hits. Instead, Limes has gotten to the point where the core engine is on the board. That said, we do have a Rashida Fire here. It looks like probably protected by an MVT, potentially a price deck.
Yep. Yeah, getting that MVT on the board is really important. That means anything you put into server 9 is going to be a fair bit more awkward for Limes to deal with. Now, it will give them that consume counter, so you're right. You can kind of say that's akin to everything being 2 credits cheaper to trash. But this is a deck that wants to trash a lot of things, and Gronkov is going to have a lot of things that he doesn't want trashed. We need to see a pivot.
Some juicy targets right there.
Yeah.
Juicy targets right there with the Mumba Temple, which... you were talking about clicking for 3 dripping for 3 clicklessly. This is effectively dripping for 2 clicklessly as long as you need things to res.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not hard to do in a deck like CTM.
Now, Limes also has a huge credit lead, right? Because one of the big questions is in this matchup, when and if you have the time to deal with the pad tap, do you? But it looks like Limes is going to start threatening HQ here again. We haven't had a daily business show. We've seen 2 Rashidas fired. There are definitely agendas in HQ. The Botulus is going to connect with the IP block. No AIs here. That's 1 subroutine you really do care about. So that's going to be broken for free. Again, while there are 2 subroutines printed here, only 1 is relevant on the encounter.
I assume we're probably going to see an imp counter here before hitting HQ. You hit the Archive Memories with this imp?
Archive Memory is an interesting include in controlling the message deck. I would assume that this suggests that this is a list that wants to kill you with meat damage.
I would guess so. Yeah, Archive Memories to get back Boom is a classic play out of CTM. Sure enough, the Archive Memories does go down. Recur this.
Yeah.
That draws a card, gains a credit from Loose, or Pretty strong play there. Going to run back through, still sensing an agenda or something else worthwhile in HQ. Just going to let the trace fire here because all you have to do is break this trace.
I know I have been entirely undervaluing Lou's ability in this matchup, but Lou has been firing most turns.
Oh, there's a Bologna.
That's the Bologna. That's in there. We have
And
no Amani on
wow.
the table, so that's just going to be pay 5 credits for 3 points. We do
Pretty good
have
trade.
a commercial banker group, and it's nice to have multiple things they can score. Oh, are we going to see an AR enhanced security after the Sansan being res in the remote, or is this just going to be a Beal understanding that HQ is not safe?
That is brutal.
That's
it's
AR.
the AR enhanced security.
That's huge. So this is a huge turning
Yeah.
point in the game because this gives an additional tag the first time something is trashed. So if you want to trash something that's installed, that's going to be controlling the message and the AR enhanced security. If you want to run HQ and get something out with your infinite imp, that's a tag as well. So this does change the game. And it makes it harder, I think, to trash things obviously on the table, but we're pressuring HQ here because while there's a Sansan on the table, you need to make sure the agendas are out of hand. And that's a second Bologna.
Bologna. It's funny to say. I think if you asked Limes, would you rather get the 3-point agenda or the 1-point agenda there? The answer is every single day of the week, give me the AR enhanced security. I don't care about those 2 points. That said, this is the counter argument. Currently on 6 agenda points, any single agenda wins the game now. Limes.
Ooh. There's a Beal. Also seems to be like it was in
Wow.
HQ just that turn. Maybe it was a hot top deck there. We do have an upgrade on R&D, but there's only 2 cards in HQ. We know one of them's in archive memories. We're flying back in. This is free, but both players are technically
is the
on
other
game
one an
point.
agenda? If it's an agenda, this could be over here.
Yes. Hitting HQ. It's an IP block.
The IP block.
So looks like we are clear here on HQ. We're putting the Knob Curie credit, or excuse me, virus counter on the consume here. And we are going to go ahead and trash that, which gives you another consume counter. It does fire Lou, but it is going to give you a tag with the AR enhanced security. Seems like a fair trade. We're going back here. I do believe that we do know that this is an archive memories. Oh no, archives isn't trash. This is something else.
Hey, our archives got trashed with Imp, so
Excuse me.
this is an unknown card. I wonder what it
boom.
is. It's a boom.
Okay. That does
And
just have
we
a
go
trash
back up to
cost.
12 credits here. 14 rather, because that is also a trashed card. Wow. So that's a pretty big turn. The archived and the boom both in the trash now.
This is really awkward for Rob, for Grunkov, right? If you top deck an agenda here and you can't score it on the Sansan, you have to hold it in your hand. So you're stuck between some really difficult places. Obviously, if you start drawing and draw into an agenda, you can't protect it. Maybe you want to draw to get better ice on top of the IP block, but a spin doctor, that's technically
that can help.
Better than clicking for a draw. We still have 2 cards left here, and you can't score out on Sansan City Grid, but you can maybe protect something.
That's an install advance threatening Bologna to win the game.
That could be the game right there. Even if it's a Beal, it threatens the game, right?
True.
Oh, actually, no. Beal works with Sansan different.
Does.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, Beal actually says it has to be over 3 rather than over its advancement requirement. That is a toll booth that will keep Limes out.
Not for long.
Or won't.
That
Never
is
mind.
No doubt one of the biggest ice in the deck here. Maybe we're going to see a Hydra, but we're 1 credit short of that. A toll booth is going to take another 3 credits, but the Botchus does get through that.
An Enigma?
We need to see Enigma. We have to see a code gate here.
This could be game.
We need to see a code gate. It's a ping, which is going to give a tag, but that's not enough. We do have 4 credits to install the paperclip from the heap, 1 credit to break through, single access here. They don't have enough money, but you can always imp the Bologna, which is not going to be amazing with the spin doctor on the table, but it stops you from losing the game, and it is Bologna.
It is Bologna. It does get imped.
Does get imped. So that Bologna is hanging out here. We do still have a spin doctor on the table to be able to rescue that. And
Now,
we are
that
not
does
able to
land
trash the
Limes.
Sansan.
It does land Limes with
3
at
tags?
least 2 tags. So there is a line of shuffle back the boom, try to kill here. Obviously, that would be a 1 in 23, so that might not be the highest percentage line, but it is a line that will exist here.
You could also shuffle back in cards that draw cards, even the archive memories. You could consider leaving the boom in there, but you're right. Like it might be hard. It's going to be impossible to clear 2 of these tags. So Limes is going to float a tag here. So the boom is potentially lethal. We'll see what they do here. They could always just swing R&D. If that is a Mumbad Virtual Tour, they don't have the credits to trash it. They could consider to go tag me. I don't think we've seen a psychographics yet. But this game is absolutely flying back and forth.
It's wild. Both, Limes has the engine online, but having a Sansan up and active this many turns, we're seeing the raw power of that here. Arrow enhance straight from hand, Beal straight from hand. Looked like Gronkov was extremely flooded, but that
Oh
didn't matter.
no!
Oh no!
It's a drafter. This is gonna fire. Gonna install a card. That brings a boom to hand.
Yeah, that brings Boom to hand. It's over.
Oh, that is not gonna. Oh, that's a problem. And we know there's no more 3-pointers. We're pretty sure there's no more 3-pointers in the deck. We've seen all 3 Bolognas. So that adds a boom to hand. Limes is not gonna have an extra click here to run HQ. That's the last click.
Has to be an agenda off the top.
But even then,
It's
right?
not an
Like
agenda off the top.
we have 3
It's over.
Bolognas. There's no more 3-pointers in this list. There's no way.
Well, Limes only needs 1 point. Any agenda.
Oh
off
my
the top
god. Yeah.
wins it
Never
for
mind.
Limes.
Never mind. Yeah. Sorry. Excuse me. Yes, you're right. It totally could just be an
Yep,
agenda off the
Boom
top.
goes back to HQ. Needs to. Wow, this is one of the best
This
round
is,
one
this is a good round one.
ending moments we could have asked for.
Okay, so let's talk about the agendas. We know there's 9 points of Bologna's, 9, 10, 11 on Beal, 12, 13. So there's still about 7 points left in presumably R&D here. So you're right, a single axis here, and there's no more Bologna's. Like you can get any agenda with 3 credits. So this all becomes the top of the deck. The question is whether you use the Spin Doctor preemptively to shuffle 2 non-agenda cards into the deck, which you could do here, and I think you do here.
I was almost wondering if we would see an
Oh, we're
install
not.
if there was a second Spin Doctor. Oh, interesting. Well,
Nothing.
nothing.
It looks like Gronkov is going to have it here with the boom in hand.
Wow.
Rezzing a Rashida. Good game, well played, comes out for Limes, and that is the boom from hand, doing 7 damage.
Wow.
Flatlining through those I've had worse. Oh, what a game! Oh no.
Someone in chat pointed out, shuffling the Bologna is effectively the same as shuffling a non-agenda card in that situation.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, they couldn't steal it there. I think there was I don't think we like there was no daily business show, so shuffling the deck was just adding cards to the deck. It wasn't changing the order.
I'm
so
surprised we didn't see the shuffle there.
yeah, I have no doubt that's probably just a small misplay, but you could have added 2 more cards there. But hey, at the end of the day, Gronkov got through. That is such a hard round 1 to sit down across. Oh, hi, I won Worlds. Good luck round 1. And then Rob figuring it out. And 2 great games as well.
Fantastic games. Yeah, well played by both. Congrats to Gronkov for getting the sweep there. Let's see who's still playing.
Yeah, also huge shout out to Limes. Obviously, taking the loss on round 1 is difficult, but they are quite a player and they play their very fun decks in a very exciting way. So I'm excited to see more of them throughout today.
Agreed.
Where are we going?
We've got a lot of options.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Give us 1 second.
I'm gonna scroll down near the bottom of.
Oh yeah, the bottom is the place you want to be. That's for sure.
I think that's the ones that have happened more recently.
Yeah. Okay. We have. Let me just check. We have.
Table 29. We have on the mod on.
Yeah.
On restoring humanity, and let me just check that neither of them is on the do not stream list.
No, I think we're good.
Looks like we're good. Yeah, let's see if we can get into that one.
Okay, hold on. Sorry,
Table 29.
my JNet's been a bit strange, but I think we're back into it.
Okay, cool.
All right, we're back in. All right, welcome. So we're still in the middle of round 1. Again, these are just players that we've just kind of walked into their server. So we're looking at on the mod. He is playing Restoring Humanity, an identity you don't see a lot of, and is not playing what I would assume is a lot of times like a prison list, like a grinder list. This looks like an honest, maybe a faster Glacier deck. We do have 5 points scored. The Patrician is on a Steve Cambridge. You have an On the Lamb installed. That does allow you to avoid damage. You can't really avoid the damage from Obokata. You have to pay it, but it does help you deal with things like Anansi sometimes, and also things like Snare.
Oh, it has been ages since I've seen On the Lamb. It is such cool tech. I remember On the Lamb used to be very good tech against the 24/7 decks because you used to actually be able to dodge those tags, which is the only way you kept yourself from dying to boom. But it's been a bit since I've seen it, and it's really cool tech to see.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays up into this matchup. It's for something that avoids tags or damage, that is net damage as well. It says any kind of damage. And we do have a political operative down this turn as well, which is a really big deal if you're worried about the Lacosta in the remote server and you can stop it from getting the advancement. It's a bit tricky to figure out when to fire it because you don't know when the remote server has an agenda all the time. We have a Hansei review. That is a way to trigger your Restoring Humanity ability, which is triggering this turn. So this is exactly the thing, right?
Wow.
Like if that's a 5-3 in the remote server, the patrician might want to use the political operative to stop the Lacosta from scoring at a 5-3 next turn. We'll see if they do value that. They have access to
I
only
love
2
this.
breakers. Sorry?
I love this play from On the Mod because this is saying this could be a 5-3, but even if it is a 5-3, it could also be the 4-2, and it doesn't matter.
Oh, double data loop. We
Oh,
inside job through
double
one of
data
them.
loop.
But I don't think we have access to a paperclip here. We are going to end the run off those barriers, also having to put 2 cards from their hand back on top of their deck.
Oh,
So I think you have to political operative here, or you're just risking a 5-3.
I think so.
So
See
political
if that
operative.
happens. Certainly enough money to do it.
Yeah, it's only going to be 4 to pop, and it looks like it's not going to be fired. So Antamod
choosing not
should
to.
have an easy 5-3 here.
Oh, and it is the 5-3. Okay.
That's the Obokata.
Oh,
Good game to both
that is-
players.
yeah, good game. Good game there.
Turn 12. I would be surprised if we have that many more Restoring Humanities on in this event. So, hey, shout outs for bringing that and then, taking a game.
Something someone in chat pointed out, or Captain Ice in chat pointed out, on the Lamb also Neurospike tech.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, and Neurospike is a card you do have to play around in this meta. We didn't see a lot of it yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, but I do think it is it's a deck that you do have to watch out for.
Yeah, I think we saw the threat of Neurospike in a few games, but we didn't actually see the Neurospike.
Yeah.
How do you feel about table 50? Sanjay.
Always a treat to watch Sanjay.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Let's do it. Okay. All right, we're in. Sanjay playing max. If we want to do the numbers, I think it's around 63 cards, maybe a bit more. Hold on. 54 plus 6, 60. I think 71, something
60.
around there.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And you see some interesting includes. We see Aeneas Informants in the pile, things like Salset Slums. We just fired a Gachapon, and I do think it also whiffed.
Looks like you're right. Yeah.
A second Gachapon comes down.
Could have chosen to get Paperclip out of Gachapon. I guess chose not to.
I don't think it was an option. Oh, yeah, they removed it. Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah.
I already see a Paperclip in the bin, so I can see why that was the choice.
So looking at the bin, we have access to a single Black Orchestra and 2 Paperclips. If you're not familiar with Max, again, Max is a big deal today. And she says at the beginning of your turn, you have to trash the top 2 cards of your stack. And then you do get a free card draw. And that free card draw, let alone the trashing, is actually very good. Both of them are quite good for you, giving you access to your breakers, let alone free card draw is great. And on the other side, Breath here, getting an NGO front behind a single piece of ice, all the way up at 36 credits. We've seen 2 celebrity gifts early in the game. I'm going to scroll up in the chat log to see if we can make some sense of what they've shown with the celebrity gift. And it looks like they showed a punitive counterstrike as soon as turn 1.
Ooh.
So sometimes
that's important information for Sanjay to have.
Massively. And like sometimes you don't want to show that in your opening hand if they don't know your punitive list. You want to keep that close to your chest. But Sanjay knows if they can't hold the I've had worses in hand, they're going to have to worry about the credit differential. Maybe they want to find something like an imp to destroy agendas instead of stealing them. But regardless.
Or Wanton and Maw to get them out of hand. That's very nice. DNA tracker res here. That is very expensive to get through.
So expensive to get through. It's 9 credits to break all the subroutines, 3 on the install. So Sanjay down to only 9 credits at this point. A card in server 1.
Notably, if this is an agenda, unless this is a 5-3 that's getting baited out with a seamless, punitive unlikely to kill here.
What's a Flower Sermon? Interesting include.
Flower Sermon.
A 4-2 from the Ashes cycle allows you to get clickless card draw, but also allows you to put cards on top of the R&D at any paid ability window, which can be quite valuable, specifically also if you have Jinteki traps. But Sanjay doesn't have to be worried about punitive on a 2-pointer. You're right. Surprising to see that in a list with punitive.
Yeah.
Let's see if the credit differential is going to be a problem. Throwing out 2 Puemus from hand. Looks like all 3 of them have shown up so far.
Notably, Sanjay does have one of my personal favorite combos out of Max, which is DJ Fenris to also be Steve.
Yeah.
The amount of value you get from that, good lord.
Man, there's so many of these wild cards for DJ Fenris. I don't know if you ever played like a big max deck and then you've DJ Fenris into Cabinessa Wu, but then decided not to because you don't want to shuffle your deck.
I haven't, but I could see why that would get really tricky
Yeah.
after not that long.
JNet spoils us with these sort of things. Playing Gachapon and Big Macs is also sometimes quite difficult. Server 1, an ice in front of the DNA tracker. And DNA tracker is interesting. Obviously, very expensive to break, but it doesn't end the run. But when you care about punitive, that cares about credit differential and cards in hand, DNA tracker is just great if you want to score behind. So we'll see if Breath has something to push into this remote server. We're assuming we're going to see install advance, which means maybe next turn with the 5-3 agendas, but it gives Sanjay a bit of time to recover financially.
And notably, getting an ice outside of that DNA tracker so that it can't immediately be hippoed the next time that Sanjay has a hippo.
There's a Wanton.
Mainu in front of HQ, that's going to be annoying just to get the value off of this Wanton, but definitely seems worthwhile. Getting 3 cards out of HQ, often very good. Oh, the turning wheel, definitely not a card Sanjay wanted to lose.
Yeah, that feels a bit painful, especially once you find out there's a Kakugo in front of R&D. You can just bounce off of that to get turning wheel counters. But we're coming in with the Wanted Destruction. The question for Sanjay is, after they reveal 2 liberated accounts, how many clicks they want to spend trashing cards from hand. And it looks like we went for 3.
Here we go.
And that's such a big deal now. Like, you can always go check archives, but the chance of them keeping the punitive in hand is pretty low. So now Breath.
Keeping the punitive, and as you were pointing out, clearly signaling setting up for install advance.
Yeah.
Instead, just drawing cards here. That agenda might be gone too.
I wonder if Sanjay's just going to start smashing HQ again. The cards from Kakugo, this is another card that came back on the standard ban list, but if you have, 70 cards in your deck, sometimes you don't feel that bad running through the Kakugo a couple times.
Instead, choosing to throw out the liberated, gain a little bit of money. Now, 1 click left.
Yeah, sometimes it's tricky too, right? Like if you run archives and you steal 4 points or 3 points, sometimes you have to worry about punitive. So sometimes you do still have to care about your money before you start digging into the dumpster. But Breath, still up on 24 credits. We haven't seen a Spin Doctor. We haven't seen any sort of recursion, whether it's a genotyping or that neutral one. What's the name of the neutral one? The shuffle 3 back.
Preemptive.
Yeah, preemptive action. Thank you. So who knows what they lost?
Any of those. Haven't seen any of those. Out of Jinteki, also theoretically, speaking of other 2-point agendas that don't see quite as much play, could also be the longevity serum. In theory.
It gets cards back into your deck. I'd be surprised, right? Like a lot of times people will run 6 3-pointers and a 2-pointer if they're playing like a heavy punitive list. There's a chance that this is just like not strictly punitive, but punitive is an option, Yeah. And 2 cards in server 1.
Well, and I guess Flower Sermon of the 2-pointers does make sense if you are on a punitive plan because you can stack the deck with a 3-pointer that they are then forced to steal.
That's true too, yeah. So server 1, whether it's something like an Anoetic, whether it's even something like a Ben Musashi or a Hokusai, just to make agenda steals a bit scarier. And that's the Hippo. Perfect.
Hippo to get rid of this Kakugo, get rid of that card tax. This free Steve value until new ice comes down. That seems great.
Kakugo going down, and it's worth knowing Kakugo says when you pass it, which if you trash the ice, you never do actually pass the ice, so you're not going to take the damage on that interaction. We got that Steve ability here, 19 cards, so many options, and it's 2 Wantons, so we're going to take one of those back.
Getting back a Wanton, threatening that again next turn.
And with 12 credits, there's no way Breath can really stop it unless they double ice, right? Would you have all your breakers?
Wow. Really punching back hard here. This was a strong play from Breath to threaten in this remote server behind this DNA tracker saying, I've got an agenda that I want to score here, or I have something in this server that I care about. But Sanjay saying, nope, you have to take care of HQ or you might just lose the game to another Wanton Destruction.
Hey, talk about the remote server.
Shoring up the remote, though.
It looks like we might be pushing out. Yeah.
Wow.
A cool interaction here is if there is Anoetics in the remote, the Wanton does make that a fair bit weaker when you don't have the cards in hand to fuel it. But I don't think Sanjay's going to be able to run the remote twice if there is an Anoetic. So I don't know how relevant that is. We're just going to hit the Wanton here. That's going to be 3 more cards destroyed from HQ. But Breath is
presumably
probably going to score out here. If we have something like a bacterial reprogramming, you can actually regain tempo off of that. And we're using a turning wheel counter? Wait, what? Oh, it's 2 turning wheels, excuse me.
Using Steve to get back a turning wheel.
It's like,
so turning wheel will be in play. Depending on what was trashed out of archives, potentially turning wheel is late, but potentially it's not.
Yeah, I'm interested to see whether Sanjay is like I think he's the kind of guy to play Bagat. I would not be surprised to see a Bagat in the list as a one of.
I
Also,
would love
we
that.
did see a Maw already, and two Maws in the heap. A Maw coming down two would be additional destruction. And Breath understanding the remote server does seem safe. No real reason to rush out here. Whether it's a Neurospike list as well is a small possibility. But we're gonna ice up HQ 6 cards face down in archives.
And on the note of that Maw, notably, we have not seen a rebirth yet out of Sanjay, but I would not be shocked to see one in this list. So the ice coming down on HQ might not actually stop Maw if a rebirth comes out.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think it's always an eventuality that the max becomes something else through the rebirth. Shout outs to that
being
nice.
Being Omar with Steve, good lord, that's just so much value.
And hey, there's a big spider. Again,
oh, it's a Nancy.
About 9 credits to break, if I'm not mistaken. You really want to hippo this sooner than later because that is not sustainable. Single axis.
Ending.
After we have our Steve ability. Steve has done a lot of work. 11 cards removed from game. I do believe at least 4 of them might be Gachapon cards, but still.
Now, cooking server 1 so heavily.
Yeah.
The advancements on it. That's very interesting to me.
That's safe server. There's no way Sanjay can run through that. He can barely get through a DNA checker, let alone twice.
So I'm just surprised that being on 3 surprises me. I guess that's advance, do something else in a turn, but
yeah.
I don't know. In the age of Neurospike, I'm always a little weirded out by agendas that are on strange advancement numbers.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. And like maybe this list does have Neurospike. I do think though Breath did have to do with HQ. So, you know, the sort of like mid advancement where you leave it on 3, you strand it on 3 makes a bit of sense. We got a global food from
finds
hand.
a food. Hey, do you run archives here?
I think you'd consider it. Now you do have to watch out if you steal another 2-pointer, then punitive can be an issue. And Global Food Initiative, while it's worth only 2 points, I believe it does punitive Counter-Strike for 3 agenda points.
Punitive only cares about the printed number, not the amount it actually gives the runner.
So funny enough, you could steal another food in archives and take 6 meat damage off of punitive, which would be lethal, regardless of how many I've had worses you have.
Wouldn't be the best thing to happen if you're Sanjay.
And
here we see some of the weaknesses of this Anarch Breaker suite. So this is one of the many reasons. There are many reasons, but this is one of the reasons that Anarchs have often run Amakua is if you have to pay 3 credits every time you run into something like a thimble rig, it will bankrupt you.
Yeah, no, it's an immense amount of drain for something that only costs 2. Sanjay does have
one thing that we're
left.
seeing in the chat. One thing we're seeing in the chat from a few players is Juman potentially the card in server 1?
Oh, you'd love to see it.
Yeah.
So we're going to bounce off that thimble rig to get the second turning wheel counter again. Just not dealing with archives here. We did bin a Stargate. Now Breath does have a window here. I don't think they have the credits to support double punitive. That does look like it's off the table. So maybe they can score out here. Double advance. Let's see if it's an Obokata or
okay,
Bacterial.
It's just an Obokata.
So this does nothing on score, but it is obviously 3 points. Very important. Breath is going to likely have to score out of this game because the punitive windows are closing greatly. If Sanjay finds the last Obokata, the game's over. You can't punitive when the game is over. Something goes back in server 1, just like you said. There's a hippo. We're going to spend 3 to take down the thimble rig, I reckon. I don't know what. Oh, we're going for the spider.
No, getting the Anansi.
Again, you pay 9, and then you're done with this. You're down to 3 credits. You have 4 on the liberated accounts. But that is going down. I want to see if we can continue here with 3 credits. Breath has 11, which means they can res any of the bigger ice in their deck. They're short for Chiashi for 1, if I'm not mistaken, but they could give a DNA tracker. They could res an Anansi here. So we'll see how much Sanjay respects that threat in a deck that looks to have a lot of really scary big ice.
I don't know if I would want to continue here in this position.
Yeah. I feel like if you hippoed though, like you probably have to commit anyways. Otherwise you're just running to trash. Like, you know, maybe you should have done something else. So maybe you commit to it. Ooh, we're through.
Oh, interesting.
We have some turning wheel tokens here if you want to access 2 off the top. You do have enough cards in hand to steal Obokata, but it's just a Spin Doctor getting trashed off the top, which means those cards face down might still stay there. Whether there's a Spin Doctor in server 1 is a different question.
Trashing the Spin Doctor seems pretty huge there.
Yeah, it's quite nice. There's still probably 2 more in the list. Still 6 cards in archives. We're not checking.
Yeah, what is this ice on R&D that it is not worth resing at these low credit totals at all?
Is it? It has to be a Chiashi, right?
It would be crazy. Yeah. Off by
It
one
has to be
credit
a
for
Chiashi.
Chiashi.
What else do you not rest here? Unless you really want to protect server 1 for some reason. But I feel like the DNA tracker is just doing enough on its own.
Yeah, that's Sanjay has to take too much damage to get through that Chiashi, or to get through that DNA tracker. Chiashi would make a lot of sense as the ice on R&D.
Yeah. There you go. Second ice on R&D, so we might not have to figure out what that ice is anytime soon. Card in server 1 not rezzed or fired here. Whether it's a Spin Doctor, you could be waiting to bail out archives.
If we see click for credit, I'm 100% convinced it's Chiashi.
Here we go. Hey, let's go play some deadly Tetris out in Jinteki cyberspace. But Sanjay has another turn here. It's definitely important to track the cards left in the deck, because once you're getting to that bottom, it's much harder to interact with the Obokata protocol. We do have to count labor rates. We're on 1 so far, 2 more still between. I'm assuming we're on all 3. And we're still also tracking that rebirth, which hasn't showed up just yet. But a liberated count is going to give Sanjay the credits that he craves.
Mm-hmm.
You can go HQ here if you want. You could actually flush all of HQ with a turning wheel, but not convinced that's necessary.
Just getting back up on money. I think that makes a lot of sense. If you have the credit lead against this deck, I mean, even in the weird world where you find the exact last food, just punitive is not a threat to you at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
The weakness of taking an extra turn here is giving an extra turn for the corp to find Spin Doctor.
Hey, when we
Spin Doctor definitely seems like the card that the corp wants right now.
Yeah. I was just going to say before the hedge fund, admittedly, is that when we tuned in, Breath was on comfortably like 35 credits, something like that. And now they were down to 12 or 13. Now it's 17 after the hedge fund. But again, if most of their ice reses for 8 to 12 credits, like that money doesn't go that far when you need to spend on top of that 5 credits to score out an agenda. So, ooh.
And you're seeing part of the reason that money has gone. There are 12 credits worth of ice face up archives. Those were not those were not revealed on an archives run. Those were trashed while installed and rezzed.
We're bouncing into the Thimble Rig, just getting turning wheel counters. I wonder if Sanjay thinks 12 credits is just enough to run R&D and start dumping that turning wheel. Again, we know there's no Spin Doctor on the table, and there's 6 cards face down in archives. Sanjay letting the fire all on the Thimble Rig. Again, you can move the Thimble Rig at the beginning of your turn, but also when you pass it. So it's interesting sometimes when you pass it. It gives the corporation the ability to reposition the Thimble Rig and maybe put something like
we have a rebirth here for Omar.
We have
Omar going into R&D.
4 axes off of R&D coming in with the turning wheel.
So this could very easily be the game here.
Yeah, this easily could be it. So we see the top 4, nothing into that is a sandbox. A Spin Doctor coming down.
A Spin Doctor. Okay, so that's 2 points. You have to think the win is very likely in archives here.
But we don't have time to check. Brett is going to start their turn. Top deck with the card that was known from Sanjay has to worry about that Omar again. We rebirth. It's a card that lets you change your identity to another legal identity within the same faction. So our maxed card draw has now officially dried up, excuse me. But we do have that ability to make a really powerful run off of archives once per turn. Now, this does draw more attention to archives. Does Brett have the ice in hand? Or does Brett just want to push out
Sanjay on effectively 14 credits, you have to think you can get through archives once. Still gonna have to pay to do it. Getting that ice onto archives.
And I love this slow roll here.
Yep, the slow roll. Still just cook it in server 1.
We do have an upgrade there. If it's a Mana Garm and Anoetic, it's really difficult to do that server.
This is a vanilla run on archives.
Yeah.
Wants to see the face downs.
This is huge. Sanjay's doing it. He's believing.
What is this ice? What could this ice be? What could this ice be if there's an agenda in archives? What could this be that actually stops it?
Ooh, it's a Malinzi. So it breaks identically to an Anansi, but actually I think 3 credits cheaper if you just want to take a single net damage or trust the top 2 cards of your stack, which honestly for a lot of max decks, that's fine. Yeah.
Sorry, it's not 6. It's
no, it's 6.
2 + 3 + 4. So you can trash 9 off the top of your stack, and that's fine.
So we're just gonna trash 9. Now it does bottom you out a bit faster if you're worried about. It was in there.
Flower Sermon. It is in there.
We
Good game by
got
Sanjay.
it. Good game. So we lost two punitives, and it's so interesting to see punitives in a list that is not even doesn't seem to be majority 5/3s, but just some 5/3s.
Very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Very cool list. Very cool game. Happy that we got to see these two lists and
Yeah.
super cool.
Good game to them both. I'm not actually sure how much time we have left in the round. I'm just gonna double check over here. It should be
Yeah.
soon.
Question.
Otherwise, we want to just jump into another table.
How about it? Looks like there are about 4 minutes remaining in the round, so
Okay.
can catch the very tail end of the game.
All right.
Anyone speaking to you?
How about we spectate? Just give me 1 second to make sure everything's good. We could dive into the king and Neuromaxim.
That's good to me.
Perfect. Do we know who's oracling for the king today? I think it's Ed, right?
It is oracling for someone, but there are two people who are being oracled for, so
Okay.
I'm not actually sure who it is today.
Perfect. So hey, we've actually found our second restoring humanity in the first round, and we're looking at the king, who also I have no doubt is a max deck that has become an Omar. We do see a rebirth on the table. We have 21 cards left, so they rebirth relatively aggressively. Whether this is an apocalypse list, it looks like it is. You do see Out of the Ashes in the bin, a very big signifier of the end of the world coming.
Mm-hmm. And also looking at the number of cards, this looks more like this looks like 45 as opposed to 60 something.
Yo, Sangren says in chat, Black Cherries is oracling for the king. Thanks, Sangren.
Good, thank you.
All right, we're coming in with a Stargate. We have 2 pieces of ice here on R&D. Not too taxing to get through. That's 3 credits for the Black Orchestra to deal with the Enigma, and then it's just 1 credit for the Kakugo. You're going to have to lose a card in hand. And with 2 Kakugos on central servers, the Apocalypse plan is actually pretty dodgy here. So there's a chance that the Brandon's going to give up on this and just aim to win through Obokata steal. Off the top,
Stargate can certainly just win the game by itself. Now, it doesn't find
yeah.
the agenda here. This is a somewhat interesting decision. What would you trash here? Okay, got the Gene Splicer.
The Gene Splicer does make sense. The Macrophage is a bit annoying. You don't have Link, but they haven't scored a Cybernetics Virus Suite. Maybe just having more ice is a problem. Gene Splicer is also very interesting in this list. It's a card that you often see in decks that have mostly 3-pointers, but it looks like we have 2-pointers here as well. The Diviner also is just 3 credits for you to break. I feel like the Diviner is the more taxing thing over time.
Honestly, I think the reason that Gene Splicer might have gotten trashed there is it is a way for restoring humanity to get points that can't be interacted, that can't be stolen. With this little time left in the game, that 1 point that Gene Splicer gives is actually extremely relevant.
Yeah, that is definitely true. There's a chance that this game will be going a bit past the end of the round. I think sometimes because the oracling process is a bit less efficient, there is extra time appended to these rounds. I'm not sure yet. I think we will find out relatively soon. But you're right, playing around time is super important. And if Neuromaxim can get to 4, that's a draw. And you definitely don't want to draw if you can win.
Yeah.
All right, double advance shipment from Tenon. Speak about getting to 4, we're getting to 5. Yagi Uda. Wait, but didn't they make a successful run?
Not this last turn.
Oh, because sorry, we missed the turn.
The last turn was very fast.
It was super fast. Yeah, excuse me. So they just jammed the liberated accounts, drew some cards. So that is a new card that also did just come back with a standard balance update. Shipment from Tenon says that if the runner has not made a successful run, you can pay 2 credits to put 2 advancements on a card. And doing that for 1 action is such a big deal because you can score out 3 2s or 3 1s from hand. So now
3 minutes remaining in this game.
Brandon, oh my God, there's a timer up there.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that. That's awesome. So it looks like there might be 5 minutes more in the round for the Oracle.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
Do you have the liberated counts on the table? Yo, was that timer there yesterday? I don't think so.
I don't remember seeing it.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So we're just checking whether there's 5 minutes after time's up, but the liberated counts comes down and Brandon's going to have to figure out how to get at least 2 more points. Now with the Obokatas, it's a bit tricky. You have to care about cards in hand after dealing with things like Kakugo, and getting that Anansi on archives is really going to slow down the power of Omar. There's a big chance that this sort of deck that does rely heavily on Apocalypse won't spend the slots for things like Hippo, because why Hippo when you can Hippo every ice in a single turn?
Yeah. Still in a position where, with Obokatas, with real 3-pointers in this deck, there's only 1 Stargate needed to win here.
Yep.
Essentially, only one access needed to win here, though. Notably, about to run through a Kakugo, so won't be able to steal Nobukata on this particular run.
Yeah, which is right. It's sometimes a bit of a bummer. There we go, losing the apocalypse
Trashes an
here.
APOC due to net damage. That's exactly why it's dodgy.
Yeah.
You try to run these centrals, and instead your APOC just gets completely sniped from hand.
So we did access a second Kakugo, or third Kakugo, excuse me, from hand there, losing our APOC, but I don't think APOC is really a thing you can worry about this game. And we're just drawing up here, and there's a real threat. There's a huge threat here. Brandon needs to be running, at least making a successful run every turn. Otherwise, you're going to have to worry about that shipment from Santan. Or sorry, from Tenon, excuse me.
Yeah.
So ice in front of server 1. Neuromaxim at this point, now that we have about 5 minutes left in the round, they can kind of just play defensively, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you can just hold them out and play to time, like that is a legitimate strategy at this point. And you know, it's on the king to figure out a way to get points here.
And that's kind of the more grinder style of these decks. That is very much how they try to win the game here. Make it impossible to steal the Obokata is ideal. Just get the advantage and get the game over with is very much a way to win this game.
And talk about ending the game. There's a Stargate. We have 1 click left here as well. It's a Diviner off the top. The Diviner we saw. I think you could have expected this to be that. So this whole server still costs 7 credits and a card, which means even if you have hit an Obokata this turn, you're not going to be able to dig it out of archives.
Unless I've had worse.
That's true. That's true. But you still have to deal with the Nuncy, right?
Yeah, I guess there's not quite enough money to deal with the Anansi.
Yeah, you need a string of I've had worses. We only see 1 so far, so it's a possibility. We lost the second Apocalypse.
There's exactly 9 credits left.
Oh,
but that would be enough to deal with the Anansi.
So we're seeing a vanilla, an ice wall, an advanceable barrier from the Wayland faction, and an Anoetic Void. I feel like
that
the
is
Void is
another Apocalypse.
Scariest one here. Yep.
Void goes. Despite the fact that that is a trashable for 1 credit card, obviously, on the Stargate run, you have to pick. You have to Stargate. You have to trash with Stargate.
Yes.
You can't trash for normal money. The Vanilla and Ice Wall, we're getting to the point of the game where those are going to cost credits to install them, but
yeah,
you just need to make these runs a little more expensive.
Not very taxing ice. And hey, after the mandatory draw, Neuromaxim has just drawn through the Stargate lock, so that's actually a fresh card in their hand, let alone now 3 fresh cards on top of R&D. Now there's an issue here, is if you don't run server 1, this could be a 3-2. We know they are running 3-2s if they're playing shipment from Tenon. So Brandon needs to figure out whether they want to charge server 1, whether they want to commit still to the Stargate line, because I think we know 2 cards in HQ.
Right, it could also be the Cyberdeck Sandbox with a shipment from Tenon in hand, win with a 4-2.
Yeah, as long as they don't run, that's definitely an option as well.
Yeah.
Upgrade as well.
It could also be a snare.
it's always a snare.
Oh, and gonna check it with the Out of the Ashes. So not spending a real click to do this. Spending the Out of the Ashes, because with 2 Apocalypse in the bin and with 2 Bakugo still on the board, you're never getting it to land this APOC. So spending the fake click to go check server 1.
Yeah, this card's fantastic, especially in Max when you get into the heap for free. It just happens throughout the game. And we're rezzing a Palisade for strength while on the remote server. A card from System Gateway. That's going to be 3 credits, so it's not too bad for an ICU res for 3 regardless. So we're going to pay through that. We have 6 credits left. Let's see if there's an upgrade here. Anoetic, I think, would already have to be rezzed.
Yeah, it would have to be.
It's a snare?
It's a snare!
Oh my god! Oh, we're playing Netrunner. This is awesome.
Oh man.
Into an Anoetic. You did not want to keep them out of the remote too long, but that snare is actually quite a big deal. They don't have the credits to fire it, unfortunately. So it's just going to go down. Looks like we're going to need to undo here. But yeah, only 2 credits. Worth noting that snare costs 4 credits to trigger. So the corporation was short on that after the Palisade, choosing to res the Palisade instead of hitting the cards from hand.
It looks like time has just been called. So it looks like they were undoing this click maybe for I'm not sure.
Yeah, they didn't want to trash the snare, which I don't think is going to be relevant when we come to time, but technically it is usually correct to not trash snares a lot of times, because then they have to spend a card installing it to get it back into the deck with Spin Doctor, stuff like that. Like there's some small reasons too. So we're just going to do this.
So gonna do the same click. Click's gonna go the same except for that snare trash, it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, and at this
And
point, if the snare
King will
triggered,
have one turn to try to win.
yeah, with 6 credits, you know, you can click for credit and you can just do a run on R&D. Like, I don't think you bother with the Stargate. If you draw again, click for credit, you have 1 run on R&D and you can still win off Obokata.
Yeah.
I think
So
that's the only
drawing up to
line here.
5.
And that's how big of a deal the snare was. Like, if the snare connects, it's very, very hard for the king to steal Nobokata this turn.
Right. Would essentially absolutely need an I've had worse in hand to have any chance of doing it.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a credit. See if we slam R&D here. I think we know
Seems
more
like it,
about
right?
HQ here, but it's 3 for the Diviner. In fact, if you only have you don't want to take the net damage if you have to deal with Obokata.
So that is 3 for the Diviner.
There
There's
you go.
3 for the Enigma.
And only one more
and
for
a
the
net.
Gakugo and the net damage. So we're
This
gonna.
would be a credit perfect win.
Oh my
And a
god,
card perfect win if it is the Obokata,
it'd be so cool.
which I would love.
Access.
Cyberdeck
Oh!
Sandbox, that's a win!
So that's 6 points. So Neuromaxim has 1 turn to figure out how to score out, but I don't think they can do it. It's an Audacity!
Oh, there's an
What?
Audacity!
Did we know that?
No.
What?
Wow.
Whoa! What a
Audacity
game!
to win it out of Restoring Humanity.
What a twist!
Amazing.
Yo, this is a fast events deck. Let's go. Oh man, you know how good Brandon must have been feeling stealing an agenda off the top of the deck on the last turn? And then Neuromaxim's like, yeah, I don't need my cards. Game's over. Let's go. For those who don't know,
Incredible.
yeah, this is Audacity.
Wow, what a set of games we watched. The first round. This
Yeah,
is only round 1, everyone.
This is only round 1. I'm gonna lose my voice on round 4. Don't you worry. Oh man, that's fantastic. Okay, so that should be the end of this round. I'm gonna jump back to the leaderboards. We'll see if Cobra has been restarted, and we're gonna start to see where these players line up in comparison to each other. Give me 1 second. We'll get right there. I think it's this one. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so if we go to, again, you can follow along at home. If you hit !Cobra in the Twitch chat, it should give you a link over to the Cobra AI dashboard. And it's really obviously way too early to say anything meaningful about how things are going, but we want to see which players are on the sweeps, because again, if you sweep your first couple rounds into this sort of game, from that point on, you're very comfortable. You might consider things like intentional drawing, but getting early wins is obviously very important, even just for your confidence. So standings are going to be updated once everyone's in, but otherwise we can look at the pairings, and there's probably just a couple more to get in there.
Probably goes without saying, but this early into a tournament, obviously, no one is out of the running. No one's even close to that. There's even the whole submarine strats term where there's a lot of value in getting swept by someone really good in the first round, and in theory, having that as just a boost to your strength of schedule.
So actually, this is something that's definitely worth mentioning, is that the Big Unit 3000 and Sokka have used their buys for this, so they don't have to play their first round and they get 2 wins. Apologies, I'm not sure if Cowboy Tantan had a win from an event or whether that is just an odd number buy, but they also got the buy first round. If anyone can correct me if that is which way that went, but having a buy around this early in the tournament obviously is a big deal. You get that early win. Your round 2 matchup is definitely going to be, you know, someone who's won first round, so it gets a bit difficult. Cowboy 1010 got the draw random. Okay, so if we have odd amount of players, that's going to happen for sure. Someone's going to get a buy every round, which is, you know, a bit unfortunate, but that's how it works. It's free wins, I guess.
Yeah, Jonas and Sokka will be in the field to potentially spectate next round. It'll be interesting to see what these matchups are. Obviously, this early in the tournament, hard to say too much. Still, the field is shaping up. Everyone's just getting their first round jitters out.
Yeah,
It'll be interesting to see, you know, who gets matched up next round.
Yeah. Real quick, Klotz is asking in chat, why didn't the Big Unit have to play? It's that buy is a reward for winning Continentals, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a prize you get in the structure. So it's not to deal with the amount of players we have. All right, if we're looking at the standings right now, we do have, you know, it's going to be about half the field, well, not even a quarter of the field that is on undefeated. So that's 33 players right now, including the 2 players that did have the bye. Oh, there's a lot of yellow at the top right now. A lot. I think more than anything else, we're seeing a lot of controlling the message. We're seeing some Acme, but it looks like that is the majority of what's represented currently at undefeated, which again, is still very early on in the tournament.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, that's fun to see. There's an Argus and Sunny that's currently undefeated.
Heck yeah. Yeah, we want to see how many atoms we have too. Again, Atom is actually really well represented in this tournament, and there is a bunch of atoms right now still on the undefeated. But again, just exactly as Panza said, that doesn't mean that much right now in the tournament. Anybody could win. You could actually, I think, in theory, miss your first round and take the losses and still win the tournament. Like it's way too early to call. There's still 7 rounds here. I think we're going to be joined soon.
Definitely some interesting. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no. You're all good. I'm just saying, I think we're going to be joined by a couple more people on the stream chat soon enough. So we'll be welcoming them in just a couple minutes while round 2 is spinning up.
It's like we have about 10 minutes until round 2 actually starts.
Oh, okay. We have a small break. Okay, cool. But I think we might just already be joined by PSK. How's it going?
Hello. Very good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. So great to have you on. Congratulations on yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, you were doing. Can you explain exactly the title in terms of OP? I think it's OP support, whether that's judging or organizing. How does that work?
What do you mean? Sorry.
The stuff that you're getting up to yesterday. What did you get up to?
Well, we do all the registering on Cobra, and then basically gather all the volunteers we can for judging and data entry. That basically is like taking the results reports from all the players, inserting them on Cobra at a speedy pace, so we can get the least amount of time in between rounds and be as quick as we can.
Perfect.
And then just like marking timings in between rounds, timing, calling in 10 minutes on the round and stuff, and then just like going into the final chained games like, hey, this is the last round, active player gets last clicks, and then opponent goes, and just trying to make it as smooth as possible.
Yeah, and I think at least from what I saw, it looked to have gone incredibly well yesterday. So huge shout outs to all the work that goes into that. Obviously, an immense amount of work.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really fun to do. Like I it's a job I really enjoy a lot doing. And today it was released because it's gonna go really, really deep into my night, and
yeah,
I need to finish for tomorrow. So today, Keith is doing it. He's from our team of developers at DSA, and he's already doing like great job. Like it's really standardized. It's really fun.
That's awesome. I don't know how much you've seen the change in the meta if you've been looking at like what showed up yesterday and what's showing up today. How does it look to you?
It looks like yesterday, but the only change that I can like visually see is a lot more outfit.
Yes. Yeah.
Yesterday I think we were looking at the one outfit on the whole day, and today we have a full 10 that it's a third more played corp.
Yeah, we've got more than an entire week of changes of clothes here.
Yes. Gagarin is also like cut in half, and is it sports? Yeah, sports. PD is in a good spot like yesterday. CTM is in a good spot like yesterday. And in the runner side, not much difference. A lot more maxes. I would have to like go into the register and check how many big maxes versus like reg us maxes there are, because I'm betting that today we're gonna see a lot more of big rig max, like big deck max.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think there's a joke that we need to divide like the ending standings of max decks by cards and deck to figure out what's the most efficient card per win. Because everyone argues about the number.
Scientific answer.
Yeah, a scientific
there are actually people that do that.
Oh, I've no doubt. So, I'm just going to do it in an immensely unscientific way and call it science.
That's fine. I was watching the first round, like amazing. I'm loving the amount of shaper that I'm seeing today.
Yeah.
Compared to yesterday.
There's a fair bit of shaper, and I think it's like excuse me. So Shapers seem to be like the underdog going into this event. I
Oh
feel like
yes,
with the changes to the
absolutely.
standard balance team, there's a lot of better reasons I think to play other factions. Like I think Shaper got the least from this, and they arguably maybe needed the most. So I'm excited to see whether we see any encores or whether it's just Shapers playing good stuff and also playing some of the new tools, whether it's Mad Dash and Pat Tap or what have you.
Yes. Yeah. Ayla is a shocker. Like when I was like registering yesterday, well, on Thursday and Friday, I was like registering people, and suddenly it was like Ayla. I'm like, oh wait, we do have that.
Yeah, that's a
I
card.
mean,
Yeah.
don't look now, but there are 2 undefeated smoke decks.
Heck yeah. I'm into that.
Wow. Yeah,
Smoke is
the
on
amount
table
of
1.
smokes that I put on, like I'm really curious about what kind of build those smokes are in. So I'll be really happy to join a table that has one.
Yeah, let's see if we
We've
can
got
guess.
we've got a lot
Yeah.
of interesting matchups this round, I think. Table 1, obviously, we've got Outfit and Smoke on table 1 against Precision Design and Steve. We go a little farther down the list, we've got Precision Design and Smoke versus Asmari and Max. A few that definitely stand out as highlights to me. The Argus that I mentioned, there's Argus and Sunny playing against PD and Ken.
Oh, whoa.
Then we have Laura Osklet on PD and Max playing against Acme and Steve Chewflower. So that's a powerful matchup between two very good players there. And in a similar matchup, in a similar way, we've got Jonas, the Big Unit 3000 on Gagarin and Max versus NetDad on GameNet and Adam. So there are some really, really good matchups that I think immediately pop out just in those first 13 tables.
Hey, PSK, do you want to choose which way we point our cameras for the for
No,
the second round?
absolutely not. Don't make me choose. I'm a
That's fair.
terrible decision. It sounds really bad, but I'm a terrible decision maker. I would always be worried that I'm making it miserable for someone else.
No,
So, so Pans here seems to have it like really under control. So, can you please do the honors?
I'm seeing a lot of arguments in chat in multiple directions. Might watch that for a little bit longer, but so far I'm seeing
Just
the
let that
most votes
stew.
I'm seeing so far are for Argus and Sunny and Ken.
Okay.
All of those are in the same match.
What's the table number?
That would be table 9.
Okay, let me see
Okay.
real quick. Okay, let's see if we can do that.
I think there's a reasonable chance with Argus and Ken as two of the IDs involved that there's a reasonable chance we're going to get to watch some of those other games as well, I think.
Okay. Do you want to duck into table 9 and ask if they're cool with streaming, and then we can go from there?
Absolutely. Let me
Thanks,
talk to
Vance.
them.
Awesome. So if you're just tuning in, welcome. It is Nisei Worlds 2021. This is day 1B. So there's 2 days. We had about, I think, 86 players, give or take, yesterday. Is that right, PSK?
Yesterday was oh my god, I can't speak. 86,
Okay.
and today we're on 108.
108. Okay, so we have slightly more players today, but we're going to be going through, I believe, 7 rounds. Actually, while we have a second here, PSK, can you explain to us how play-ins work in terms of how many players will make it to day 2 and then what happens at the beginning of the day?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay.
I've been training for this moment. So the thing is that not being able to do a in real live event makes it that we need to separate people from time zones mostly.
Mhm.
So we have day 1A that it was like in a more convenient time zone for European people, and today it's more convenient for America people. So what?
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the bubble needed with the amount of points because we need to create a top 16.
Okay.
So imagine we have a total amount of 20 people from day 1 and day 2 combined that are on 30 points.
Okay.
Not all of them can go into the top 16. So what we're going to do is table 9. Sorry. We're going to get number 16 paired with number 17.
Okay.
If they have the same amount of points, they're going to play against each other. We're going to get number 15 and number 18, etc., until a pair doesn't have this amount, same of points. or we get to like a table number 32, and we're gonna do a single-sided round,
Okay.
and the winner will go through, and the loser will not.
So there's a big chance we'll see more than 16 players tomorrow. At the beginning, yes. Okay, perfect.
Yes, we will have it's very possible.
Cool.
I'm sorry, I can't find the table here.
It's okay. It's table 9.
9.
Yeah, it's plural
Okay.
versus Lucidit, and we're off.
The game has
Yes.
the game has started.
Okay.
We're off to the races. We already have a white hat after a dirty laundry. So
That's gonna expose the whole hand. It's a neurospike list in PD.
it is a neurospike PD.
Okay, so
Whoa.
we have a game here for sure. So we're looking at PD, the HB identity that came out in System Gateway. This has been competitive since day one. Gives you an additional hand size, 40 deck size minimum, which is a really big deal if you care about consistency. And whenever you score an agenda, you may add a card from Archives to HQ, which actually works really well with the Neurospike plan if you lose a Neurospike early. We have Sunny on the other side, one of our mini factions. She doesn't have any printed text on her card. She just has 2 link, which is really relevant to her playstyle and her big console and cards like Jack Sinclair as well. But she just has 2 link, but has to play a 50 card minimum deck. So we're looking at a difference in 6 cards between these 2 decks. And Plural is off, and we're going to figure out what they're doing with Neurospike, which did just get shuffled back into the deck after the white hat.
Jack Sinclair, a great, if you're going to have Jack Sinclair, having it this early is fantastic against PD before the ice goes up, before the defenses go up. Get some of the some value runs on R&D on HQ, though threatening an early score here already from PD, as PD does.
Talk about Jack. That's a free run off the top.
Hey.
We're going to find that sandbox.
Love to see that.
It's still 4 clicks.
And this is one of the good ones.
Yeah, so Sunny hasn't got any direct support. There's no Sunny cards that Nisei has printed, and that's going to slow him down. That's just reverse card draw. You just can go ahead and put that stuff back. I'll pay 1 credit to be that trace. I don't think Plural is going to boost into this. And this can be interesting if it takes things like Seamless Launch out of their hand, which maybe makes 5/3s a bit harder to score. But there's a sandbox in hand. So you can get this hand down to a Cyberdeck Fire Suite and a sandbox, and you can run HQ twice and guarantee to steal another 2 points.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't be terrible to get that Spin Doctor. You can trash that at the same time.
Looks like we're going to go for the suite.
CVS,
Oh my god.
Wow. Immediately plucks that out of HQ. Do you think it's worth running back to get the CVS?
I think the only reason you'd want to do that is if you're worried that server 2 is a sandbox, which is pretty unlikely considering you've seen 2 so far.
It would have to be all 3.
Yeah. We're going R&D, and when people say Sunny, people see slow game, but this is anything but. We're at 4 points already. Plural has the opportunity to score out here. Is it the sandbox? Vitruvius with a counter.
Vitruvius with a counter.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense with Neurospike, right? That Vitruvius counter.
That's huge.
2 charges from the same Neurospike.
So I do think this list will probably be on some 5/3s, but there's a chance that you can Neurospike on a 3/2. You can Neurospike somewhat trivially on a Luminal Transubstantiation with enough recursion.
They are digging that RNG.
Yeah. Smashing in. And Geofront off the top.
Notably, Swan on 0 cards here. Neurospike on a 1-pointer would do it at the moment.
I think you'd love to see again. There's no Sunny cards that Nisei's printed, but if you see something like a DreamNet, that is a pseudo Sunny card, giving you that card and credit on your first run of turn. Such a good combination with Jack Sinclair. But if you have only 2 cards in hand, what's the chance you can get through a piece of ice, something installed in server 2, and ice up on all the central servers that are relevant at this point?
Server 2, probably that Rashida that got pulled back with Precision Design, I would have to think.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Really just challenging, can you get into server 2 and stop me from Rashida-ing? Rashida almost balances out from that card, that discard, as it were, from the White Hats.
Yeah. 0 fear here.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's kind of easy to read the ice. So you're looking at Magnet. Oh,
no,
all right.
2 more points. We're on game point here.
Turn 4 with 6 points in the score area, as most Sunny decks do.
I don't think we're seeing a Nexus this game, y'all. We're going back in. They didn't res the first time, and it is just a Rototurret not wanting to res that when it just does nothing but ends the run. 4 cuts there. Not a card you see in a lot of lists, but can be a very big surprise. I don't think people are respecting any sentries besides the drafter.
Yeah. And you only expect the potential program loss from Hagen now, and that doesn't hit Icebreaker. So Roto Turret definitely, I can see the reluctance to res there because that could be a huge blowout, but it won't be now. Know about it. Cheetah firing though, so getting a bunch of positive tempo for PD. Probably what PD needs to start getting back in this game.
Speaking about getting back in this game,
Ooh,
what would you need in hand,
Oh.
right? Like, it's worth noting the neurospikes were shuffled back into R&D, but if you seamless launch, you can score out, and then you have 2 clicks left. Now, I don't think you even have the money unless this is an on-credit agenda, but some amount of neurospikes could be scary. There's the Dream Net.
Oh.
If this
Really?
if this is a sandbox, you have enough to win, right? If you have the seamless neurospike.
You would need an immense amount of like the right cards in hand, and we're gonna get that's a Dream Net, mind you, off the Gachapon. So we still have 4 clicks left after getting a free Jack run on Archives, drawing a card and gaining a credit.
It would just be those 2 cards, right? Because of the Vitruvius counter.
You would need 1 Neurospike. You need 1 Seamless. You're right, but they would need to be down to 3 cards in hand, which I don't think is happening anytime soon.
Oh, true. Yeah, they would have to be down to I forget.
There's a Citadel. Now that gets rid of the tags. It does deal with meat damage, but Neurospike, mind you, is net damage. So this is not going to do too much against that. But Plural.
Yeah, I'm.
Plural just score out here. You'd want it to be a credit positive agenda. I don't know whether we're going to see off-world offices as well. Looks like it might just be Sandbox Vitruvius's, and then Iqua or Global Food, I think, is more likely, maybe.
I think that might be NGO.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, easily could be. We have seen NGO get popped off the top, so there is definitely room for it to be NGO. We know that that's in the list, at least one of them.
So I love this. The Ice on Archives does stop the free Jack run. While you could run server 1, that server will probably disappear when Spin Doctor is popped at instant speed. So you're going to actually have to work and risk face checking. Not that you have programs. Jack Sinclair says you can't use programs during that run. So if you connect with something that's not a Biroid that has a bad face check, like that Drafter.
Ooh, the Drafter. Hate to see that. Notably, White Hat does not discard, does not put the cards into archives.
Yeah.
So Drafter cannot get back something like a Neurospike here, since it's shuffled into R&D. That said, getting the Rashida not something you want to let fire more times than you have to.
Yeah, I know. At this point, maybe you just install the second Rashida from Archives. There you go. It's just on the table. It forces a click and a credit. They have to deal with it. They don't want you to get a free Rashida. Down to 2 credits. You are really hoping that's an NGO front. Otherwise, Plural probably has no ice that they can res on 2 credits from the standard HB ice pool. Sure gamble.
We are looking at Void on server 2. They
Black
could
Hats.
void it.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Oh, going for a power turn on Centrals here.
Now, the only Central you have access to outside of a Boomerang is HQ. So hoping at 2 credits you can't res on HQ. But again, if that is the NGO front, that's going to be a bit different. That trace does go through. Paying 4 credits for this privilege. There's the NGO front. Let's see something big. Let's see a tier. Just a magnet. Good enough.
Yeah.
It does force the res. It does force the NGO pop. So.
And Lucid is giving Plural a free Rashida. That is.
Yeah, that's a big point. We knew that was Rashida there.
Rashida. Surprised that the last turn was Rizeki and not that.
So Rizeki is on the table. Now we're looking at like the Sunny that we expected with all this drip economy. Maybe we're going to see data foldings. It's now a lot harder for them to get their value off the Jack Sinclair and their Dream Nets. They're going to have to be clicking to draw and click to set up. And right now they don't have any pad taps. It's just the Rizeki once per turn. We've played 2 sure gambles so far, so it might be a bit slower from here. And 2 ice in a row is difficult for Sunny to deal with. We also do see 1 Nexus has even been removed from the game. So Lucided, it's going to need some sort of tricks if they want to pressure Centrals in the next couple turns. Jack Sinclair into the Spin Doctor. There's no way that's staying. It's going to eat the Jack run.
They have had a lot of tempo on at the beginning. They took advantage of those on-iced servers, but that also made them not being setting up. And I think that they're gonna be paying the tax for that now.
There's a turning wheel. That is a way to pressure that magnet. Just end the run subroutines in front of HQ, or R&D can be a liability when you can just spend a click to run into them, end the run, and slowly spin up that karmic wheel. Sheet and Server 2 on top of an upgrade. And if that upgrade was like a, excuse me, what is that card called? The Tranquility Home Grid, it would have been rezzed by now, right?
Yes, I
Has
think
to
we are
be,
looking
yeah.
at skunks or noetic void, some kind of like protective upgrade.
Given we know the Neurospike influence is being spent, I would think slightly more likely to be a skunk, but
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right.
No, you're right, but I think in some ways, like having an Anoetic is one of the best ways to ensure that your, your Neurospiked agenda can stay on the table safely. But yeah, you only have 15 influence to spend in PD.
oh,
We're up to 10
a
cards in
lot of
hand.
cards getting drawn here. Yeah,
Now our hand size
I know
is
that
6.
you have the 6. Still getting to discard 3 here. Now that said, obviously with the Spin Doctor, it doesn't matter that much that you're discarding 3 here. Anything that's really, really terrible to discard, you can just recur with the Spin Doctor.
But I love this. Plural understanding, one axis could cost them the game, let alone with the turning wheel. So they have to turtle up a wee bit here before pushing out into the remote. And that's kind of the issue too with Neurospike, is like you need to stick an agenda on the table, but Lucid can basically
Ooh.
just do anything.
Gonna
Damn.
lose the Rizeki here.
Huh?
Using the Rizeki to get the turning wheel counter.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I guess saying the game's not going to go long enough for Rizeki to be super relevant, and these turning wheel counters matter more.
Yeah, I think
It's
that's
bouncing
fair.
off for 5 counters this turn.
Yeah, but still, do you have your breaker in hand, or do you need to draw more?
There's a Tranquility. I think there's a big chance, right, that this list runs 3 Amakuta, which lines up perfectly with Roto Turret that you can just install and go.
Sure enough, installing over the Roto Turret because of that threat.
Yeah.
Ooh, and sprint.
And this is a really big deal
Woo!
too, right? Because like it's just a single boomerang turning wheel that's could possibly be game. So now you're forcing out two solutions to 2 pieces of ice. We have a Tranquility in the remote. Jackson Claire going to charge that Spin Doctor. You generally want to pop that so they don't get their card.
Pop. Yeah.
And their credit.
Getting the sprint back and a hedge fund. So none of these face downs are important enough to shuffle back with Spin Doctors, but
so they installed before the sprint, which means they were really happy with the thing they had at the moment.
Office supplies to draw. Running a Gachapon, looking for breakers with 7 turning wheel counters. You've got to think a single access, a single breach could win the game here.
But I mean, you discard Rizeki
Yeah.
to install a data folding.
Yeah, data folding is even slower. Hoping there's more turns left, but it's a seamless launch. Hold on. Could this, what would it take for this to be, okay, it's not a luminal. So we're going to purge for 4, which puts plural in game point. But again, there are ridiculous lines of play where you score a luminal there, and then you have like 4 clicks left, and then you can do, Neurospike into recur, Neurospike into Neurospike. There are some wild lines out there.
Yeah, I think a single archive memories in hand, and that would have been a kill with a liminal.
Yeah.
With the seamless.
We've returned the seamless back to hand, but we're charging into this remote server. Now, again, we can't use any programs on this run. Not that there are programs to be used. So Plural's going to have to figure out what they... Whoa, my God! Oh, no!
What? Oh, wow!
Oh, no, what's happened?
What?
I think the Neurospike makes more sense now.
Yeah!
This is wild. This is absolutely wild.
Oh, no! Okay, they have 5 cards in hand, so they're going to be at 0 hand size.
That's wow.
Obviously not good for the runner, but they're not dead.
Broken.
Oh, they've lost programs. They lost one of each of their programs.
The strike was in hand.
So they lost the Striker, the Shrike, the Sherman, and the Security Nexus. Those are all their answers. Some of these decks don't run that much more than one. They're going to continue going. If this does a single point of damage, if this just kind of blows on them in a bad way, they're going to fall over. But it is a skunk work, so you're going to have to spend 2 clicks here to threaten to take this down. You can't even trash this. You have to end the run here.
No. You just let it end the run.
Wow.
Whoa.
Spending 2 clicks to draw and gain a credit, it looks like.
Wait, how do they trash that? Do they have the money?
DreamNet credit.
Oh, DreamNet credit. Yes. Yeah. Huge. Nice.
Okay.
I mean, on the plus side, Brainstorm doesn't do much now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll pay 9 for 5 brain damage. Thank you. Oh, man. Okay, so now any agenda is just Neurospike. Let's go.
That was crazy.
That was wild. As a Spin Doctor, the third one in server 2, on top of the 2 cuts from Tranquility Home Grid, such a powerful region. Just giving you consistent economy on a really unfavorable res to trash cost ratio for the runner. 8 cards in HQ here. Now, we still have a game. Like, this is still just one good axis. It's over. The problem is, like, Lucidit can't keep answers in hand. They have to top deck in a way to get onto the table.
Shuffling back Skunkworks and Rashida.
I mean, on the bright side, now that Brainstorm is just dead. Doesn't
You
do
can just
anything.
run straight
else.
through once you have an ability to get through that last dice.
It technically isn't dead, right? Like, if they have cards in hand, it's lethal. You know what I mean? At the end of the turn. So they
But
have to
only
always
at the
run with
turn.
no cards in
Yeah.
hand. Yeah. But which, you know, that can be annoying.
Oh, this is threatening a win here. Because
Yes.
Seamless on a Luminal is lethal, or Seamless on a Vitruvius is lethal.
Yes, any 3-2. We're running into it's a drafter. That's going to fire here.
Oh,
Lucidit has a chance.
that's-
They could always panic Gachapon, but they can't use the program, excuse me. So this is also going to fire. If we look at the archives here, 3 face downs, an NGO front. You can install a card from hand as well. I think one of these installs is, well, they're not, it is one of the installs is free. So sometimes that even just saves you a click and 2 credits.
Well, you can. No, it's impossible.
Now we are going to
I
get an 8th
wonder-
turning wheel counter here. And Plural, though, is at 8 credits, so I think R&D is going to be safe even with a single answer off the Gachapon.
Mhm.
So we've added a face down card from Archives back into HQ. We'll see if we install something from either HQ or Archives.
Yeah.
And that is just going to be an unknown ice from HQ, I believe. Yep, from HQ, up on server 2. 6 cards still.
Notably, a play that is on the table, since we know that there is a Seamless and we know that there is a Vitruvius counter. Seamless, Vitruvius, Seamless, advance a 5-3 to win is a play that's possible here.
Yeah, you're totally
So
right.
The third ice on the remote could make sense for that. Just keep him out of the remote for one turn. One turn is all I need.
We're getting a turning wheel counter. We have Diesel. That's the most cards we're going to have in hand for a couple turns. We have 2 clicks left, only 2 credits. That is an office supplies. We're going to use it to make 2 credits and just install a daily cast. Discarding your last card, you're totally right here, as Seamless into recurring the Seamless, but it's just a Rashida. Okay. We're drawing 3, gaining 3, mandatory. We're up on 10 cards in hand again. With only 1 credit, it's going to be 3 off the drip, but 1 credit, 2 ice on the remote server. If Plural finds just about any agenda and Neurospike, they're good. If they find a 5-3, they can close the game. Card in server 2. Let's see if we get 2 credits off of that. I reckon. I don't think we need more card draw at this point. Tranquility Grid paying off. 9 cards left. A second upgrade, assuming it's Managarm.
Sunny not on enough money to threaten much here because, you know, again, it's been in the state for a while now where Sunny just needs one instance of accessing central servers to probably win this game.
Yeah. Now I just don't know what like sick skateboard trick Lucidit could have here. Like maybe
Right.
there's a chance that you get a boomerang on the magnet and then you run HQ, let the drafter fire, and then you access all of HQ. Like that is a line that could close the game if
Mhm.
they top deck a boomerang in their first 2 draws. I don't think we've seen any
Would
rangs
love
yet,
that.
have we?
That would be amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen any boomerangs yet though, so there's a chance the list doesn't even have any. But like normally in these Sunny lists, you see breakers, you see Nexus, and then you generally see one sort of like stopgap solution, whether it's Amakua, whether it's boomerang. But we haven't seen that yet. There's also a chance like the Gachapon gets down a breaker. Sunny's breakers though are quite prohibitively expensive. If we're looking at the decoder striker, it'll be 2 to install off the Gachapon, and then still to break magnets, another 4 credits. So that doesn't seem incredibly realistic.
I probably can't do it this turn. I mean, the data folding drips for 1, the daily cast drips for 3. So if you can somehow get the 2, I mean, you could click for 2, and then if you let drafter fire, you could actually get through that way.
And to be honest, they're not even that cheap, even when installed.
No.
Oh no, they're very
No,
not.
they're-
Oof.
Especially not for, I mean, Magnet's the absolute worst case there. It's 3 to res, and it always costs 4.
Now, Jack Claire on server 5. This is a bit of a liability here. That's a free card and a credit, which exactly was what Lucidit needs there.
Yeah.
Oh my god, if that was a snare. That NGO front actually probably helped out the runner way more than the corporation here. Now Lucidit has
agree,
another
yeah.
card draw here. Oh, it's a Sherman, but we're not running. We don't have the credits to
Sherman?
support it. Sherman is the fractor, breaks barriers, but Plural probably has it here. There is a seamless launch.
It's a seamless.
Please, Neural Spike, don't score at. Please, Neural Spike. Second seamless. I don't think we're getting the Neural Spike. It's a Neural Spike!
Oh! Neural Spike!
Do it! Yes!
Yes!
It's happened! The Neural Spike deck you're all worried about in the meta is here, and it's in PD. Oh, that's amazing.
With 3 clicks left, still had all those.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like the true is you play the same Neurospike, you archive memories, you Neurospike. It's gonna be beautiful.
Wow.
I think Plural can drop now, and he would be happy.
We've done well today.
It's already won worlds.
Oh, that's awesome. Well played to both players. Yeah, let's
see the flip side. We get to see Argus in the next one too.
Let's see. Oh, that's fantastic. Let's see some lockdowns or whatever Argus does right now.
Oh, what a game. These have been such amazing games already so far. Day 2 or day 1B of Worlds.
Yeah. All right, so table 9 will spin up. If I'm not mistaken, my JNet's been a bit strange, so I'm just gonna go ahead and refresh. But we should be at the bottom of the list if I'm not mistaken.
I believe that's the case.
At the bottom of the list? Yeah.
Oh,
yep,
nailed it.
Just popped up.
All right, and we're back in. Talk about an interesting matchup.
This is Argus.
I'm excited about this.
Yeah, this is Ken Tenma. He has 17 influence to his name, and the red one definitely goes faster. This is every time, or the first time a turn you pay a run event, you gain 1 credit, which is a really big deal. We have Mad Dashes that are now in the meta. That's a nice free credit positive run event if you want to get that out. On the other side, we have Argus Security, which, you know, Argus decks have actually been pretty similar, competitive Argus decks, since Argus came out. There hasn't been a lot of changes, but I do think there's a lot of room for the Argus decks to morph and to change. Like, there's stranger, more interesting lists that might be more tuned to the meta. So we're going to see how Mad Dash works in this matchup. We're going to see if we're on a lot of small agendas, a lot of big agendas. But I think at the end of the day, the one thing you do need to respect all the time is hard-hitting news and economic warfare.
Absolutely. And Ken, being a runner that is motivated by runs,
yeah,
I think Plural is going to have a very hard time getting enough money to be able to counterattack hard-hitting news without running.
Yeah, I think you're totally right.
Here's something that chat just pointed out. Ken Tenma on 49 cards.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to pare your list down. Now, I think a lot of times people do agree that a smaller deck is more consistent. You're just more likely to draw into your best card if you have fewer cards, but we'll see how that plays out in this matchup. Sometimes, you know, you can't really notice anything. So Rashida,
we have another turn 2 Rashida Fire.
It's always going to be so good for you. And I think you're right on the money, PSK. Like, if Lucidit can get the credit lead and even just like ice up R&D and HQ, it's going to be hard for Plural to play those run events, get a credit lead, and also gain advantage from those run events. And open R&D right now might be inviting a Maker's Eye or even a jailbreak, but sometimes that's actually quite difficult.
Boomerang.
We're diverting here, aren't we?
I would certainly think so.
Diversion or embezzle? It's a diversion.
What's fun is this gains a credit and also gains a click, so it won't even be the end of turn for Ken.
Yeah, Swift, mind you, is the console that gives you click after you made a run, and Pad Tap coming down on top of it. Now, this Pad Tap is obviously a very strong card, but specifically against Wayland Ice. A lot of Wayland Ice has the gain a credit subroutine on it, so if you don't break that, you're both gaining credits. And a lot of times these Argus decks are too fast that they don't have time to bring down the Pad Taps. We'll see what Lucidit deals with that. In fact, hey, there you go, 3 credits down. That's basically like getting diversion of funds.
Got diverted twice that turn.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate for Argus, where Argus, I think traditionally one of the biggest threats to Argus's success was the fact that account siphon type effects existed in the meta. And with diversion coming down this quickly and another half diversion coming down, that's got to be really tough despite the strong start. And here's another diversion.
Well, there's some cool lines of play here, because we did play a falsified credentials, and we exposed what's a hostile takeover, a 1-2 agenda in server 1 that when scored gains you credits. So Plural might consider running server 1 here when Lucidit's down to 3 credits. There's not a lot of ice that Wayland is playing that's under 3 credits. If they don't run it, though, Lucidit's going to bounce back up immediately, and they're not running. Let's see how this goes.
So it would be last click. Running last click against Argus would force him to go down to 0 cards in hand because you don't want to leave that tag.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You take the meat damage, which you're right. Sometimes for criminals that only have singletons of breakers, you can't afford that always.
Right. Whatever those last two cards, potentially they're things that you can't give up there.
Deuce is Wild, gaining 3. Going to draw some cards. Again, Class Act has been down for a while now, and this card is immensely powerful. Anytime you draw an additional card, but you have to put one of the cards you draw on the bottom of your stack, and that is just getting you the answers to the solutions to the problems that you have now. And that is way more important sometimes than just having more card draw. Mystic also coming down. This companion, she'll help pay for those run events, which means you're getting even more money off Ken. And Lucid jamming server 2 looks like it's another hostile. Gotta score that out nice and slow, waiting for actions here, and nothing really that Plural can do to react to it. But are we not scoring? Is this just install advance?
Oh, such a tease.
I love this. I love these plays out of Argus. Just the you won't.
Come.
Come get it.
We haven't seen NGO fronts in this list. A lot of times Argus decks will consider running them, especially the ones that are running, 2-ice remote server that forces interaction. But it's just the slow roll hostile.
Okay. The slow roll hostile.
All right.
Thinking hard about that hostile.
13 credits, but 2-bet publicity is a really big deal. Once we get our breakers down, and there's a chance that this deck is not running a lot of breakers. A lot of these Ken lists will only run one of each kind, maybe in Amakua. But we're falsifying. That's a remote server. Playing that for free with Mystic Miami. If we nail it, we're getting upgrade. It's an NGO front in server 1. Missing both falsified. That's down now. We've lost out 10 credits.
Choosing not to res the NGO here.
Technically, we lost 12 because we paid for those falsified credentials.
Yeah, give or take, right? 1 in 5, you get 1 back. Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Unity hits the table. This is a decoder that does get stronger the more icebreakers you install. This is an interesting card too, because finding out what is the de facto code gate to splash, a lot of people have ended up on Unity. We do have install advanced in the remote server, that NGO front only up to 5 credits.
And notably, Unity costs 4 right now for the most relevant code gate, which is Whoredom, in terms of ending the run. So
yeah, this boomerang has just been living rent-free on top of an archer, but now it is an archer. Oh. Now you can break 2 of these subroutines. Your programs don't have to be trashed. You can just gain 2 credits, end the run. The corp can, excuse me. Or you can get through this losing your Unity. I'm pretty sure you do not want to lose your Unity.
Yep. Choosing to trash the programs, because my guess would be Unity has no way to come back.
Yeah.
From the bin in this Ken list.
Some of these Ken lists are running, excuse me if I don't know the name, Harmony AR Access.
Oh, Harmony AR Therapy.
Yeah, some of them do have that, right? Because they do want to recur run events in the late game, but you definitely don't want to be running or losing, excuse me, your decoder this soon on in the game.
And this round has had everything. Brainstorm firing, Archer firing, Atlas with a counter. I love it.
With a counter.
So good.
This is a really big deal. We haven't seen enough cards from central servers to understand what the threat is here. If we're assuming it's hard-hitting news, it could also be program destruction. Generally, a lot of these decks can run both threats, and that's a Find the Truth coming down.
Find the Truth.
Yeah.
Such a powerful card if you're running every turn, let alone now that Mad Dash is back in the meta. That's a Mad Dash at R&D only when you need it, gaining you a credit from Ken.
Interesting. Choosing to run archives here instead of R&D, despite the fact that you would see the top of R&D by running R&D as well.
Yeah, but you don't have to interact with snares. You don't have to interact with other things. It does stop you from trashing things, and you do have 2-bet publicity, so you're right. It's a bit of a mixed bag here, which way you want to go. I wonder if you have to respect snare to some extent as well. We also haven't seen any mutual favors.
You could also set up Mad Dash, right?
Yeah, totally.
Could be setting up, I don't want to hit an agenda on R&D. I want to Mad Dash an agenda on R&D.
And so far, like, this list might not be running Rozekis. And sometimes it's difficult in criminal, right? If you only have 3 programs or your 3 breakers and you have to deal with things like SDS drone deployment, like at some point you're going to have to eat that and have to trash one of your installed breakers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, yeah, it's a lot harder to use to Find the Truth too with an Atlas token, right? Like sometimes you just want to bluff it.
True.
Because they can shuffle at instant speed and that'll be a problem.
Real universe brain play there is bluff it.
Yeah.
They shuffle and they shuffle an agenda on top.
Yeah, sometimes I think you definitely do bait this at some point in the game. That you do just run R&D even if there's no agenda there. Sure, Gamble played. off of the Mystic Miami credits. That's a 5 credit card at this point. We did not get our Swift run this turn, if I'm not mistaken. So we're losing a bit of value there too.
I have to think Argus really, really wants to find ice for R&D right now, because having that open server is honestly ice for R&D and also ice for archives ideally. Argus lists can sometimes struggle to do that because they often don't play that much ice. There are a lot of important operations, but locking down these servers against Ken definitely seems like what you want to do right now if you can.
And scoring a remote server is also quite difficult, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
we're talking about a deck that runs 3 inside jobs at a minimum. We've seen boomerangs as well. So boomerang inside job, like that server, unless the boomerang doesn't line up with, if it's awkward, right? Like on something like Archer, like you don't have the credit lead. How do you push into your remote server here?
Yeah, and notably, the inside job interacts extremely favorably with Archer. You know, for effectively 1 credit and 0 clicks, you break through the best ice that Argus has access to. And if agendas pile up in HQ because this isn't a safe scoring server, at some point, Ken probably just runs in and plucks some of them out of HQ with stuff like inside job.
Yeah, for sure. Now, this is tricky. And it's worth knowing that there's always been this issue in Wayland called the 7th agenda point or the 6th agenda point stall, where like this deck has a lot of pressure. It has a lot of mean ice. It can get a lot of agenda points out very, very quickly and can get the credit lead where the runner has to respect. But once the runner gets over that, you know, that hill and they get the breakers down, they get their economy, they stabilize, it can be very tricky to close the game off unless you have tricks. You need stuff like reversed accounts. You need stuff like economic warfare. You need to force them into remote turn after turn so the credits can't keep up with your economic pressure. And I'm interested to see what's gonna appear here.
Yeah, like I used to play a lot of Titan, and sometimes that Atlas token is like that's for that specific card, and you get in that headspace where
Yeah, you tunnel, right?
Atlas,
I've
like,
never
yeah,
done that.
you could have that Atlas token for actually that you really need now, but it's like no, I'm gonna save it for later,
Yeah.
and that can make you or break you.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, also keeping that Alice token just to deal with the Find the Truth has some relevancy.
Something that we don't know yet, which someone in chat brings up, is exactly what this Argus is on there.
Oh, thank you, Plural. Yeah, that's actually a really big note there. If you are spectating, please just watch on the stream. Do not enter the JNet lobbies. It has a risk of slowing down the games. There's a lot of games right now in JNet, so we just want to make it run as smooth as possibly. That's definitely appreciated on all fronts from the players and from the organizers.
Oh. It seems that JNet is having a lot of problems from the general world. Don't mass refresh, unplayable, super laggy.
Okay. No spectators.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to hold on, see if JNet is straining a bit underneath the load. Again, there's a lot of games going on today. I think this is the largest online event this year, if I'm not mistaken, at the same day. So hopefully hold on. If there are some technical difficulties, we'll get through this. Thanks, Paynes.
Recognizing that there's terrible grammar in that, and that's now
that's permanent, man. That's in the VOD forever. Yeah, Swifty, I think this is potentially a JNet issue. I think everyone's just holding on.
Yeah, it is. Theo and judges
looks like definitely lag,
and they are looking into it. They will act accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
So Lucidit is also experiencing lag now.
All right. So I have no doubt that the folks at the Nisei side of things and on the JNet side of things are scrambling right now to get everything sorted out. We're just gonna hold on here for a while. I've no doubt this will be sorted out pretty soon, and then we'll be back on with the game. It looks like, in fact, Lucidit is still playing. We might be good.
Okay. Installing, advancing, gaining a credit.
Cool. All right. We're back into it. So something in server 1. The question is, does Plural have that inside job? Maybe this Deuce is wild here. Again, Getting so much more value off of these events when you play them off Mystic Miami. Hopefully we're getting free clicks as well with Swift. But it's a Surveyor on position 1. That's the outermost. That's Trace 4 for 2 tags. Trace 4 and the run on what is right now a 4 strength sentry. So you could even face check through that and pay your way through. If you don't want to boomerang it or inside job it, both of those are great options for an Ice Day res for 5. Let alone you have 2 bad pub. Those traces are not that bad for you.
Notably, this is honestly, if this can actually survive, if server 1 can actually survive for a turn, very, very threatening, but it won't.
There you go. That is the answer you need. The barriers are not that scary. The inside job's going to sail through that Surveyor. So now if you have an Archer, the Begalter deals with it relatively well. So if anything here, it has to be a border control.
But paperclip, yeah.
Yeah, that's a Surveyor. It's only 4 strength with 2 bad publicity. I'm thinking you're breaking this for free? No, I think it cost you 1 credit with the Begalter refund. So we're going to access server 1. It's a global food initiative. That's a real 3-pointer. Only 2 points in the agenda score here of the runner. They're going to opt to take the 2 meat damage if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, sorry, the tag. Excuse. And they're going to clear that tag with that click they have left. Lucidit is down on 1 credit with 2 bad publicity. A remote server that the runner can get through for not that much money, let alone a boomerang is a huge target. Too big to fail is a good start there. That's 7 credits for 3rd bad publicity, and that bad publicity just becomes such a bigger deal for the runner over time. If you ever see a game with a lot of bad publicity, you see the end of game stats and the runner has like 200 credits. That counts the bad publicity. Every run you make generates you those 2 to 3 credits now.
That was a really important time to run server 1 though, because what was being threatened there, in addition to obviously the GFI that it actually was, what was being threatened there was another Atlas with a counter, which can search up Atlas and Audacity to win the game.
Yeah, and Audacity is a really big thing. I mentioned the 6-point problem, but now in this game with Audacity, it's generally the 5-point problem, the 4-point problem, because you're totally right. Once you get up to that 5th point, criminals generally don't have a way to interact with Audacity to score out a 3-2 from hand.
I think this is still actually quite threatening because install advance on GFI could be bait, but it could also signal the Audacity's already in hand.
Yeah.
So if this is the other Project Atlas, then scoring this as a never advance puts you in the same position if you already have the Audacity.
Yeah, we'll see if Plural runs it. And there's a lot of cards in this deck that you want to install on a remote server without advancements, whether it's things like Price X, whether it's obviously things like Rashida, or just, I don't know, any 3-2 at this point. Above the Law, I reckon, is in the list as well. Another 3-2 you have to watch out for.
A very reasonable include, I think. Sure.
And this is something I don't know. I haven't been tracking this that much, but it's worth noting that Find the Truth does cause you to reveal your hand. It makes you to reveal every card you draw when you draw them. So right now we know Plural has the Sure Gamble. It is interesting the way that the Class Act interacts with the Find the Truth, because I think you only reveal the cards you actually commit to drawing.
Oh, interesting.
And we're just inside jobbing gear onto HQ. I wonder if we're going to see something like a power shutdown or emergency shutdown, excuse me. But this is a single axis here on HQ. It's going to also reveal the top of R&D.
Finds high profile target. Ooh.
There you go.
Probably not super relevant yet. Lucidit not exactly in a position to be hard-hitting newsing anytime soon, but is there.
Yeah, this HQ run, like spending an inside job just to get an HQ run is a bit, I think, strange. I wonder if we're going to see something like a Lucky Charm here or a pull up, but it's just a Mad Dash in the remote.
We got a Mad Dash.
This could be a Tithonium. This could even just be like a border control and it'd be a problem.
Yeah.
Tithonium
would be absolutely brutal.
Oh, Tithonium would be game winning. It's a mouseless though. Doesn't end the run, but it is a taxing piece of ice. Plural does have 1 click left to clear the tag if this is agenda in the remote server. Mouseless is a fair bit expensive, and mind you, these surveyors are now actually quite strong. It's 6 strength. It's a big difference just installing another piece of ice.
It's 4 to break everything except gain 1 credit, which gains you a credit off of pad tap.
Yep.
So because of Unity boosting the way that it does, it's not nearly as bad as it could be, Mouseless.
But we're spending 7 credits for the surveyor, 5 after the refund, and 7 more for the surveyor. And if Lucida can just continue to jam things in the remote server, like if this is a snare, you win. Like just put stuff in here.
Well, wouldn't be the win because only 3 credits.
Oh, excuse me.
Just an NGO.
That's huge. That's huge. And it's an NGO front.
Oh,
which is going to come down the
so
Mad Dash.
Dealing meat damage.
Yeah.
Dealing meat damage at the end of the turn, but it's not from Argus. It's from Mad Dash.
Yeah, Mad Dash, mind you, if you don't steal an agenda, you do have to take 1 meat damage after the run.
Oh no, not 1 meat damage. That dash has such a small drawback.
And there you go. That is the window here.
Oh, look
Plural
at
down
that!
to 1
Econ
credit.
warfare!
Economic warfare into hard-hitting news, not having to boost a trace. So Plural has 4 tags to their name. In terms of Deuce's Wilds, we've played 2. That's one of the best ways you can clear tags quickly at not a big loss of tempo. We know that there's a high-profile target in hand. So it can do up to 6 meat damage if you have 3 tags. So there's some dance here between... Oh, are we just trying to close the game now?
I think you have to. I don't think there's enough time to do anything here.
Nothing off the top.
This
Drangan
flipped extremely well. Showing NGO front, truly an elite bluff card. You don't even have to advance it for it to be bait strong enough to potentially flip the game and completely on its head.
Predictive planogram.
Predictive planogram just for the style.
Yeah, you could just click for credit there.
For 8.
But there's 8 damage, and that is going to be, I believe, a split between these 2 players. Lucidity taking on the corp side, Plural on the corp side as well. Both players getting a flat line, which I think is what they each want.
2 very stylish kills, yeah.
Yeah.
Neurospike with a 2-pointer agenda to win, and then high profile for 8 meat damage to win. So very, very nice wins there.
All right.
Congrats to both players. That was a hard-fought round.
And so
how much time is left in the round now?
Yeah, I don't know. I imagine time might be a bit nebulous right now because of the lag spike, so there might be a bit more in the round than we think.
Sorry, I was a bit out trying to check that everything
No, of course.
was okay and needed. If someone needed to help, I think that most people have been able to return to their games.
Lovely.
So we're gonna give a 10 minutes extension to everyone.
Perfect.
And yes, I think it's the fairest. And people that have lost their games, because if both players disconnect at the same time because they cannot communicate with each other, the game disappears.
Yeah, what do you do? Well, what's the ruling there if you both leave the lobby?
They have decided to rule that the games that were interrupted can restart.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay.
And take advantage of those 10 minutes extensions.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, when you work online,
no, yeah, it obviously happens.
The server, I think there's tons of people also on. Well, no, there's not so many people on casual. Probably they have left, but there were a fair bit of people playing on casual, and there's like 54 tables on tournament tab, so it's quite a volume. So when someone has a problem and everyone starts refreshing at the same time,
yeah, it gets worse way fast.
Yes, creating problems for other people.
Yeah.
So it was a bit of like, this horde mentality, like, oh god, like Gintech is like, let's all refresh at the same time. This is gonna make it work better, and at the end it doesn't. But anyway, it's solved now. People are calm, and everyone will have time to finish their games.
Perfect.
It is not a tournament. It is not Worlds. If you don't have an issue with some system, yesterday was Cobra. Today it's JNet. It's fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
I think we'll be fine. Things are running okay. I've no doubt things are only gonna get better from this point on.
Yeah.
Do you want to jump into another table? I think, if I'm not mistaken, if we want to look at table 16, it's Rangi Dodge versus Man in the Moon, who is one of our few Jamisons.
He actually, Rangi requested not to stream that game.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, fantastic. Let's do something else then. We have Unit versus Dad on table 13.
Yeah, that sounds like a great matchup to me.
Let's do it.
Absolutely.
This looks like a Max versus a Game Net. Ooh.
All right, and we're in. So
I'm very good at finding. I'm just gonna use that.
Yeah, if you just search by name, you'll get it there. Whoa, yeah. Something is happening here that is very interesting because we have a traffic analyzer just rezzed on top of a Surat City grid. Wait, so We are resing everything in this remote server. Okay, hold on. Surratt City Grid says when you res a card in or protecting this server, not including Surratt City Grid, you may res another card, lowering the cost by 2. So the idea is that if you res something in the remote server, you can res all the ice and chain it into something else. So we've res an Aryabhata tech. Oh my god, we've entered this game at the perfect time. We've res an Aryabhata tech, which triggers every time a trace is successful on top of a traffic analyzer that says whenever you res a piece of ice on this remote server, you do trace 2. So each of these traces, if you don't beat the trace, you are going to lose a credit. The corp is going to gain 2 credits, if I'm not mistaken.
What?
I am amazed at this. Wow.
Yes. Yeah, this is a combo. Sometimes you'll play a lot of cheap ice in these sort of lists. Things like, it's game net as well, right? So they actually lose credits during this, or you gain more credits, if they lose a credit due to the Aryabhata tech trace, as long as it's during a run. So it can compound and keep you into this like massive prison. On top of that, we have a macrophage.
And a macrophage.
Which we
absolutely.
Oh my gosh.
do have.
Notably,
sorry?
macrophage, yeah, the Botulus does have 3 counters.
Yeah. So you only have to deal with the trace 1, and the credits are not in NetDad's favor. So I feel like NetDad is just throwing everything at this run, just because if this combo doesn't fire, like at that point, unless you can unres all of your ice, the traffic analyzer is not going to get any more value. So this is...
Got a question on timing here for resing the macrophage, it looks like.
Yeah, potentially. I think this is a res ice window, because they're on approach, that this should be a possibility. Because you can res on approach on something else. This is actual res.
Yeah.
It could also be Surratt City Grid, right? Because it just says lowering the it's res another card, not another card in this server.
Yeah, but I think
so
the
Surratt actually have the last one be out of it.
I think the Surratt res the Aryabhata.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
Because I think the NetDad actually didn't have a lot of credits, so they add low credits, res the traffic, they res the Surratt, which res the traffic, which resed all the ice on that server for free to res the Aryabhata for free. I think. I feel like the timing on the reses was weird, but I assume you had to have the Aryabhata resed first before the analyzer.
Wait a second. Because Surratt City Grid says whenever you res a card in or protecting this server, and that macrophage is not in that server.
Sure, but I think they just resed it during the run, right? Because they're approaching.
So the macrophage doesn't trigger Surratt City Grid an extra time, but it is a valid target of Surratt City Grid.
Yes, but I don't think they Surratted it. And it's also not going to fire traffic analyzer, which is only protecting this server. So this is just like a normal ice res. The only thing that's relevant are the 4 traces.
Okay.
But I think this is okay for big unit. Because I think they can, if they do pay for the trace off the macrophage, like that still fires the game net. So they're going to break 3 of them, probably fire whichever one they think is less relevant. And then at that point, they'll still have the money to bring that down to the Aryabhata. But the big point of these sort of decks is that if you do get your credits below the corp, it's really hard for you to interact, because every interaction with Aryabhata tech lowers your credits and increases their credits throughout game net, let alone some very annoying guys.
Gets to trash the Aryabhata tech, so hopefully I won't have to do math for a little bit.
There is a double advanced card in server 3, and that remote server, like on its own, is not the worst. It's not great. There's 2 big traces, like these are cards that are good for their cost, but there is something hanging out in the remote server. A big unit has perfectly no money. Wow.
I want to 28, 22. That's a 69 card max.
Oh man, I never bother adding it together. It's way too hard. I think you're right though. It's something like that, around that.
31 and 19, that's 50. 56 on the grip. 5 out, 61, 62.
So that is an install.
Yeah, we got a mining accident down after running archives.
Mining accident.
So there's 3 bad publicity. NetDad has taken every single mining accident. So if your deck is all about tracing, the bad publicity actually goes pretty far here. We'll see now the NetDad scores the thing that's in server 3. That's maybe has been there for a couple turns, but on 6 credits, they definitely can score something out. It's also worth noting that there's a lot of cards on the table, but there's no agendas at any point score area. And there's a chance that NetDad is only running like 7 agendas, the minimum amount of agendas they can, and is playing a prison Aryabhata deck, which is, exactly what it looks like.
Like someone in the chat is like, is this a spike deck as well?
Yeah, I don't know.
It could be. Surratt City Grid's only 2 influence, and we haven't seen much influence from this game net other than there's a sprint in archives. That's the only other influence we've seen. So Neurospike is currently a valid target for influence.
Yeah, and Neurospike right now could be setting up lethal if it's re-education into Neurospike.
Yeah,
Big unit
yeah.
will be
The
dead.
3 advancement counters, the weird number of advancement counters, always just I don't know. Is it?
Yeah.
I am just really astonished that there's turn 10 and there's nothing scored.
Yeah,
But there's plenty of setup.
yeah, unit definitely has been setting up pretty heavily, and I think in some, like, if you're playing against GameNet, you expect the game to go long, you expect it to be Glacier, so that maybe you're comfortable like getting your Rozekis down, getting your Pataps down, setting up your console a hippo or two over time. But as much as this Neurospike, I think NetDad's short on credits, right? Because you need another 6 to score from here, and Neurospike, or 5, excuse me.
So not quite on enough money to actually win that way. And, you know, every turn that passes, Jonas is dripping for 2 from Rozeki, probably 2 from Pad Tap, and currently has the last tick of daily casts still to come. So
Yeah, and
there's a fair amount
Taka
of money.
and Mami.
Yeah.
Wow,
and
it is a
Taka and
degree
Mania.
mill.
Degree mill.
Okay, so
wow.
not a re-education. So this actually
And-
doesn't do anything when scored. It's just a 3-point agenda, which is the first agendas we're seeing this game, but not a tempo
It deals
positive
3
agenda.
point damage.
Yeah.
Also, I would love to see some like arc lockdown. I miss arc lockdown.
I'm so surprised we haven't seen a lot of that. Like, you know that
I
there's going to be
haven't
max
seen
at this meta, and we haven't seen a single lockdown.
Exactly. And
It
look
could
at that.
take all of these paper clips right now. There are 3 paper clips in the bin. There are 3
Oh, there
MK
are
Ultras
3?
in the bin.
And 3 black orchestras. They're all the breakers are on the bin. All of
Other
them.
than the Botulus.
There's a thimble rig that does let you reposition
Thimble
your
rig?
ice to get more ice to res on your traffic analyzer combo, but Orchestra is going to come down, break that for 3. Still pretty good for a 2 credit piece of ice.
Interesting. So pulling the Black Orchestra out of the bin,
Just to
I
end the
think
run.
just to get the
Yep.
paladin value, but then letting the run end. Doesn't want to let the reposition or potentially, I don't know, playing around something like an Arc Lockdown with the Black Orchestra. Oh, duh. Right. It's a free install.
Bad Pub,
You have
yeah.
free Bad Pub.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey.
So the
Back into
Aryabhata
Valdez.
came down off of server 1 as well. So that's 2 Aryabhatas gone. And that is the card that really holds together NetDad's prison deck. Looks right now starting on 3 credits, or sorry, 3 clicks and 0 credits. I don't know if they're going to be able to get that lockdown. They're going to have to figure out how to actually score out agendas. Which, again, if this is a prison deck and they've like fully committed to just running 7 3-pointers and no other way to close the game, that is a tall ask for NetDad, whether they have Echo Chamber or not.
I have a question. How many influences Apocalypse?
3.
3.
Does the Big Max run Apocalypse?
Usually no.
Oh, no. There is more. Because I just saw on the bean, like, the single polo, like, a couple of this as well. And I was like, wait a second. This can't, like, nah.
Yeah, the
I
influence spends
think-
are interesting. Like, some people do in Golo. This one's going on falsified credentials, which works really well with Mad Dash, which is generally a 1 or 2 of the deck. But I feel like if you're playing Maw, a lot of times you don't want to destroy your own board.
With GameNet down on low credits, Jonas taking advantage, getting some free accesses, getting some Maw triggers.
Yeah, the Maw triggers are potentially, obviously they're very destructive. We're going to pay nothing to get to the Thimble Rig, mind you. It is 3 bad publicity. These are free runs.
Is Thimble Rig going to swap? Thimble Rig does not swap. There's an Archive Memories.
Access to archive memories. Did we hit the Maw off of R&D? Yeah, we did off R&D.
Maw got hit off of R&D, so we don't know what got trashed.
There's a political operative.
Political operative down. That seems quite good.
That will shut down any sort of combos with the Aryabhata techs. It can also deal with any defensive upgrades if they show up, but I don't think there's that much else you care about. Archive Memory is going to start to bring back an Aryabhata tech. NetDad is committing to getting this engine rolling.
One question.
Aryabhata tech probably.
There you
just
go,
went-
yeah.
Oh no! Divert power. No.
So this is how the combo works, right? Because now they can res something. They want to do it generally during a run, but if they res something with Surret, they can res the whole ice suite on the ice for free, on the server for free, excuse me. But I don't think they do that. I think they wait for for you to run so they can res the name. What is that 0 cost card that does the trace that they just deresed? The traffic analyzer, excuse me. So the idea is that if you run that remote server, it's bad, but any server in theory is technically bad, but with 18 credits and 3 bad publicity, it can't be that bad, right? right?
Jonah's thinking through, okay, what happens here? Right, you just pull up the...
Yeah.
Oh, it just pops the Serap City grid. Yep.
You could always just
no.
pull up the Surratt, and then forces them to res, which they can't. You could also pull up the Aryabhata, but pull upping the Surratt is absolutely awful now because they can't res anything. Yeah, that absolutely shuts down the entire combo. I think Jonas is just figuring it out. It's like, wait, I'll just do that. Oh, NetDad unfortunately missed the pull up. So this does nothing.
Oh, yeah, that's...
And you might as well
This
take
is
down
a
the
good
traffic
reminder.
analyzer.
Pull up. Good reminder that pull up matters. You know, slot your pull up, use your pull up.
His deck runs 2 pull up too, which is awesome.
Yeah.
At least 2.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Big Unit is playing Mining Accident. Okay, I was trying to get my head around where did NetDad get 3 bad publicity?
Yeah. Yeah,
where did it come from?
we saw Big Unit just
And-
jam archives for the Mining Accident a couple turns ago.
Yeah, okay. Since I saw
Personally
Gashpon,
love to see it.
those were like just removed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going back again. Thimblerig is free with 3 bad publicity. We got a Maw trigger off R&D, so there's fewer and fewer cards in HQ. That's a Spin Doctor down. Only
Spin
one
Doctor.
card left on HQ. You see the squeeze that the Maw puts out over time if you can't advance your board state. Again, we're going back for free. Going to see the last card left here. It's just a ping. Okay.
Looks like Mystic Mamie's about to die here, I would guess.
Oh yeah, no run event.
We're trashing a card.
So we're just trusting the Mystic itself.
Yeah, trashing the Mystic. So losing the 3 credits off the Mystic, but still have plenty of Paladin value, plenty of Taka value to get.
So now Big Unit will be at the bottom of their deck next turn. We haven't seen a rebirth just yet, whether that's waiting in hand or it could be one of the 2 milled cards.
that is a
but
concession.
That's a concession. Oh, that's a bummer to see. But again, with all the Aryabhatas, with all the tricks out, NetDad is probably going to just have a pretty unoptimal Glacier list, trying to score behind Ice. But again, if you do not expect this deck, if you cannot get your credits up, this deck will lock you down at 0 credits and push themselves further and further ahead. But
Well, the thing is that the pull-up thing, it's not gonna happen to NetDad again.
oh yeah,
This is the last that
think
he
so,
gets
yeah.
propped up on a pull-up.
oh for sure. Yeah, that pull-up absolutely pulled that combo apart. I think that was NetDad's last push, and with that going through, it's just going to be probably a slow and somewhat maybe miserable grind to get to that 7 points.
Mm-hmm.
But hey,
Now, was this game 2 for them?
it sounds like it. Yeah, the
A
way
good
that
luck
they're
in the
signing
rest of the
up.
matches.
Yeah,
It must be. Okay. Do we want to jump into a different
yeah.
table in that case?
We have I think table 2 and table 3. Table 3 is our first Atom, which is movable versus Melkors.
Sounds good to me. That is Adam versus
It looks like it is
Agonfusion.
an Agonfusion. Heck yeah.
Ooh, love that.
All right, and we're in, and we have quite a game. Melkors Far playing Agonfusion, but rushing out. We have 2 Nisei Mark IIs on the table and a double advance in the remote server. This might be Movable's last 4 clicks to sort this situation out. We have the Smartware Distributor on the table. Maybe a bit too slow at this point in the game. Only 3 points to in their score area, but if that is an Obokata, that is it. You have to deal with the Kakugo. In terms of the heap, we have only an MK Ultra, no Paperclip. We have seen 1 Logic Bomb out so far.
We jumped into what may very quickly be an ended game because there are the 2 Nisei counters plus the Ag Infusion. That's oof.
Yeah.
How do you get through here? You
need to run. You literally need to run like what, 4 times?
Yeah. Is there a paperclip in the bin?
No,
there's no paperclip.
just an
in the
MK
bin.
Ultra, if I'm not mistaken. So we're charging other servers. We're gonna go HQ here. 3 cards in hand. We have more than enough cards to steal an Obokata if we connect with it. But that's a data loop, and now Movable.
And Bran.
Basically, the game's over, right? Because you got 2 Nisei tokens and an Ag Infusion. Movable can't run.
Right, needs to find 4 points.
Yeah, but you just can't, because now you have 2 Niseis and 2 clicks. Losing the paperclip to meat damage? That actually was sick.
Oh man.
I think it's obviously too little too late, but unfortunately
it's now completely over. As long as this is a 3-pointer, this is completely over because you just Nisei twice.
Yeah. That's amazing. They also saw the top of R&D too. So like there's a bit of a bluff there because they made a successful run with Find the Truth. So I wonder if there's actually points on top of the deck. Because if that was an Obokata on the top of the deck and they didn't that would be a win. But unfortunately, there's 2 more Nisa counters, and we don't have, like, what would you need to get around this? Always have a backup plan?
Good lord, I have not thought about that card in a long time.
Nisei for 1, Nisei for 2. That's it. Oh my god, if there was an Obokata off the top.
Is this an Obokata?
Yeah.
It is a 3-pointer. It is a food.
Fine.
Good
Wow.
game.
I am taking 7 minutes.
Yeah,
That's a quick one.
But that's a good. That's Ag Infusion. You have such a strong ability. Go rush out. Oh man, what is the name of that one card that gives Adam more clicks? It has a flower, Algernon. Yeah,
Oh,
let's go.
Algernon, yeah. Algernon, yeah. Well, do we want to switch over to table 2?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we're gonna have more of a game here. It's only turn 3. We're looking at controlling the message with that full art commercial bankers group taking on the table. Amalia is a local. Looks like it's kidnapped the liberated accounts, put it on at your shoulder, and walked away. So that's 16 credits stranded behind 2 pieces of ice, including one with a botchless on it. That is a huge target there. And card in server 3 was just installed this turn. Arzan opening with IFAD Wars. Max Mills, we're looking at an MK Ultra and a paperclip, but the money is the problem here.
I absolutely love this. We have 2 ice over a Malia.
Yeah, it's worth it.
The tug of war over this Malia and this liberated accounts right now.
Oh man, this card has been such a big deal, right? Like it's showing up in the decks that are winning or nearly winning worlds last year, and it's it is just such a difficult thing to play around when, you know, your goal against controlling the message is set up your economy. So you install your liberated accounts and then your economy is kidnapped.
Yeah, I think Aruzan is getting ready to do a very sweet, how do you say it, apocalypse run.
Yeah.
Oh, and we have an install events. Install events does not care at all. I mean, is this a Bologna?
Yo, PSK, you're totally right. There's an Out of the Ashes. This is definitely an APOC list. And if they got that liberated accounts, the APOC is so much easier here. They just need to establish their credits and not get hard-hitting news into the ground.
Yeah.
Now, they have credits if this is Bologna credits. That Dirty Laundry does it if you run server 4. We're going to access here.
Here you go.
Let's see what it is.
I would like those 3 points, please.
It is a Bologna. The Goddess of War is only cost you 5 credits to take that.
But now you're on 0 and hard-hitting news.
Yeah, I don't think Ghost Meat minds if they have a hard-hitting news in hand. Man, that was a good Dirty Laundry there.
Maybe they don't.
Uh-oh. Drop. Let's see the news. How does it hit? Not hard enough. Spin Doctor, though, gets you a bit deeper.
Spin Doctor?
Someone is digging for that hard-hitting.
Do you have it? Do you have it now?
Hard-hitting here?
Spin Doctor drawing 2. 8 cards in HQ, and this is still awkward. You have the Spin Doctor if you need to discard cards here, but
There's
news.
no hard-hitting news. Wow. So those 5 points, those 5 credits and those 3 points just plucked up. No real punishment for it.
This is wild. Going to have to discard 2 cards down again. The Spin Doctor can recur them here. Arzon still needs to figure out how to Apocalypse because those 16 credits on the Liberator are not coming off anytime soon. We're going to see that classic click for credit. There you go. Do you have another laundry here?
I think click for 3 could do it. Because you have Botulus on R&D. That forces a purge, I think, because otherwise we're at risk of just spend 0 credits on R&D, run archives, and then APOC. The only thing that really saves it is either a toll booth on R&D or purge to get rid of these Botulus counters.
Now the Rashida did just fire there. That's going to be 4 more cards after mandatory. So the chance of having a hard-hitting news is, you know, you'd like to say surely. But HQ has an upgrade on it. If that is a Mumbat Virtual Tour and you access with only 3 or 4 credits, you don't have to worry about that. If it's something like a Prisec, not only is that a bit more annoying because you'll be floating 2 tags after the Apocalypse, it has a chance to snipe the APOC out of hand with the single meat damage. But a second piece of ice is going to be more important, I think, to slow down Arzan's Apocalypse plan.
Notably, Apocalypse still will not get that liberated back. Those 16 credits will just float there forever because it is face down.
Yeah, you'll still see the 16, but you won't be able to get those monies. And it's server 7 as well. Now, Ghost Meat is, feels pretty okay about the Apocalypse plan. They still have to figure out how to close the game. They have no agenda points. Whether they feel like they can sneak out those 3-1s, the AR enhanced security, that is a big deal against Apocalypse.
1 Apocalypse in the bin now, thanks to Max milling.
We're checking after Sure Gamble. We do have the credits. It's a Mumbai Temple. If you want to bring that down, it's 3 credits, and a Dirty Laundry is going to hit up archives to check. This might force the Spin Doctor.
Will we see the Spin Doctor?
Oh, it's a news team.
News team.
Oh, wow. Snap.
What?
That's not something you often see in CTM lists, but basically it gives the runner a decision. Do you want to take 2 tags, or do you want to add this as a -1 agenda point? We went for the -1, of course. We don't want to float 2 tags. We also do see psychographics.
Fascinating. Is news team the anti-mad dash tech?
I guess so, yeah. Well, it depends. If you're running real 3-pointers, not really. But if you're running 2-pointers, but yeah, it definitely will help in some matchups.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's a card that you
Worlds
actually...
has been wild so far.
It's been really good. Ghost Meat, drawing up. That's the second ice on HQ again. If you're not familiar with Apocalypse, it's a 3 influence card that comes from the Apex mini faction. And it says to make an Apocalypse to go off, you have to make a successful run on all 3 central servers. And that's pretty difficult. That's 4 clicks, right? Run HQ, run Archives, run R&D. It's a bit different with access to Out of the Ashes, but that's the idea. And if you do have a click left...
We have a hard hitting.
That is a big deal. Oh, we do have a hard hitting. Excuse me. Credit differential.
Hard hitting will land.
So this is just a tempo hard hitting, as a lot of people call it, because Arizan does have 8 credits. They can spend their whole turn clearing the tags. Sometimes you'll clear all but 1 tag, which is a bit more dodgy now with cards like Predictive Planogram, but you definitely want to clear down to at minimum 1, or maximum 1, excuse me.
I mean, talk about 2 extraordinarily strong tempo plays, though, from the CTM. The tempo hard-hitting news and the tempo Malia to strand 16 credits and keep you on 0 credits for like 7 turns.
Yeah, if Arizan had those 16 credits, it would be definitely a lot different. They need to figure out here. They spent a couple turns just getting up to those 9 credits that are now gone. Ghost Meat, 3 clicks left. Still needs to figure out how to actually score agendas on top of maybe, thread hard hitting news into things like psychographics. Because this is the second hard hitting news that's generally the one that sticks, right? The first one they can clear out. The second one, oh, I don't know. It's a bit more difficult. Installing in server 8, taking just 2 credits. Ghost Meat, 14 credits. They have that commercial bankers group that's been clicking for probably since the beginning of the game. And you might see that and think like,
so much money.
That's exactly so much money. But a lot of times the runner will say, I'm not going to deal with that. I'm going to deal with the Apocalypse, which will deal with that and everything else. So that's a lot of times why these sort of agendas, or sorry, these assets will stick on the table.
And Bankers has just brought in enough money that Apocalypse is now basically not a reasonable plan, at least in the foreseeable future.
Yeah, you just have to hope they don't have the hard-hitting news at some point. But even then, like Arzan could just pivot, right? They have access to breakers. They have access to every single breaker. If they get their economy up, like now you're just forcing this deck to score on a remote server, which it's kind of difficult sometimes.
The other 2 Liberateds are in the bin, notably, so not get money off of those.
Server 8, something on top of an upgrade.
Right.
We're looking at Mumbed Virtual Tours and Price X, usually, and a single piece of ice. With 17 credits, this could be all the way up to a Hydra.
So the other thing that this could be, we've seen out of CTM quite a few times this weekend. It could be an MVT, just as a potential monetary punish, though. That's a little less important on this, on a Sansan as well. But it definitely reads like some sort of defensive upgrade and an agenda to me.
Yeah, Sansan, a very strong card that came back this year within the system update 2021, which allows you to score out 3 2s and 3 1s from hand. And it looks like we're going to score something here. Amani Sanai going to return a daily cast on 3 credits, or on 8 credits, excuse me. It's huge.
Okay, just a 15 minutes.
And here you probably...
But with a single credit, you can do that and bounce that 8 credit.
So there you go. Amani Sanai, the teacher. You basically get a trace based off of the difficulty of the agenda. And if it succeeds, you bounce something back to hand. So Arzan lost that daily cast, or by lost, I mean, was returned before it could even pay out. So that's 3 credits and a click gone.
CTM does need to start, and that play probably bought a turn or 2, but
yeah, it's huge
in terms of just the raw tempo. But CTM does need to start finding ways to win the game with all of the breakers in the bin and with Apocalypse. It's not that many turns away from Apocalypse being something that could potentially happen. So really, you want to see if your CTM more than one agenda point in the score area in the pretty near future.
The one thing that like the Apocalypse might not look as hard as it could be is the fact that Archives is still open, right? Like if Max ends up rebirthing into something like Omar, you still have to,
Yeah.
give off a turn. I guess actually you could do it with Out of the Ashes if I'm not mistaken. But the idea is that you run
True,
R&D
yeah.
for free with Botulus. You run Archives and then you Omar Archives onto HQ. The defensive upgrade might not be an issue if some Unbid Virtual Tour, and you can still bring the whole board down. The issue though is if they have a hard-hitting news, you're gonna be kind of underwater for a long time. You won't have the credits to begin even to consider clearing 2 of those tags. But that is a possibility. You do have to watch out for Archives because it does goof up the 3 servers math.
This, 4 credits, that would be the perfect credit total to dodge an MVT.
Yep.
And to APOC. So
yeah, you could do it. You could rebirth. You could APOC. You could play Out of the Ashes. Yeah, because if you don't do that, right? Like if you don't deal with the Amani Sinai, how do you regain a board state, right? Like anything that the corporation does puts you back and really forces you to deal with the Amani Sinai, even if you just go for singles, right? Like it forces you backwards. But there's a rebirth, so this is threatening an APOC next turn. We'll see if Ghostmeat deals with the Archives or whether they think I can eat the APOC and maybe the game won't be much longer after the world is destroyed.
Notably, though, someone in chat points out, exchange of information is a card I believe we've seen in HQ.
Yes.
Have we?
That Bellona.
So if you blow up the world with APOC, you probably take a tag from CTM.
Yeah, it's a huge problem.
Then they can just exchange of information. And again, with not much time left in this game, you now have to really start. You have to find quite a few agendas after the APOC.
Well, I think that's why they use Out of the Ashes.
Yep, to have a click left, yeah.
To clear the CTM tag. The thing is that if Ghostmeat had
money, I don't know if there's enough money for that.
Yeah, you just need 5 credits, right?
Well, if you're hitting an MVT when you go to HQ.
Oh yeah, the orders. Yeah, you're right. That's gonna be a problem. Now
I think the runner's 1 credit short, assuming that they hit an MVT. Yeah, I think they're 1 credit short if they do that.
So if I'm not mistaken, Ghostmeat there popped a Spin Doctor to shuffle back in a hard-hitting News and Rashida Yahim. They res their second Spin Doctor, so it looks like they might have been drawing in either to an agenda or a way to ISOP Archives, because Arzon on 9 credits. If you pay 5 for the Commercial Bankers Group, 3 for the Apocalypse, you only have 1 left, which means you can't clear the tag, let alone you need Out of the Ashes for that plan, which is another credit as well. So Arzen could hard-hitting News, Apocalypse for sure, but they'll definitely be filling a tag, which, as you said, when you exchange a Bellona for 15 minutes, mind you, exchange of information is an operation that says only play if the runner's tagged, switch an agenda from your score area to theirs.
Here we go. Out of the Ashes popped.
So we're going in, we're checking Archives first. This is a free run, sort of. You pay a credit, but it doesn't take a click. Spin Doctor getting popped immediately to shuffle in a Psychographics and an Unseen card. That full our daily business show is absolutely lovely. Now we're running here. This will be an HQ run. We hit a hard-hitting News in HQ. That is not a good thing to see this early. And Mumbad Virtual Tour. Oh, excuse me. Out of the Ashes is free from the bin. My bad. So they can't APOC and clear the tag. They're literally 1 credit short, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let alone if R&D is something like a toll booth, you can still get through if it's a turnpike.
If R&D is a toll booth, that's an absolute beating.
If it's toll booth, you're going to run here. And Arzen, like at this point, they have to commit to the line, I'm pretty sure, because they're going to get hard-hitting News whether they APOC or not.
Dirty Laundry could do it. That is pointing out.
Oh, that's
Dirty
true.
Laundry could potentially do it.
Ooh, Overclock?
Overclock?
That doesn't really
maybe.
change much. Just allows them to trash things.
Yeah.
So that deals with the toll booth, I guess.
Right. It would play around toll booth is the main thing that it does.
Yeah. Lets them steal Bellona too, which is quite cute. And it looks like they're stealing a Bellona.
A Bellona!
Yeah. Oh.
5 agenda points here.
That makes the EOI line not work anymore because it would be 3 to 3. Well, it would be 3 to 3 after an EOI. So it would work in that sense.
They have 1 click left.
The win with it.
If you find a Beal here, you just win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have one
What are
click
the
left.
cards?
Again,
Do you run it? You?
that's a Apocalypse Dashing Archives. What? This could do it. There's a Bologna in there. We're short. We take immediate damage. No. So we're gonna start with exchange of information into probably shuffle back the 15 minutes. So that's gonna get swapped around. Oh no, just short credits there.
Okay.
So that's getting back into
that's
R&D.
fine.
We still have a Bologna left there. We have 2 spin doctors out of the game. Time was just called into hard-hitting news, which is a problem. Arizon has one more turn to either, they can't clear the tag, so they just have to hope that Ghost Meat doesn't have the punishment. We know Psychographics was just shuffled in.
Labor rights.
Shuffles
Getting back overclock.
So we're not clearing the tag. So you could always try and run HQ to find a boom. Oh, the question is whether Ghost Meat has another click there. It was called after the hard-hitting news was played. So I'm not sure if that's considered their turn. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm yes. Well, I mean, he didn't have any more clicks.
Yeah,
So
technically
his turn was on.
his turn was done.
Uh,
I'm not a judge. My decision on his has no impact on
No,
the ruling.
technically,
But if Ghost Meat has another turn left, that's a really big deal if they have the meat damage in hand. Because 5 tags, you're going to take a boom, or you can even take a high-profile target here.
well,
Yeah, this is
a judge call for
definitely
sure.
a situation. It's appropriate to call for a judge because
yep.
this is, I think that's a decision that should be left up to the professionals, as it were.
Yeah, 5 tags. They can't clear. Really, they can clear one of them. At this point, they can't clear anymore. Arizon was probably going to be drawing up regardless of what the ruling is here. But they have a chance to get credit, run HQ, hope they hit a boom. They would still lose on points, though. So at this point, you just basically have to go for the agenda points. You don't really have a point going for the boom here. Yeah, Arizon needs to, like... I don't know what Arizon can do here. They just basically need to run R&D and steal a 1-pointer or a 2-pointer. Like, the Bolognas are out of the question. If they draw, and that's a big difference between Overclock and Stimac. It actually costs a credit, right?
Yeah.
So you can't just like top deck it and jam it. Do we have an Overclock to look at?
If you scroll up in the chat, yes.
Where did it go?
Mouse over Overclock. All 3 of them got shuffled back.
Oh yeah, right.
If you mouse
Labor
up in the
rates,
chat,
yeah.
you can find Overclock
Perfect.
there.
So that's the Overclock. It gives you 4 credits and a run in game, but you have to pay 1 to get to that point.
So what needed to happen there was, so
Top
it was
deck.
click 1 labor rights, right? Yeah, click 1 labor rights, click 2 draw. If either of those cards that were drawn were overclock, you can click for a credit and win.
Yep.
But unfortunately, if you draw it on click 3, does not matter.
Yeah. So we'll check again. We do know that Bologna is in the remote server. Or sorry, in archives. Sorry, PSK?
How do you win?
Because if you had if you drew the overclock, you click for credit, and then you can overclock archives to have the 5 credits to steal the Bologna. You might still lose to beat damage depending on how who has a turn left, but like that's the best you can do to get to points. Maybe Stream Specters have the timestamp handy. Not exactly. No.
Oh, I definitely.
No, that's not how this works.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't have the time. Like we don't have the corresponding timestamps from chat log.
I think regardless, Arizon has a very narrow out here. They have to basically hope to get a non-Bologna agenda, which all Bolognas are accounted for off of a central, and not die to meat damage. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, we saw in our first round that there was actually a timer in the game, but I don't know how that syncs up to the Nisei OP team, whether it does or whether it's just like you can put this on if you'd like. Man, this is interesting. Because the big idea is, right, like hard-hitting news was played, which is a terminal. It's the last click on your turn. But there was no reason to trace into it. The trace was technically still happening, but that's just because, you know, nobody mashed okay. But it was technically still their turn because they didn't get to the end of turn phase. So I don't know how this is going to be ruled, but I'm interested, obviously, either way.
Yeah, depending on exactly how you read it. So time was called in between playing the hard hitting and the hard hitting resolution actually being over.
Yeah.
So it could potentially, if you read it that way, time was over at that point.
Yeah, for sure.
Got
Yeah, I've no doubt that the Nisei OP team is figuring this out right now in some server somewhere. So we'll just wait for a bit.
Yeah, while this is getting resolved, I'm gonna step away and I'm out of water currently, so I'll be back.
Yeah,
very
stay
shortly.
hydrated, man.
Got to.
Okay, so the ruling is that the journey is not over until the hard-hitting news is absolutely resolved.
Okay.
So no extra turn.
So Ghostmate still has a big chance of coming in with the W here. Arizon basically has 2 clicks to try and find an agenda off the top of R&D. They would have to not be able to trash a card. So we're just going to go in here. Access a card unknown, not an agenda. We have 1 run on HQ here. That's the best you can ask for. But we're Omaring into HQ for value. Sick. And that's the boom! Oh, no! It doesn't matter if they trash that. They still would lose on points. So they didn't get the agenda. But Ghostmate would have had the lethal. Still going to take it on 3 agenda points. That is such a funny access off of HQ at the end. Good game to both players. What a cool game.
Yeah, sorry.
Yo, we talked maybe a bit poorly about the news team. The news team did it. The news team got a win.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Well done, news team.
News team is great.
Yeah. Yeah, news team is, it'll do something. There's some agenda suites where it's not relevant, like, but in some agenda suites it does make more sense than others. And this one, it definitely did there. Yeah. Well, good game to both players. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the end of round 2. We're wrapping up. PSK, if I'm not mistaken, we have 7 rounds today, right?
We have 7 rounds, and if we can take yesterday as a reference, this is going to be 10 hours day of Netrunner.
Yep, that's going to be a long day Netrunner. We do have a break, I think, after round 4, if I'm not mistaken.
45 minutes after round 4.
Okay.
Lunch break, nap break.
Yeah, exactly. Get some coffee in you. So right.
Yeah. Oh, can we check how many streets and stuff and
So right now on the stream, I have it up. We have most of the results in right now. We are looking at the ones that are the most important, I think, are the sweeps, because these players are undefeated, which is a huge deal going into this. I'm just gonna have to step away for like a minute, so I'm gonna mute my microphone. But if y'all want to talk about the round 2 pairings, please.
No worries.
Be right back.
Hello.
Let's see.
Yeah,
some interesting results from this round for sure. I think a few big names on the wrong side of sweeps in that round.
Yes, I can see Soka swept against Hoklor. It's an L?
Yeah, that's an L, I believe.
Solomir swept Ilures. Ilures is a player from Barcelona, a friend of mine. Sad to see that. Split on Oscar versus Showflower.
Yeah, both of them very strong players. Probably expect to see them later in the tournament, and tough draw this early in the tournament for each other. But that also helps the strength of schedule. Are all games over? Apparently, we need to know that for resetting the server for JNet.
I can't tell you that, to be honest. 1 second.
Not quite seeing it.
I think that not all games are done. Table 21.
It looks like the 2 Oracle games are still running.
Yes, and also we are gonna have a GNet restart after all the games are done. So we are gonna have a bit of time to talk about results and new expecting games and decks. Because can you pull that down so to see what they done on lower tables? Because I know we have Pencil playing today, and
yeah, Pencil. I unfortunately can't scroll that.
Okay. Oh well, I can go on Cobra.
Yeah. At the moment, so Pencil did split in round 2. So Pencil currently on 6 points.
Okay. Also,
OTG
then
second place to Zinchling also split in round 2, so also on 6 points.
okay.
Limes after the tough round 1 did bounce back with a 6-0 sweep, so currently
Oh,
on 6 points there as well.
I am really sad to announce that I think Limes is dropping.
Oh, really? Oh, that's
I
sad.
think so. I don't know what happened. I do think that was a request before. Yeah, sad. Someone also had to drop early because they were sick. So sometimes
Yeah.
things happen, and he was doing well. So probably something major, like, well,
Yeah.
not major, just like something that he can avoid.
My personal pick, the one that I put money on to win Worlds this year, Analyze
Okay.
Chris, bounced back after a split in round 1, so currently on 9 points.
Hey,
That's
yeah, I think that's
oh,
super important to mention that. Like again, this is only round 2, so I still
yeah.
think to some extent, regardless of your standings, you have a chance of making it to day 2. But you're going to start to see the separation. And while we do obviously focus on who's going to win Worlds, it is a very prestigious competitive event. I hope everyone, even on any table, is having a great time today, regardless of the standings. And that's the cool thing too in terms of the prize support. Like there's different prize support that's like gated at different amounts of wins. So there's a lot of players that that just say like, I want to get this alt art, I want to get some thimble rigs, or I want to get like the audacities, and so you need to end up a certain place on the ranking board, which is a really cool way to add a narrative to any person's experience, even if they don't think they are like a world's competitor.
Some really good prizes in the pool this year,
Yeah,
for sure.
always is,
So
huh?
yeah, it's worth playing out all of the games if you're able to, because you might be in contention for getting different prizes. And I know last year when I was playing instead of just commentating, I remember 2-for-1ing in some last rounds because it was like, well, that's the difference between one prize threshold and another. So one win does nothing for us even here when we're not playing for the top cut.
Yeah, I remember going to Worlds where prize support was at a certain threshold, and exactly, yeah, people would come to these conversations and be like, "Oh, I just want to get the prize support." So people would ID at weird tables, and it's really
Oh,
fun. Sorry,
so
I've done this.
in the
I've
chat
done the
there's been
same
a
ID
stock
for
sweat.
prizes. Yeah.
sorry, was that PSK?
No, sorry. I misread. I misread something
Okay,
about
yeah, no
Taka
worries.
trading. It's fine. So I think I don't know if you heard. There's gonna be a JNet restart once
Yeah,
the games are done. Okay.
do we know how long a JNet restart takes? Is that like just a second, or is that a couple minutes?
I can let you know in a second. I think
Okay.
it's
If we're still waiting on one last game to
Yeah.
finish before that happens.
Yeah, just give us a couple of minutes. We'll sort this out, figure out what's going on in JNet. We'll be back into round 3. Again, we have 7 rounds today. After round 4, we'll be having a break. If I'm not mistaken, it's 45 minutes, followed by the final 3 rounds tonight. Again, we're about like 9 hours of Netrunner tonight, so hopefully you've set aside some time. Maybe you've made a sandwich. Hopefully you're having a good Saturday, even Sunday at some point for some people. So we have a lot to still do today, so get comfortable.
So this is very interesting on how like math wise, because you can start thinking how to start IDing or 2-for-1 like we were talking before. This is nothing that we as OP encourage the players to do, but obviously it has to be regulated.
Yeah.
And to make it very clear, this is not something we encourage. Like it's something that players do because, as you were talking, like there are prizes that you cannot get with like a split. So, for example, 2-for-1s, you play a randomized only game, and you get 6 points as if you had won both games. Or an ID is just like you get 3 points, I get 3 points, and we don't play it out.
Yep.
And yesterday the talk of the neighborhood was about when you have to start IDing or when you have to start 2-for-1ing to actually be able to get in that bubble, to get into the tiebreaker for tomorrow. So it's really interesting to see that many sweeps are not happening in the favor of like players that you would expect
Yeah.
to go in that direction. So I think it's going to be a really interesting math exercise today for these players that want to reach that bubble and that are here for being on top 16 and to win and have that like
It looks like we have a restart imminent coming in.
I think it's back up.
Wow. Are we back in?
That was really fast.
Lost connection. Please reconnect.
Reconnecting. Yeah.
Oh, I'm still getting an error at 502. No, actually, I am back up. Wow, JNet.
I am back in, it looks like.
JNet.
Okay. Well,
such a good job y'all are doing.
Then before round 2 starts, I'm gonna take the chance to say goodbye. Thank you for having me.
Yo, thanks so much for joining us. Absolute pleasure.
Being on.
Huge shout outs for everything you have organized so far and yesterday and tomorrow as well. Really fantastic job.
Oh, thank you so much. Tomorrow I will jump on stream after everything's done. I have a couple of announcements to make. So yeah, thank you for having me today. I missed being on stream for a bit. So yeah, wonderful sharing the space with you. See you soon. Have fun. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Huge pleasure. Take care. Huh?
Thank you.
All right, so round 3 is going to be booting up. I guess we should just do a slate real quickly for those who are just tuning in. Maybe it's just your afternoon right now, your evening, you're sitting down for some nice Netrunner. But my name is Andre. I'm from the Metropole Grid, and I'm joined by Neuropanzer. How's it going, Panzer?
Doing pretty well, you know. Had 2 fascinating rounds of Netrunner with cards I did not expect to see win games at the World Championships. Honestly, I know that this sounds like just announcer voice or whatever. Genuinely, these have been amazing games already. We have only seen 2 rounds. Yeah, as Orbital points out in the chat, Neuropanzer of the Slumscast. So
that is the full title.
If you're interested in hearing more of the 2 of our voices, in fact, you can check out the most recent episode of the Slumscast because, Andre, you were the guest on that.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me. I really enjoyed that.
Predictions aren't doing that well so far.
I don't think it's anything that we have to worry about to this point. I think there's still so much of this event, and exactly like what PSK was saying, right? When it comes to these sanctioned things like 2-for-1s and IDs, to some extent, I like it. We're some of the most competitive players, some of the favorites, and again, I love to see people who aren't favorites also rising to the top. That's how they become favorites. But the fact that if a lot of the players who are favorites aren't at the like undefeated standings, they're going to have to play more games, which is we're going to see more of them. We're going to see them, actually being, really, really tested. Very obviously tested in the crucible of worlds, as opposed to like comfortably taking the IDs in the last couple rounds. I'd rather see, I guess, more Netrunners. What I'm saying, I like it when it's very hard to do the math whether you can ID or whether you need a 2-for-1.
Yeah, and one thing with IDing super early in tournaments, it's always a little bit risky. We saw things shake out in weird ways with tournament math in a lot of these tournaments because a lot more 2-for-1s happen in certain rounds than you expect, or a lot fewer splits happen in certain rounds than you expect. So tournament math can get really tricky really quickly. Yeah. It's hard to bet on things too much before about round 5, round 6, maybe even round 7 in many cases.
Yep, and I'm actually also maybe grateful selfishly because I'm not very good at this sort of math. You generally need somebody who's an expert on it to tell you. You call in your soccer or what have you, and he explains what the topography looks like for these sort of maneuvers. But I don't know. Let's just play some Netrunner today, I guess, huh? Triple-sided Swiss, you say. All right. We have the round 3 pairings coming here real soon. We're just beginning round 3.
Very nice. Yeah, we have the last result in. So Branded King did in fact sweep that last round. That was the last game of round 2.
Right on. And so again, we're going to take the top players from today to meet the top players from yesterday. We're looking for a top 16 tomorrow, which we'll do a double elimination final. And it's important to know that the way that how many players will make it to tomorrow, I don't think you 100% know. It has to do with how many players are on that bubble. So if if the top players have 33 wins and then there's like 9 players that have 30 wins, from my understanding, all the players that will have 30 wins will still make it to tomorrow. And then there'll be some win in final rounds tomorrow between all the players that are just on the cusp of making it to the top 16. That are basically tied on points that will have to play 1 or 2 rounds even maybe to finally have a top 16. So
looks like we have standings are in from 2 rounds. So there are currently 8 undefeated players. Of them, 2 Ag Infusion.
There you go. And 8 is
Wismari.
8 is the magical number. Again, these are always going to change over time, but if there's a clear 8 divide, that makes things really easy for tomorrow because that is the minimum amount of players that will be on to day 2.
So here's a fun fact. One of those undefeated players is on Jemison and Cabanesa Wu.
Yeah, I think we weren't able to see that matchup, but Jemison and Cabanesa Wu are definitely not like big meta picks right now. I think there's a lot of things you can do with Jemison. Sorry?
We want to see if they're open for seeing
definitely.
them in round 3.
Yeah,
they're on table 4 against Rust Rider on Esmari and Max.
Okay, perfect. And otherwise, there's not too much, nothing else too exciting. I think at the top tables, we're seeing a lot of controlling the message, a lot of Max. That's expected. The 2 Ag Infusions, as you pointed out, is really exciting. We see a Valencia as well, which you don't really see a lot of Val. We haven't for a couple of years, but she used to be one of the most represented Anarchs. All right, where are we looking at here? Sorry, do you know what the table number was?
Table 4 is what the table's going to be.
Perfect. Do you want to just double check with the 2 participants?
Yeah, I'm gonna, once they have the table up, I'm going to jump in and ask if we can stream on them. But at the moment, their table has not been created.
Thank you. All right, we'll just be booting in again. We have 2 more rounds and then we'll take the break, and we have 3 more rounds from that. So it's still a long day of Netrunner. How's everyone doing in chat again? The raffles have been going on all day. ! Raffle will get you in if there's a raffle running. I think you all know that pretty well. But otherwise, if you're new around here, welcome. If you're maybe it's your first year of Netrunner, if you've been getting into the game through System Gateway, welcome. We're so excited to have you. If you're watching, obviously you are watching on twitch.tv/Project Nisei, go ahead and give them a follow, give them a subscribe. If you have that Amazon Prime lying around, you might as well put it to some use, I suppose. Glad to have you. Pull up a chair. Welcome to our celebration! ! Raffle in the chat. Man, the raffles are really good. Yo, fans, as somebody who's commentating, do you enter the raffles? Do you do that?
I actually won one earlier.
Get out. You're not. Are you? I don't know what the ethics are.
I've ever won one of these raffles.
Yo, congrats. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, they're
I don't
price
even
support's
remember
great.
what it was. It was 3 alt-art somethings.
Oh man. No, that's awesome. All right, so the tables are slowly spinning up, so just give us a little time to get that up. Yo, Skapon, thank you for the subscribe.
Table 4 not quite up yet, it looks like.
Yeah, nothing yet. So we'll just hold on for that. Again, also, if you're watching this, please don't enter the JNet lobbies. Just
please
spectate on Twitch. Obviously, if you're watching this on Twitch, this messaging will hit a bit more clear. But yeah, please do stay off the tables. We want to get things to run as smooth as possibly with about 100+ players playing Netrunner at the same time on the JNet servers. It can be a bit of a strain, so do keep that in mind kindly. Awesome. The Sunnies are still doing pretty good. We don't have any Atoms that are clearly at the top tables, but I've no doubt that those Atom decks will be coming back up. They're very, very strong. We do have some good Wayland representation. We have Jemison, and on table 10 or 11, we have SSO, which is pretty fantastic. And then that Argus deck that we saw earlier today. But otherwise, the Gagarins aren't up there yet. But we do see Big Unit actually on a Gagarin, which is pretty exciting. Big Unit has had such a fantastic competitive year this year, whether it's on Continentals or whether it was in even the Fight Night, when absolutely undefeated against the UK team, which is quite the task.
Yeah, with the quality of players on both sides and that, to go undefeated in that is amazing. So we do have table 4 is letting us stream this. So we will get to see this Jemison deck and this Wu deck.
Excellent.
They're currently undefeated.
Oh man, it's hard to search table. Found it. Got it. Thank you. All right. So we'll be powering up in just a second. 421 asks, was it odds that we're seeing New World's best Sunny player? 100%. We have some Sunnies already at the top tables. Sunny's actually pretty well represented, even yesterday as well. I believe Captain Nice was rocking the Sunny that they're known to rock, and there's a couple other Sunny players as well. So always good to see Sunny at top tables. We've seen some exciting Sunny games today as well.
Between yesterday and today, so I've seen 2 Sunny games between yesterday and today, and they have both been very unusual Sunny games with a lot of agenda steals early, and actually both ended in kills.
No way.
Interestingly enough, very different kills. It was a boom yesterday, but it was a neurospike today.
That is like the cool thing about Sunny right now is like Sunny is so big into like Jackson Claire and DreamNet. I think DreamNet's been a huge boost. So you're seeing like a lot of those early accesses that they generally couldn't pursue because they're spending more time setting up and getting their economy rolling. So that's a lot more exciting to watch for sure when they're going in for the accesses. So we're just gonna wait for time to start. There's still people showing up to tables again. You do have to get to your tables on time. I do believe there is a small warning. And if you're too late to your table, I think it's even a game loss, or at least it used to be back in the FFG world. So I don't think we're going to have to worry about that. Both of our players are in. But do make sure you're in timely.
As it should be. I mean, one of the important things with so many people playing in a tournament is making sure that things run on time, since, as we've already seen, with everything being online, there can be issues with the underlying sites themselves that will delay things, and we don't want human delays added into that as much as we can possibly make sure of.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that. So I think I have a bunch of graphics to put in between rounds and stuff, but I don't think we're going to be using them. Maybe it's more interesting than looking at this. I just need to spin them up properly. Okay, hold on.
I think part of that is we haven't had much time actually between rounds.
No, we really haven't. No. This is where you jam out to some music and all that, but I think we're only going to be here for a couple seconds.
Yeah. That's a nice graphic, though. I like that.
Yeah, shoutouts. I got a bunch of these from Vesper. I have some from Vesper and some from Krembler that were received a long time ago that I've been using, but I put some titles together. So hopefully we have some nice
music. This is a semiconducting hub. Is that the name of it?
Superconducting. Yeah, exactly.
Superconducting hub. Yeah. Whoops.
This is, if I'm not mistaken, it's a Scott art. And Scott art has been fantastic.
I love this one. This one's... I wish I played the card more, but fantastic art.
Yeah, maybe we'll see it one day in the sports medal. Who knows?
It was while I was doing the brainstorming of bad decks that I would rule out before playing at Worlds, I was thinking of superconducting hub to give extra hand size for Helheim Cyphers. Oh, we're in game. We're in game.
We're in? Okay, perfect.
Let's talk about the games that are actually happening and the decks that are actually getting played instead.
All right.
So we are starting with the Jemison versus Max matchup.
Perfect. So Jemison is a very interesting identity. There's a lot of flexibility. It's actually very hard to get a read on what your opponent is doing in this matchup. It says, whenever you forfeit an agenda, place one advancement token on a card and one additional token for each agenda point the agenda is worth. So there's a couple things going on here. Firstly, you need to play cards that forfeit agendas, and there's not that many of them in the deck, or in the game, excuse me. Whether it's some of the events, or sorry, operations, things like sacrifice, that's good, that works. Or whether it's a lot of ice, things like Archer, things like Tithonium, that also works pretty well and can sometimes goof up some numbers mid-run that you might not be expecting. And then finally, we have upgrades and assets. I think the upgrades, the big one is, oh no, I'm blanking on the name of that satellite that you res. Birth Protocol. Yeah.
Right.
So that allows you to forfeit an agenda to score another agenda, hopefully way faster, that maybe has a good on-score ability. Maybe you can have some interesting interactions when they're scored out when you have clicks left in the turn. And on top of that, you also have some interesting assets, like things like Corporate Town are still available. And I think there's like, there's one that lets you res ice. I forget the name of it. Quarantine Protocol, something like that. So we're going to see where Man in the Moon goes with this. And there's a lot of different things you can do, right? Like sometimes it's just go fast and fast advance. Sometimes it's I'm going to set up traps that you commit to access. And once you commit to access, suddenly there's more advancement tokens on it and you die to things like CityWorks Project or to even an Urtica Cipher. Sometimes you
get... this probably tells us a lot about the Max. Immediately seeing Out of the Ashes in the bin.
Oh, wow. And Rebirth off the top as well. So we know 100% that this is an Apocalypse list. So we'll see how sturdy we are against that. And 2 fermenters coming down early. That's good. You want those as soon as possible. These are basically daily casts-esque that you click for later on. So we'll see if we ever see a purge. I don't think we will.
Both of them ticking up. So a pretty traditional start from this Jemison so far. Just hedge funding, installing ice, hedge funding, drawing cards. No shenanigans quite yet, but we know that can't last too long.
And you talked about Rashida.
That's a decent start.
Yeah, that's a good start for sure.
2 of the breakers in the bin.
Score out. That's an early hostile. This is so important. Not only is it money, but that is the easiest agenda you can score from hand. And from here, you have fuel to forfeit away and power all your shenanigans. Whether it is you need something to res an Archer, whether it is you just need something to res your Birth, this has a lot of value attached to it. That's sort of the thing that sometimes happens with Jemison. It can be really awkward because a lot of times you want to run 1-point agendas, 2-point agendas, and 3-point agendas, and you need to start with scoring out your 1-pointers to fuel that like forfeit chain.
Do any of these fermenters get popped here, or do we have the juicy 4 virus counters on 2 fermenters?
Yeah, I don't think you need to pop it. Like you generally only crack fermenter if either you're going to Apocalypse or you need the money. And here you don't need the money, right?
Don't need it at all. Instead, just going to the dirty laundry into archives, shutting off any runner didn't make a successful run triggers, but turning on any runner did make a successful run triggers. Discarding a Stargate.
Yeah, that's one in the bin. Again, the Paperclip is the only breaker that hasn't shown up just yet. And Restorator, I don't think is playing more than 45 cards if I did the math really quickly. So this is going to be a bit more consistent than some of the taller decks. And that matters a lot when your key card is 2 or 3 copies of Apocalypse. Man of the Moon now has 3 clicks here, 18 credits. Again, if they want to get the forfeit train online, they have to do that at the same time as protecting archives and worrying about Apocalypse. Red level clearance, a very flexible modal card, and this is actually really important because it allows you to install some of the upgrades or assets that allow you to forfeit and also keep tempo. But
so getting an install and purging to get those credits off of Fermenter.
Yeah. So
Ghost Rider on 16 credits, so not necessarily instantly needing to crack those, but does deny a fair amount of value whenever that does happen. This is just a Spin Doctor, so using the red level clearance just for the tempo of drawing off a Spin Doctor and getting back red level clearance in the hedge fund. So red level clearance will be around for a potential combo turn next turn, or next at some point. Yeah. Not immediately necessarily.
Liberate counts on Restorator's table, and you're right, like the purge, that is a lot of money you're denying the runner, but when the runner is on 16 credits, 18 credits, even 20 credits next turn, that might not be that important, but we'll see why. That's also a big thing, is like why Man in the Moon values credits. Is this a hard-hitting news list? Is this some sort of credit differential list where you like dump a bunch of advancement counters on a reversed accounts out of nowhere and then just drain their accounts? Like it's hard to tell what Jemison is doing, and that's one of the benefits they have.
So far, just turtling up. Interesting.
We've seen first turn Rashidas in so many of the games today, and it's just such a big difference. Like there's so many turns where Man of the Moon on turn 2 drew twice. Like this is the sort of thing that Rashida stops you from having to do, and it just accelerates the game so hard. But we got 3 ice on the table.
Paperclip is in the bin now.
And we're fully powered up. Apocalypse at any moment's notice, barring border control, but we do have access to an Out of the Ashes, so you can get around one of them. We'll see if Chrysiums also find their way into this list.
They are on this list. It would make some sense to me that they are in here. It also would make some sense to me that there aren't enough slots with all of your weird and or interesting combo pieces. There are 2 Out of the Ashes in the bin. So found influence to have a second copy of Out of the Ashes. That could potentially be huge with, as you're talking about, that can get through 2 border controls.
Yeah. And a big question too here is like, assuming we have the Apocalypse in hand, when do you Apocalypse? Or like, do you wait until they commit to putting something in the remote server? Do you wait till they commit to more ice on the table? Like, you don't know when you have to do it. Obviously, now would be fine, especially because it looks like they're struggling and there might be agendas in HQ. Again, Jemison sometimes can just draw awkwardly, where you're holding 3 global food initiatives and no way to fast advance them out. There's also a chance this is a...
Jemison isn't...
Sorry?
Okay, so installing something here. Yeah. Something is being threatened. What exactly it is, who exactly knows? Good question.
There's the first Out of the Ashes.
Seeing it Out of the Ashes.
It looks like we might be going for the APOC as soon as now. We're running into a mouseless. It's definitely an annoying piece of ice to deal with. You could consider floating the tag and hoping that there's no border control, but you're going to pay 6 to get through this and still one of the Subroutines fires. That's a lot of money, even with a single bad pup.
Yeah, and I think this signals to me that there's probably only one Apocalypse in hand, because letting the net damage fire just seems like something that the runner couldn't afford there.
That's true, and that's a border control.
Yeah.
You're good to...
Border control, a pretty good... You could definitely pop it here and force the run back through the Mausolus, which probably needs to get paid for again.
I think you're right. Yeah, you do go for that.
Fair enough.
And that's good that that's the remote server they have to run twice, because there's... Barring like an Archer res here, which I don't know if you want to commit to do onto an Apocalypse turn, like Rust Rider might just be happy here playing out the rest of the turn, like popping the 2 fermenters and not going for the APOC here, because they did get an ice out.
So far, sure enough, not taking the other Out of the Ashes. So it's going to run server 3. What is the ice on server 3? So With those two reses, Jemison is now down to 9 credits. That's it's not going to be super cheap to prevent an apocalypse, especially since the runner can just bounce back up with. This would be 12 credits from these two fermenters if those are the last 2 clicks.
Yeah, you're hoping Archer, like, that's the thing, is like, I don't know whether resing and ice, the cost of forfeit is worth doing if it gets apocalypse, but Archer's 4.
Right.
Chthonium can be free even if you really want it. But we're running this remote server. We have all our MU used up. Luckily, that is just a code gate, so you don't have to trash something to get something installed. An Atlas in the remote server. Next stop, Infinity. Rust Rider definitely pulling Man of the Moon a bit apart. I don't know whether you want to check HQ here. We're going to pop 2 fermenters and just click for credit. We're on 30 and a bad pub to Man of the Moon 6 and almost no board state.
I guess the question is it even worth apocalypsing here if you're Rust Rider?
No, I think you wait, right? Like, you wait for them to overcommit to either centrals or overcommit to pushing the remote. Because I feel like Man of the Moon has to push in the remote. Unless they have, like, red level clearance into Oberth, into forfeit. And even then, they're just trading a 1-pointer for a 2-pointer, right?
Yeah.
That's too big to fail. That's another bad publicity.
Too big to fail. Yeah.
Now, okay, the other line is that sometimes there are these ridiculous decks that can fast events out. I don't know the name of the card offhand, but there's a 4/2 Wayland agenda that gives the runner a choice between 5 meat damage and 2 tags.
Oh, Armed Intimidation.
That's the one, right?
Yeah.
So there's some decks.
If you do that and you somehow have 2 clicks left, it is an instant loss as long as you have the boom in hand.
And they have less than 5 cards in hand, and they don't have 5 head worse. Like, well, the 5 head worse matters less, but if they have 5 cards in hand, you just take it. Like, that's kind of the issue. So it is something that can be a surprise, scoring that with 2 clicks left, and then having the punishment in hand, and having all the, like, you know, stars have to align, but I promise you stars do align.
Right, because, you know, if you're the runner, you don't necessarily think of, I have to end every single turn on 5 cards. And even if you think that, you're not always able to.
Yeah, that's true. 13 cards left too. Also for Max. Max is on the clock. We have to count the labor rights, right? So we have 2 labor rights in the bin. If Rust Rider mills a 3rd labor rights, like, that is it. We're not rebirthing. We're not going to get any of these long-term resource event cards or economy cards, like Liberated accounts back. Like, that's it. So we do have to pay attention to the heap. Talk about the heap, though. Man of the Moon has to choose to discard 2 cards here with no clicks left. And that can be difficult because sometimes you're basically deciding between potential combo cards you're keeping in hand or potentially holding agendas in hand.
And interestingly, one of those labor rights was put there when
okay.
was played.
All right, so that might say that they have one in hand. We're charging R&D. It looks like this could easily be the apocalypse right here.
It could be.
Oh, undo click.
Okay.
Checking archives first. That makes sense. You want to sniff out the border controls sooner than later. And it's a ballista that does force out a breaker. In theory, you could actually let this fire because if they trash a program, like, well, I guess you're committing to this now.
This isn't cheap for MK Ultra.
No, it's still 6. And there's a food in there.
Oh, there's a food in archives.
We're gonna steal an agenda off this HQ run. Either that or it's like all combo cards that we're gonna see like Neurospike. But hey, that's a border control. You'll gladly get through this for free and then see if they pop it. If they have to pop it or they get apocalypse. But the thing is that if they pop it, like, you're just buying yourself a turn, right? Like, they still don't spend a lot of money.
It's easy to run back next turn in Apocalypse again, or just, you have a free HQ already.
Yeah.
You really need more?
No, if they pop it, you
don't
just
necessarily.
Yeah, you just run HQ twice more and clear out whatever's in there. So Man of the Moon is thinking here. Again, just between a rock and a hard place here. There we go. That's the Atlas from HQ.
That's why.
Throwing
HQ a little flooded, it looks like.
Yeah, and Rust Rider doesn't need to go back for that. They can just Apocalypse and come back next turn. But Man of the Moon is going to be put back on to turn 1, basically. 5 credits, no cards on the table. Has the hostile takeover, but this is not that different from when the game started. Excess off the top, a reconstruction contract going down for 4. That makes a lot of sense with the red level clearance and the dedications. That is the combo. That actually, there might be those pieces in hand taking up those slots that the Global Food Initiative was vying for. But Man of the Moon.
And notably, if you get a reconstruction contract plus a few dedication ceremonies and a red level clearance, and you throw that onto a Project Atlas, then you can find another combo to potentially win the game there. Oh, here's an Oberth, though. So that's going to be install. So scoring an Atlas with just one counter.
Yep.
Getting it out of hand.
And you're not going to be able to protect that Oberth. It does go down for free, but it does get you an Atlas of the token, which is a fair bit more valuable than just having that 1 point. We'll see if Rust Rider swipes through HQ here. There might actually just be another agenda or two in hand. The corp is looking a bit flooded based off of these awkward plays. They are 1 point away from winning. Only 5 cards left in the stack. Labor rate count still looks like they might have one in hand, and we're charging HQ here. That's a construction contract. Goes down for
Coco.
2 credits after bad publicity. We're going back.
Yeah. That's got to hurt, though, because the reconstruction contract has to be one of the few, that combo has to be one of the ways that you have back into this game. Yeah. And getting those trashed is tough because you have to spin doctor them back or something.
Man, the Moon asks,
are you sure?
Okay. That's a food. It looks like there's 2 agendas in there. That is the game. Unfortunately, we did not see Jemison do its thing, but that is the strength of these Apocalypse decks. We didn't see a lot of them yesterday, but the idea is like, look, you have your game plan and that's cool, but I also have my game plan, and if you don't deal with mine, it's going to be a bigger problem. Good game to both players.
Yeah, good game to both. So that is the first side here. We do get to see the Woo deck in action on the run back.
Fantastic. Oh, Rust Rider's playing Woo. Let's do this.
Yeah. Man in the Moon's playing Woo.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that's how it should work. Yes. All right, so we'll be there in just a second. Yeah, I think everyone would love to see Jemison pop off and do its thing, but I don't know, at least from my experience, a lot of times, there are bad hands for Jemison, right? Like, it is conditional. You need your pieces, you need to get your agendas in order, and sometimes stuff like that just happens, which is obviously heartbreaking when it's at Worlds, but, you know what you signed up for, right?
Definitely a tough break on that one.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna have the table spun up. What's the table number? If I'm not table,
it should be 4. I'm not seeing it quite yet.
Okay, well hold on for a second.
Soon.
Apologies on the stream. You have to watch me scroll really. Oh, there it is. Okay.
There we are. Okay.
Yeah, Shadow's saying 13 agenda points in 19 or so cards. Unlucky. Yeah, no, there is a lot of agendas coming up. And you saw the spin doctors. You saw, I don't think we saw sprint, but yeah, that can
and
happen.
That was off of Mulligan, so
yeah,
very sad.
Hate to see it.
It does happen though. It's Netrunner, unfortunately. Occasionally they run R&D 4 times and steal 8 points. This wasn't quite that, but it feels a little bit similar to that.
All right, so we're back in. This is round 3, the other side of the matchup, and we have Asmaria Tech, one of the new cards that was unbanned in the new standard ban list. Now, this used to be such a competitive Titan. 40 minimum deck size is already a really good start if you want to run only 3 6-point agendas and some echo chambers. But that card text, that is some card text. What are you calling in this matchup, Pants?
Oh, man. That's a tough call. It's really tough without knowing what this Woo is doing.
Do you realize it's a 55 card Woo? And I don't know who's.
What?
Yeah, so I've seen archetypes like this, and I very much apologize because I've played this sort of deck before, and I forget who exactly has been pushing this sort of idea. But the idea is that if you play a bigger Woo deck and you have that access to the Cabinets of Woo ability, and you just have cards that you want to pull from your deck that you don't care to keep, you're okay if your Mayfly gets removed from the game, right? You're okay if your Chameleon gets removed from the game. Like, these sort of things are they're the decks that work.
Fascinating.
So we'll see how that is in this matchup. Talk about the mulligan. Rust Rider did take the mulligan. Opening with Spin Doctor is a really ugly look. But Man in the Moon definitely keeping their hand here. So we'll see what Man in the Moon does with 55 cards and the ability to click for programs from their deck. Whether that just means we're going to see early Rezekis off of the rejig or...
And sure enough, we have Asmari on program.
Yeah, which is like one of the few matchups where you're pretty comfortable saying, okay, program, go. Go get your Rezekis. Give me the 2 credits. 2 credits is a lot of money.
2 credits for me. Love it.
2 credits is so much money.
It really is. Because the thing is, you get it a lot. You don't just get it the once. You get it so many times.
There's like this interesting mind space where like you have to be resolute, right? Like you call resource, they don't play resources for 3-4 turns, so you change to event, and then they suddenly play the 3 resources in their hand, right? Like that's the issue with this. That sometimes it doesn't feel as good as it is. Spin Doctor getting trashed off of the HQ run, respecting
Oh, wow.
I guess respecting a polyp, but nothing in archives to recover Biovolt. This is going to be real Glacier here.
Huh. Yeah, Biovault Asmari. That's Glacier. Yeah, that definitely signals those were agendas that just got shuffled back.
Yeah, what did we shuffle back, though? Did we shuffle 2 unknowns? Yeah, shuffle 2 unseen. Okay, so that's a huge polyp respect. And we're ending up with a VR-cation. Again, if you have 55 cards, you don't mind discarding 2 on turn 1. VR-cation, one of the new events that you generally play last click that came from System Gateway. So we'll throw out 2 here. Again, sometimes throwing out your programs is technically cheaper once you get them in by simulchip, saving the 3 credits. So we're going to throw out an Overclock and Memory Diamond. Not a card you need in most matchups.
Interesting, though. I guess Memory Diamond, you get 3 of those down, you're protected against boom, right?
I guess so, yeah. We get a new remote server. We're still saying that program name off the Asmari tech. It does give you that reminder text on the ID itself, which is very cute.
If this, I'm sure Asmari wants this to be Rashida. Sending a Hydra in HQ, so
that's a big piece of ice.
Signal that it's needs some sort of sentry breaker that can get past 6 strength at some point in the future. Important to know if you do want to rely on things like chameleons, actually.
This is like, you know, the polyp is in there. So this is, okay, that's amazing. But this is like anti, like this is not often how you see Shaper. I wonder if you're going to pop the Rashida here with the pull-up. I feel like you could consider it. Biovault is not really a good target. And if they're playing Biovault, I don't think they're playing Anoetic. You might actually want to consider popping this. They ended their turn with a creative commission for 4.
I would consider it. Is it? This is plenty of time, I think. This is plenty of time.
Oh, they might
also be in
yeah. I reckon they're talking on voice comms. But what I was saying before is, like, if you expect to see a Shaper, you expect to see somebody set up. Okay, so they let that go through. You expect to see, you know, like a lot of install, especially with Cabanessa, that slow drip of the Rozekis, all this stuff's being set up. But Man of the Moon has been accessing centrals half their turn for every turn so far. Which makes me think, like, if we get to the mid game, if we get, you know, out of the side of this early game where all the centrals are open, that's probably going to swing a bit better towards Rust Rider. Now the Hydra is a real threat here, right? With 11 credits.
Yeah. First Hydra hit, obviously not the worst, but
that's a daily quest.
Here's the daily quest. So it does keep you out of a daily quest server, though, which is all you really need that Hydra to do.
Yeah. You gotta do your dailies here again. If the runner manages to run this, even if they don't trash it, they deny 3 credits, they gain 2 credits. You definitely want to bring this down. But Rust Rider, this is how they're going to stabilize. And we've seen decks like this, these Asmari tightrope decks, as they're called, which, you know, at the early game do feel a bit flimsy. Their ice is maybe a bit porous based off traces or being expensive. But it's only once you get to the mid to late game, you start swinging things with things like Hard Hitting News or Public Trail. And we might be seeing a deck like that. We got 2 credits off program.
Oh, conduit.
Whoa.
Ooh.
So talk about that early aggression, not getting to the mid-late game. Man of the Moon is just getting down that conduit. Going to get 3 runs here on R&D. Going to see at least 3 cards.
Conduit. The challenging thing here is if you don't get a huge benefit off of this conduit, then Asmari's probably very content to tick 3 credits from daily quest and purge.
I think you need ice up. Like, purging doesn't really do too much here, because they just go back, right? But I think an issue here too is Man of the Moon doesn't have Bologna credits, right? Like, it's hard to access with less than 5 credits. So we're hoping, I think Rust Rider needs to ice up R&D and then eventually purge in a turn from now, because you need to respect the conduit with 3 counters on it. If you ignore that, yeah, later it'll bite you.
Yeah, I could see that. So conduit would get up to 3 counters again, right? If it were purge and then spend the
turn. If you purge, you don't do anything.
Okay, I can. Yeah. This prevents 1 genuine access as long as you can res the ice and it can't be broken. So I guess, yeah, the play I suggested was bad, which is it's pretty on.
No, yeah, I think there's sometimes that you want to do that. If you have some ice, it definitely makes it a bit easier. But I'm interested to see what the Rust Rider purges next turn. There's a chance also they want to go down to 4 cards so they can purge. They'll gain the 3 credits off the daily quest and not have to discard a card. Like, sometimes you want to set up your purges for that reason.
Notably, also, this political operative could kill this daily quest at any point in time and just is not doing that.
Here go the purge.
And sure enough, this is purge without having to discard a card.
And there's a Harbinger, which might mean Aesop's Pawn Shop. Also, I think it's called Spec Work, does show up. that does let you trash as an event to draw cards and gain credits. But the pawn shop does make a lot of sense if you have, a lot of cards in your deck. Some of them might not be relevant in the matchup. Might as well sell them to Aesop himself. There we go. There's the spec work.
Spec work.
Gain 3 credits, draw 2 cards. And there's a pawn shop as well. Wow, we got an economy engine rolling, paperclip in the bin, and now Man of the Moon is in it. They have an economy engine. They're going to be on 12 credits next turn. Hopefully more stuff to install from there. And I think just calling program every turn might be the right call. I think we've gained only 2 credits so far off of that. Server 3, second Doctor.
Yeah, sounds right to me.
Rust Rider building that remote server, and we've seen Biovaults. You can set up a Biovault on top of a daily quest. Then you're good to go. Asmari is sticking to the program call. 36 cards left. We're going to pawn that
Actually, this daily quest. This daily quest could ultimately, 3 ice on the server. It's going to be somewhat difficult for Wu to get in with only 12 credits and none of the breakers installed.
Yeah, so what I think you're going to see, like, you're going to think that the Cabinessa can't do much, and then you're going to see stuff like Flame Out, and then they're going to install, like, what's it called? The fly on it.
Mayfly.
The Mayfly. And then they're going to run server 2 with an overclock, and it's going to be like, wait, what? You spent no money? So like,
very well could be. But I think that's the sort of thing that needs to start happening if this daily quest is going to actually get taken care of. Given that it seems unwilling to commit the Polop to the daily quest right now, saving it for things like a Biovault.
Because, like, money is money, right? At some point, Rust Rider's going to have enough money that they're going to willingly destroy the daily quest on their own volition. And I think that's probably what Man in the Moon wants to do. Just like, okay, you gain 3 credits a turn, that's cool. But that gives me the time I need to set up to get down, that's sort of like, there you go, the Flame Out that's going to have the Mayfly on it. So we'll see.
It's a tricky proposition, though, because if you just give the Corp 3 credits a turn for too many turns, this is exactly why people lose to CTM, right? That they let the bankers tick for a few too many turns and suddenly you can't do much.
Well, that's the problem, though, right? That's a Biovault in server 2, which Polop does not interact with. And if that's an Anoetic, if that's a Manigarm, you're feeling so much more comfortable with your political operative. But Biovault itself, as an instant speed ability, you can end the run. So it's not a click ability, so you can res and fire it all in your same priority on paid abilities. So you don't have to give priority to the political operative. So now this remote server you have to run twice, which is exactly what a Mayfly is bad at doing. Man of the Moon drawing up. 2 clicks left, 10 credits. We don't have a pawn shop target, but that's the Reaver coming down, giving 2 credits to this Maria and following it up with the Harbinger. So that's a lot of gas, right? Like, that's 6 credits on Harbinger off the pawn shop. You're going to get a card draw twice over from the Reaver as well. It's a 4 influence card, mind you.
Notably, Asmari cannot name whatever Harbinger turns into. Can't name face down card.
Yeah.
So that would be a pretty safe one if you could.
Install face down? Yeah, so we'll see what Man of the Moon does here. Daily Cast also a very good prime target. Eventually, for Aesop's Pawn Shop, you can milk an extra credit out of those casts. But we'll see Rust Rider on 26 credits, right? Like, we've seen some of the bigger ice, 10 credits for what is called a Hydra. But we might be able to start jamming at the remote server. Things like Bologna. I don't know. Yo, Pants, what's the chance it's a Neurospike deck? It's always a Neurospike deck, right? That's the one thing we've learned. Anytime it's a Neurospike deck.
I could definitely see the argument for that, right? Because the Biovault, like, you already want to advance things in ways that seem weird, and Biovault prevents both the run on the remote server and, I don't know, like, the diversion of funds to keep you below or something like that. So
yeah,
it could potentially be Neurospike. I'm not going to rule it out based on what we've seen so far.
I'm just having fun. Maybe. We'll see. Well,
the thing is, it genuinely could be.
It always could be. We'll see. If we see those degree mills instead of the re-educations, or sorry, the other way around, obviously I'll tip our hand in a certain direction. But Man of the Moon still just pawning through that Harbinger, getting installed face down so they can fire twice over. And again, if this is just, the sort of list we think it is, it might be on solely 6 3-point agendas. So when you saw that early conduit dig, like, the chance of it connecting.
Beth is a great hit right here.
Yeah, Beth is quite good.
Yeah.
It's going to give basically Man of the Moon 5 clicks for the rest of the game. And there you go. Install advance on top of what was the daily quest. This is the big push. And Man of the Moon's going to start their turn with an extra 5 credits on 18. 5 clicks to their name. They have the telework as well. Like, there's a chance they could push for this remote server. The question is this worth it just to get the Biovault out?
Right, because the political operative will not do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you really need to run
viable.
this twice. So what's best case scenario on this remote server? Border control, that's an issue. You do see those in Azmari Glacier lists. Surveyor, sometimes you see that as well. Right now it'd be 8 strength, trace 8, trace 8. Obviously quite good. Cabinets is less likely to run Boomerang, more likely to run programs that are solutions, you know. We talked about Mayflies, we talked about chameleons, even things like, I guess there's no more Cyber Cipher, right? But like those sort of like targeted answers. Like if I install an Euler, right? Like that deals with code gates really well this turn.
I would not be shocked to see Euler at all. No. It could also just be 2 Biovaults. I don't think that's a good play because you have to trash the daily quest to do it, but it is a play that is possible.
I'm excited if we're going to see stuff like, you know, Euler and Gauss as well, right? Like Gauss does well on the turn. It's installed for barriers. Lets you deal with like IP block for pennies.
And Wu is mathing. Not shocked, to be completely honest. Seems like a turn where math is appropriate to do.
Yeah, 5 clicks again. That's a lot of clicks. It's probably worth it. Like if you have to decide here, if you're going to commit to the remote server, you do need to run, then get the Biovault down at some point. The question is whether it's now. And another question is, how do they do it? That's obviously something they'll know a bit better than we do, but like we have not seen a breaker yet. Oh, we've seen a paperclip. Excuse me. They do have a paperclip.
There's one paperclip, but we haven't seen any other breakers. So if this is Ngolo, also notably, the MU could be an issue if things like Ngolo are important, just because Conduit and Reaver are both programs you really don't want to trash that just sit there.
Yeah, and Flameout does host programs, but it does not work like a daemon. Like you do still have to take up the MU there. So you're right. I don't know what console we're expecting to see, or whether their program suite is just so non-permanent. Whether it's stuff like, you know, Mayfly that doesn't stick around. Mind you, it is a 2 MU card. Excuse me.
Yeah. Right. So if Mayfly comes in, then you can't do stuff like you can't do stuff like selling. Or you can't do stuff like installing paperclip. I'm getting distracted by Aesop's pawn shop.
Yeah, pawn shop trash the Harbinger. I think there's a reason why you'd consider trashing the casts here. It's not considered.
You still can next turn, right? Because you can choose to trigger pawn shop before casts.
Sure, but like I feel like always you want to do the one that's gives you the more options, right? Like next turn you have to pawn casts to get the value, right? It's also cool. Like Tellur Contract is another thing that you'd actually be pretty happy pawning once there's only 3 credits left on it, because it's either a click for 3 or free for 3.
And also the draw with Reaver, so that's fun. And here's a pantograph, so that is the console involved here.
The many arms, it's going to give you 1 MU, and it's going to give you some free or hopefully cheaper installs when agendas are scored or stolen. Now, Man of the Moon still has 4 clicks left, mind you, because the Beth did give a 5th click because Rust Rider was on 15 credits. It's worth noting that Beth does not work, you know, cumulatively. You just get the best one or the higher number because it's between, as opposed to if they have so much or more. So that's just an extra click a turn, which is basically comparable to the other two because you can choose which way you want to go with those.
Notably, I'm now rooting for this to be a Neurospec deck because we have Pantographs, so it would be a Neuropants matchup here.
Nice. Man, the Moon's really into tank here. We do have a fair bit of time. Our first match was quite quick. I think that timer is vaguely accurate, but not like Nisei accurate.
Yeah. Definitely seems like an important turn to think hard here.
Because like 16 credits doesn't seem like a lot, but the idea is that Cabinessa installs most of these things for free, and then you have 9 more credits on the Flameout, right? Like that's a lot of money. That's actually more money than Rust Rider has. The question is whether you can play Control against 4 Ice and the Biovault. Who knows? And there's even a chance if Man of the Moon does get in here, Rust Rider just jams an agenda next turn, so maybe not a big deal. Because you also have to remember, when you access this, you want to have 5 credits if it's a Bologna. So that does make, you know, the ice even more relevant. It's not just can you get through, it's can you get through with money to spare.
And I think this is a nice thing that Man of the Moon is doing here, indicating this is not a Jaina issue, just still thinking through this turn.
I'm interested to know whether Man of the Moon is saying that for the stream or whether Man of the Moon is saying that because they're not in voice comms. Either way, it is relatively thoughtful. Man, there's a lot to go through here. Like, you saw a Hydra, so you know what your deck needs or how much it costs to break a Hydra. But what after that, right?
Right, it could be Surveyor, right? A Strength 8 Surveyor right now would just be disgusting.
Yeah. And like this Cabanessa deck is really good at dealing with early remotes, right? Like if you're playing against, CTM and they jam behind a single piece of ice, you deal with it so well. But can you deal with 4 ice and a Biovault? Like this is maybe not the sort of matchup we expected. That's an Ika from
Here's
hand.
an Ika, though.
That is a killer, but you do have to host it on top of something, so it's not particularly. It doesn't work well, right? With Flameout.
Mm-hmm.
You could use the 2 credits to host, but after that, you are going to be paying out of pocket.
And you're also trashing the Ika at the end of turn if you do that. So it's risky.
Oh yeah. Oh no, because it will be hosted on a program, right? Oh, in which you use credits on Flameout. I see what you mean. Even if it leaves a Flameout. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, this is not how you install a CPU.
Ika definitely still Ika the first step towards a solution that we have here.
Yeah. The other step, mind you, they did just give 2 credits to Asmari, who's been saying program since turn 1, is what does Cabanessa get out of her toolbox? There's 28 cards left in the stack. Sometimes the worst thing in Cabanessa, just kind of like Haley sometimes, when you're, or more accurately, when you're self-modifying coding, is that when you accidentally draw your program. But we're going with no Haley trigger. Wait, this is it. All we have is an Ika and a paperclip? Are there any tricks here we're missing?
That I'm seeing.
Whoa, 9 credits not going to be used this turn. It doesn't look like on a flame out unless we want to run back. So what we want to res here, just like an Enigma would be immensely powerful. It's a magnet. That's good enough. Yo, magnet actually eats, does it eat Ika?
Don't think it
would if it was installed. Oh, that's amazing.
If it were hosted already, it would eat. That's hilarious.
I've never heard of that interaction, but it's technically a relevant interaction in this matchup. So the magnet's going to end the run. Man of the Moon only has 2 clicks left, which means they're not going to be getting to this remote server, assuming we know that's a Biovault, and I'm not expecting a defense construct in there.
Right.
So Man of the Moon, 2 clicks left here. They have run. There's a self-modifying code.
It looks like thinks that forcing the Biovault pop is worth it.
Putting the SMC on the Flameout. That does save you 2 credits. You can't use those credits to mind you to install the program, but you can use them for the paid ability printed with on self-modifying code. So we're going back here. Let's see if it's an Oiler. Let's see if it's a Chameleon. Self-modifying code, you're going to pay 2. Going to install the full install cost, not having to worry. And it's an Angola. We're kicking the server. And there's a toll booth. I don't think we're going to getting that much farther down this remote server. That's 3 credits on encounter, putting you down to 5. So you can boost and break. So it's only 6 to get through the toll booth, which, it's still a big number.
That is enough that you can't steal a Bologna, though.
Yeah. Yeah, they might just want to end the run here. Because I don't think they're going to threaten the Biovault on 5 credits.
You don't want the Hydra rest. Don't think.
That's a cool thing though about
you know that you can't get through it.
About mixing Angola and Ika, right? Like you always use Angola to kick a high sentry if you need to, and so the Ika goes a bit further. But yeah, you're totally right here. I don't think we're gonna get much further on this remote server. Even just like an IP block is gonna be bad.
Mm-hmm. Thinking hard about wanting to continue. I guess the other so choosing to bounce here. The reason that you might potentially continue into something like a Hydra is forcing the credit spend, but even that doesn't work super. Oh!
Wow.
Just send a message, not a Bologna.
Okay.
And that gets 10 credits of value by resing this Hydra.
Obviously that's huge, but obviously that means we're not on a Neurospike deck, so like who's really excited, That's a huge res. 10 credits. I don't think there's anything bigger than that in the standard format, right? Like that's the best case scenario. Is it tier cost 11? Oh, Chiashi on 12.
Expect out of Asmari.
Yeah, right on.
Right, there's tier as well. Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Again, those are 4 influence, 5 influence. Chiashi might be 2, but you don't expect those out of Asmari. Whereas Hydra makes perfect sense here.
Asmari naming event this time around. This is the first change that we're off program. Ooh. Mind you, Pantograph fired, but they didn't. They declined for the install, so they just gained a credit off of that, which is still, a relevant trigger. You want to remember?
Pantograph is install a Install a card, not install a program. So
Yeah.
must just not be anything good to install there.
So we do have we're actually 1 credit short on Beth, so it's only gonna be a 4 credit turn or 4 click turn, excuse me.
Wow.
The daily cast getting
How long
pawned.
has it been since that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is the first time Beth has ever seen that. But Rice
Notably,
Rider,
drawing up 2 at the start of turn thanks to that Reaver as well. So
a lot of options.
a lot of options to work with.
24 cards left in the stack, still 7 on Flameout. And this is the issue with this sort of deck that runs very few agendas. Like Conduit is okay. It's good even, but like this is the sort of matchup where you'd rather have something like Maker's Eye in some instances, or Legwork, where you rather have Burst, right? Because their agendas are few and far between, and spending a lot of credits to make multiple runs on R&D is probably, less sustainable. We're out of MU here.
Yeah.
Well, you could.
I guess this is why we see those memory diamonds.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You need more MU with your rig.
Akamatsu is not a thing anymore, is it? I don't think
It is
so.
not. It is not a thing anymore. So T400 memory diamond is one of the cheapest options you have that gives you +1 MU. Notably, DZMZ optimizer is
that's
also
better.
in that category. Yeah. Right, would be much better for this deck, but I would assume just hasn't been drawn yet.
Oh, have you read the terms of service? That's an Endless Eula, 6 subroutines. You don't need a breaker for this, which is not going to force the Man of the Moon, but I don't know if you want to go to 1 credit against an NBN deck that still could be packing Hard News in theory. It doesn't seem like a very obvious include in this list that's running giant 5/3 agendas, unless they also have some sort of exchange of information plan. But we're firing all.
Endless Eula's subs will fire.
Yep. I love this ice. It's so flavorful, but that is going to be still forcing out 8 credits while only spending 3 is generally considered a good trade for the runner. I wonder whether we want to swing HQ, but the Hydra is still a big deal. It does line up okay with the Ngolo. It's paint. It's still expensive, but 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 is okay.
Spec work on the Conduit. So abandoning the Conduit plan in light of what's on R&D, then I think that makes some sense, honestly.
Once you see the Eula, you're like, yeah, I don't know. Now that is an event call, which actually Rust Rider nailed the change of pace here, getting down to Simulchip. Yeah. And that is our first Mayfly into the bin as well, which again, with all this high strength ice on the remote server, potentially high strength ice, this Mayfly might struggle.
This is Mari has just had the answers to the Cabernet Wu deck so far. Like this is had the exact right counters, so very well played, I think, by Rust Rider so far. But I'm not going to count Wu out yet. And Wu can do crazy stuff sometimes.
And that's the thing, as they said, like obviously seems to be a good setup, but like Rust Rider made a lot of good decisions to get to this point. It's very easy for you to overextend against a deck like this if you're not familiar with what they're capable of. Because again, Flame Out into Mayfly is like an immense burst in terms of minimal amount of cards you need to contest remote server, and Rust Rider has played it well. They got the money, they got the ice, and they played it nice and slow. And so far, it's looks okay for them. We have a new card in server 2. We're going to see, basically, if anything is not double advanced, you don't really have to worry about it unless you're respecting the Echo Chamber, which I believe you res for 3 or 4 credits. I think 4 credits.
4 credits for Echo Chamber, yeah.
And then you spend your whole turn converting it to a single agenda point, which is what you want in a list that's running probably only 6 3-pointers and doesn't want to score 3 of them.
Here's an install advance.
All right. So Bologna.
Is this an NGO?
Bologna's looking good.
Is this a Bologna? Bologna would be pretty good, yeah.
Just that toll booth having to run twice through with the Biovault looks like an issue. If you score that again, you get your money back, not your time, but you do get your 5 credits back.
Naming event here, trying to look for any, just anything weird that can happen to help get into this, like, an overclock or
spec works or some shaper tricks. But Man of the Moon's economy is quite good here. They're up to 16 credits. They drew a card after pawning the Telor contract, getting that card draw through the Reaver, the Apex card. 16 credits and 7 on the Flameout. Actually, if this is an NGO and they run it, that's a big blowout. You'll still lose the Biovault though, which is a bit unfortunate, but like I think there's a chance Man of the Moon can make it in here. Yo, Panzer, laying down the law. Do you have that copy pasted? You just shooting those out?
Yeah.
Not on my watch. 4 clicks, Man of the Moon.
What else am I typing right now?
Man of the Moon did get the free card draw, I believe, off of the Beth. They started. No, Rust Rider's on 8 credits. They only got the free credit. But we're charging after that. Sure, gamble going to give 4 credits to one player, 2 to the other. We're through the magnet. Toll booth going to tax, 3 credits, and then it's another 3 to break.
So we'll be 11 credits at the end of this toll booth. IP block.
Doesn't force a breaker.
It's going to be 2 credits. It's only 2 credits
yeah,
because
Kaba has a
Kabanesubu has the link.
Oh.
Now, the math could change the second time through, though. So IP block could potentially force more money second time through.
Yeah, it's always tricky, right? Like this is the sort of ice that sometimes you will gladly trace through, specifically if you have more money than the corporation, so they can't like, very easily overbid you. I feel like here, yeah, we probably just trace through. Otherwise, we're spending 4 to install. You could install on the flame out, but then, you'll lose your paperclip, which it's not amazing. It's not the worst. But 6 credits left here. I think if it's a surveyor on the inside, most, or even a border control, that's the best case scenario for the corp.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Hey.
Border control to force 3 runs through the server is absolutely brutal. If that is the case.
I think orbital jump. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Excuse me. So they're thinking here, right? At this point, you've committed to the server, right? Like you. Orbital accidentally entered the comms. How's it going? No, it's all good. Sorry, I thought there was a ghost in here for a second. Okay, so the IP block, you've committed to make this run, right?
Yeah.
So you probably are going to trace through here. I don't think you can afford to put down the paperclip and continue. And to continue on that.
You are very... But if you put down the paperclip and you break here, then you don't have enough money to steal a Bologna.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. But like, I don't think you can steal a Bologna here. Like, I feel like all you have to do is get the Biovault out, right? Like, that's your best case scenario. But then they won't buy, like, you get the Biovault out even if you don't have Bologna credits, right? Like, you just end up paying 2. You know what I mean?
You force either, if there is a border control hidden, you could potentially force that, or you force the Biovault by actually continuing through here and still having 5 credits, but you can't threaten the same thing if you actually get the paperclip here.
Yeah,
I think you have to have a little bit of inefficiency on this.
Yeah, I don't think
he run.
I don't think he searched the clip. So we're thinking here. We still have about 20 minutes left. Again, the timer you're seeing in the top left corner is not the OP timer, if I'm not mistaken, so it could be off. It's likely to be off. So see how it goes here.
Okay, here's hold on. So it costs 4 credits to install paperclip.
Yep.
You could theoretically, if you don't mind paying the install cost again on a future turn, you could install paperclip on flameout. And then you have flameout credits to use it twice on IP block.
I just don't
see.
see.
That takes you to 7.
Oh, but actually,
Ika gets trashed though.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ika gets trashed to get a cheaper paperclip, and it does go on to flameout.
The thing is, like, if you do this, you're basically committing to going through the toll booth a second time, which I believe means you have to have an overclock in hand.
Very well could be the case. Yeah.
But you're right. We're paying through that, and that's just another magnet, which is very well positioned against Angolo. Still 3 credits for a 3 credit res is fantastic.
It would have been brutal if that were a sentry that actually mattered, but since it is just the magnet, this is going to force... I would have to think this has to force the Biovault because it's much more expensive for the runner to get back through the server than to trash the Biovault.
And Rest Rider is down to 3 credits. Their economy is a bit lacking here. Now, if they do score that Bologna, they'll be back up on 6 credits, which is obviously a good start. I need that NGO.
I need that NGO. Because that's the crazy thing. At the end of the day, it genuinely could be an NGO.
Well, if you buy a vault, you know it's not, right?
Right? I don't know.
Well, because if it's an NGO, you'd pop the NGO and let them pay 2 to trash the Biovault. So there's no way it's a NGO, right?
Or you think you can bait them to go through again.
That is technically true. Yeah, but can they do it? So it's like 3 for each magnet. The IP block is free, and then they still need 6 for the toll booth. So we're looking at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 outside of tricks. So maybe if they overclock, you're right, but then they're still not. I didn't do the math quick enough, but they might not have Bologna credits.
Actually, yeah. So I don't think they do Bologna credits. So yeah, this is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's an agenda. I'd be really surprised if that's like a next level NGO bait, because I feel like that's not worth the effort if they don't run again. Maybe,
know.
maybe,
High
maybe
risk-
right.
high
Maybe,
risk, high
yeah,
reward
no, maybe
play.
right. If they run again, like it's way better than 2 credits. So we're thinking here. Man, the Moon has 2 clicks left again. They still need it if they don't have a Mad Dash in their deck, which again they could, but the fact that they're playing a 55 card deck means it's going to be less likely for them to find it when they need it. They're going to have to steal 3 agendas. That's half of the agendas potentially in this deck. Because there's a big chance on a 44 card minimum deck, this deck is running 6 3-point agendas and then Echo Chambers to close the game. So that's still asking for a lot from Man of the Moon, which is why also they're valuing contesting the remote server. Because that's the one place that you're most likely to find an agenda. If there's something advanced in the remote server, it's NGO or agenda. And right now it looks like agenda.
It certainly does. Thinking through, trying to figure out, is there a way to get through this server, have enough money to steal a Bologna, or even just get through in the first place and be able to send the message?
Yeah, send a message would be the best case scenario here for sure. I'm just
If you
thinking,
steal a send the message, then they get to res whatever this outermost ice is on HQ, at which point, I mean, yeah.
yeah, the Hydra's
Corp's
doing
poor.
enough, but yeah, whatever, right? You'll take it.
The corp's poor, but all of this ice is rest.
I think there's questions right now in chat about Polyp, and it's worth knowing that Political Operative cannot really interact with any sort of resed card that has a trash can without a click attached to it. So anything that's an instant speed like a Biovault or a Political Operative, Biovault or an NGO, as long as you don't pre-res it and wait for a click, the runner can interact with that. You can always get it. Oh, they trashed the Spin Doctor! Mad Dash Archives!
Mad Dash?
Just finding an NGO fronted there. What a line! Losing a misdirection to damage, but what a cool line after all that thinking, but unfortunately did not line up. And that's the thing is like Rust Rider, I think, wants to jam agendas, and there's not a lot of agendas in the deck. So the chance of them discarding one, I don't remember really when the discard came in there, but that had a possibility of being a huge play, especially when they kept exactly 5 credits for that access. All right, we're scoring out. Let's see Bologna there. Back up.
Bologna, so back up to 5.
5 credits. Rust Rider now on game point, and this is such an awkward time for Man of the Moon because now Rust Rider, anything that they put into the remote server, Man of the Moon has to respect, right? Like it can be an Echo Chamber as long as they have 4 credits. So even if you put in a Bologna and don't advance it, like they have to run it. Anything you put in, they have to run. Biovaults, no advance. You have to go check it. But that turning wheel means that someone's going to be focusing here on HQ. I believe that came down off of the pantograph, which gives Man of the Moon 4 credits to capitalize off, hopefully, an HQ ice that's unresable to get free turning wheel tokens.
Okay, so pawning the Beth here. So saying I don't think this game is going to go enough turns for Beth to give me enough value to keep on the board, and also, Corp is poor right now, so definitely a reasonable decision there.
That's an explosive start. The event is going to get called from Esmari, but we saw installing a Harbinger and then immediately spec working it, which is, a fair bit. It's still 2 cards, but you are getting a card draw off the Reaver. I guess that did already trigger off of the Aesops and the Beth. But we are only 16 cards left in the stack. Still probably 2 more Mayflies. We haven't seen any Oilers. Maybe Angolo just replaces that sort of thing.
Yeah. So one thing pointed out in chat right now, Polyp.
Oh, yeah.
The other thing that you're saving Polyp for is Echo Chamber, and you no longer have Polyp for Echo Chamber.
Polyp for Echo Chamber is the biggest deal because now they res the Echo Chamber for 4 and then you just pop it. And that's such a big deal. But Man of the Moon has let go of that for the hopefully snipe and archives. We're running HQ here. That's an IP block, which is going to be 2 credits to get a turn wheel counter.
Still, yeah, right. The fact that it's resable and the fact that it costs money to get these turning wheel counters, I think, is terrible for Wu.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big difference. If that was something that cost 8 and you can res, you could just bounce for days. But yeah, right, that Polyp's huge.
I'm not sure what Wu's outs are here. I think Wu's outs are things are very clustered on top of R&D in a couple turns in terms of agendas.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if there's more Mad Dashes in the list, like, Wu could obviously still win. Oh, looks like we're pushing an agenda.
Here's an IAA, though, so really, just saying Wu's not going to get into this server this turn. This is a safe play.
I think Wu can get in here. You don't think Wu can get in?
Yeah, so, I mean, if Wu gets in, probably spends all of the money plus whatever trick was used to get into the server, gets, best case scenario, goes up to 3 points. Worst case scenario, it's an NGO.
if I'm not mistaken, right? Like it's, how much is it? 3, 6, 9. It's 11 to run the moat, give or take.
Oh, let's see.
No,
So it's
14.
3 for
Excuse
the
me. I think it's
magnets.
14.
Right, because it's 6 for the toll booth, 3 for the magnets.
Yeah, and
So
then
that's already 12. So it would be 14 with IP block, assuming that the trace doesn't get boosted.
so the question is,
Which it wouldn't on 3 credits, you would assume.
on the Bologna threat here, can they access with 5 credits? And even then, I feel like if Man in the Moon goes for this and they don't end up mad dashing it, like Rust Rider's pretty happy with that, and they can jam an Echo Chamber or anything next turn.
Yeah. Right, I think this ultimately could end up coming down to if a mad dash, or if there's like an overclock or something to get in and steal a Bologna in server 2, it could ultimately maybe come down to a turn where Wu has to bounce off of an IP block 3 times, take 3 tags,
Yeah.
get 3 turning wheel counters,
Close
and
the
then try to
game.
win off of those.
I think my favorite thing here is Rust Riders specifically on 3 credits. And that's such a big deal, right? Because they're actually threatening out a score. If they were on 2 credits, you'd be like, oh, it's an NGO. I can come back next turn or not at all. And so that's very well positioned here.
There is only one NGO in archives.
Mm-hmm.
So NGO very much a live threat.
Yeah, I think NGO is probably like what I would be feeling this is the runner, but like, you know, if that is,
If you're wrong,
you lose. Yeah. Sometimes you have to make those hard decisions here. It always feels bad where you do nothing and lose. Like that just feels worse. But hey, that is going to make it a lot cheaper. Mayfly coming down on the flame out. It's still 3 credits to get through the magnet. I think it's the same for just about everything. But the issue here is that you actually do take the tag from the IP block because you have an AI installed now.
Oh, yeah, you do. Not even think about that. I forgot that Mayfly was an AI.
So we're running through here. So while this is the same to break with Angola, you can use the credits off of the flame out. So this does become considerably cheaper. Toll booth, you still lose 3, but then you're going to pay 4 off of the flame out as well. Now this means you can't trace through the IP block, so you're either going to have to boost or install your paperclip. So let's see how Man of the Moon deals with this. Luckily, JNet's going to remember about the AI thing.
Right, Mayfly will get trashed at the end of turn, but is not trashed yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though it's not doing anything useful.
And it's worth noting when you have 2 competing triggers, Cabinessa Wu will remove something if you Cabinessa it in. Was this Mayfly Cabinessa in? No.
No, installed.
Okay, so it doesn't worry. It doesn't matter about that. But in theory, if you have a remove from game at the end of turn and trash from end of the turn, you choose the order. All right, IP block did give out the tag, so you can't trace through this. We're going to have to break it. And for Mayfly, it's pretty expensive because you probably want to break both subroutines. So that's another 5 credits.
Mm-hmm.
Was this cheaper than just running?
At the same time, yeah, right. You kind of need the turning wheel, so the tag really does matter.
There's a chance that this wasn't actually cheaper than running.
Yeah. And here's a magnet.
Oh no! Oh, we have I think credit perfect, right? You break this for 3, you have exactly Bologna credits, but then you can't clear the tag.
Is it a Bologna? It's an NGO.
Oh no!
Oh.
Rude is correct.
Very rude. I agree.
1 tag left. Man in the Moon has used a whole flame out, a second Mayfly down. They've trashed their Beth. This is what you call a scoring window, and by scoring window, it could be an echo chamber window, but we are scoring.
It's this. Yep. Is it the? I mean, if it's any agenda, it feels like it's safe here.
Yeah. You'd hope for the Bologna that's safer, but again, with only 6 credits here, that's the weird thing about some of the burst economy in this list. Creative Commission is not something you want to play early in your turn. Otherwise, it's 2 clicks each for 2 credits instead of 1 for 4. So it's hard to be very aggressive with some of these things.
That is suggesting it could be another NGO. That would truly be the rudest play here.
I feel like Rust Rider is really confident about the window they have here. We've already seen 2 NGOs.
I would feel very confident in this window because, again, absolute worst case scenario, runner somehow manages to get to 4 points. You can still win.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to lose off of the run.
Yeah, so I wonder if Man of the Moon can consider running this. In terms of flameouts, I think we have 1 more in the list. But again, 14 cards left in the stack, but it's not a card you can tutor for exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what they do here. 4 clicks, no Beth. We have 1 turning wheel token, which is not really anything until you get that second token at least. But like, you know, there's always these ridiculous plays where you get a second turning wheel counter, run R&D with a mad dash, steal 2 agendas, win. Like you have lines, admittedly narrow lines, but there's still lines when you play with 3-pointers and mad dash. So Man of the Moon diving into the tank here, thinking it's the last turn. There's at least 8 minutes left in the game, give or take, and that's starting with a daily cast, which means they're probably just going to pass through this and not challenge anything.
Yeah, has to bet that this is in fact the third NGO.
Draw second
Because
click is
probably
mixed messaging there.
Yeah.
So here you're basically hoping for an NGO. You got the VRcation to draw back up to 6, discarding an Aesop. So we'll see if Frustrator continues to advance that card. That looks like it's it.
That is.
Hold on. GG from the player.
You're gonna
You
score
gotta
it.
score that, man. You just click on it.
It's,
Just click on it. Frustrator. Click on it. All right. Well, welcome to a satisfying ending to that Netrunner game. This is where you triple advance an NGO and your opponent concedes, right? Ah,
Okay,
it's a Bologna.
Oh wow.
Didn't mean to slow her up. Yeah, whatever. Good game. Good games to both players.
So it looks like there are 4 minutes left in the round, so not that much time, but we could potentially catch the very end of the game.
I don't know if it's just me. I don't love when there's 4 minutes left to dive into a game because it kind of like distracts people and gets them off their game. So I think we might as well just like wait in the lobby for these to wrap up.
We could just chill.
Yeah, okay.
Look at the results so far.
Yeah, let's check the results so far. We definitely have a lot to look at. All right.
So of the top tables, Rust Rider and Roosvis were both undefeated and swept. So they are now the 2 only undefeated players in day 1B.
Oh, okay. Is Osclet also, is she undefeated still, or did she lose one in an early round?
She split in round 2 against Chu.
Okay, so she's right below the undefeated then.
So tied with Solomir, ATC 123, Melkors, and Hoklor.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. Rust Rider and Roosvis will be at the top of the pack. That means they're likely to play each other if they haven't already, which means at this point you might see an intentional draw on round 4. I'm not the kind of person who knows how this works exactly. So we'll see.
Round 4 seems very early if there were 7.
But like you're
I
totally
might be wrong though.
You're totally right. Like looking at the top 8 tables, like we see half of them to be splits, which means people are going to have to play more games, or by play more games, I mean 2 for 1 aggressively from this point on. So we'll see how that goes either way.
Looking down the results a little bit, so the Argus and Sunny list that we saw split last round did sweep.
Yeah.
One did sweep this round.
And Cowboy 1010 seems to be riding the energy from that buy. They've been, I think they swept 2 rounds in a row, maybe, give or take, but they're definitely at the top tables now. Well done.
I think split the last one.
Yeah,
so split the last one, but yeah, now only 1 win off of the top of Swiss.
So big unit also getting that sweep there.
Also sweeping.
Chris also getting the 2 wins off of Gronkaf. That's definitely a matchup between 2 friends.
Yeah.
But Chris will take that and continue onward. So I don't think Rob is out of this by any chance. And Shoeflower against Say It Zero as well, taking the sweep too. Push him up. And it looks like I think Sokka also got swept. I think that's 2 sweeps in a row. I think that might be the end of the World's Run for
start
Sokka,
for
unfortunately.
Let's see. So some 30s made it. That would be 10 and 4.
Okay.
So Sokka could sweep out. Sokka could sweep out and get there.
Oh, is those are the only 2 losses from Sokka?
Yes. So Sokka started off on, or well, no. So this would be 2 and 4 for Sokka now.
Okay.
So in theory, if Sokka sweeps out, that would be 10 and 4.
Possible.
Which,
cool.
If it is like yesterday, then 30 points is enough to get you into that bubble.
All right. So we're just gonna wait for these things to wind down. You know what? I think maybe it might be a good idea, Pants, if we just maybe I'll put some music on. We'll take a 5-minute break to stretch our legs. Yeah. Okay. So that's gonna be it. Yo, for those watching in chat, participating in raffles, we're gonna be back in about 5 minutes where round 4 will be starting, give or take. We'll see some of the results and we'll be able to talk about them. But until then, we'll be right back. Welcome back. We are about to start our fourth round today of day 1B of the Nisei 2021 World Championship. My name is Andre. I'm joined by Neuropanzer, who's been with me all today. How's it going, man?
Doing pretty well. We've seen some insane Netrunner.
Oh, it's been great today. It's been really, really good. We've seen a lot of really exciting games. And talking about exciting stuff, we're also joined by Ginevra, who played yesterday.
Hello.
How's it going, Ginevra?
Good.
So you played...
How are you seeing it
Sorry?
different to yesterday?
How's it been different to yesterday?
Yeah.
So we've seen some different changes into meta. We've only seen a couple of games so far, but if we look just at like what is showing up today, the difference between what people are calling for simplification state, the difference between North America and potentially Europe. Obviously, there's a lot more than that. Anybody's playing from any region. So again, I don't like to simplify to that extent, but I don't think things are massively different. Today, we're seeing a lot of controlling the message, just like we did yesterday. We're seeing even more Max today. But we have a lot of Atoms still. We have a lot more outfit than we saw yesterday, but
A lot more.
Yeah.
There are 10. It's the third most common ID. Okay, I'd
And
like
I
to
think
cut in
there
real
was
quick.
only-
They just posted the pairings.
okay.
There was only one yesterday.
Yeah,
So outfits certainly increased.
it's a bit of a jump too.
10x outfit stonks this day 1B.
So I just want to check really quick the standings. Ginevra, if you have the Cobra up as well, there's 2 players right now that are on 18 points, which is the highest. At this point, I don't know whether they're going to consider doing an intentional draw. And it's worth knowing that intentional draws are something that are not encouraged by the Nisei OP team, but they're supported by them. And the idea is that you call over a judge, and basically with all transparency, you basically say, me and my opponent have amicably agreed to not play the games and instead take 1 win apiece. And so that basically preserves your chance of getting into the top 8. Or top 16, or how many players are going to make it till tomorrow. It's actually a bit of a floating number. Otherwise, we have a lot of players still on 15. It's a lot of players on 15, about 13 players, I believe. So there's still a lot to work with there. Is this too soon for 2 for
Among
ones?
them, it depends what your record is. If you're on 4 losses, I have to think you're aggressively trying to 2 for 1 here.
Okay. So the idea again for 2 for 1s is a very similar thing that are supported by the Nisei team, not encouraged, but supported. The idea is that you can say, hey, would you want to say that we randomize what side we start as, and whoever wins both games? These are the sort of like somewhat ugly artifacts of having this double-sided format. Some people are big proponents of single-sided Swiss. I think it's a very interesting idea too, but we'll see how that goes from here. We're going to be starting because the round is just about to start. Ginevra, do you have a strong opinion on which way we want to point our cameras for this round? I don't know if you see the pairings up.
If you think table 1 is going to ID, then I mean something like table 2, or
I think table 2 is actually a really good idea. We have Big Unit
Table
on
2 would be
Gagarin,
awesome.
which is one of the few Gagarins we're seeing. Actually, we have Chris as well. So it looks like some of the players from that testing group are playing that. Do you want to do table 2?
Yep.
Let's go find it.
Love that. Notably, this is a testing team matchup. This is Laura Osklet against Jonas Big Unit 3000.
Yeah.
Both extremely strong players. Have been, I would say, scourges of the East Coast if you show up to a tournament that they're at for a very long time. And they're playing here on table 2 in the 2021 World Championships, which I don't think anyone's super surprised about.
Yeah. No, that testing team has been doing really well. Again, we talked about specifically also Big Unit has had a fantastic competitive season, and Osclate also. She's an absolute fantastic Netrunner player too, so we're going to be in for a treat. I think we're just waiting for the table to spin up. I don't know. Do you all see it yet? Do I have to refresh my JNet? Is this on me?
I don't see it
I'm
yet.
not seeing it yet.
Okay. I'll wait for that. I wonder, is there any chance that just against your like teammates, if you want to call them that, like you would take an ID out of like support?
There is potentially a chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Let me
that,
check
I guess
the
it's
let me check
possible,
the
but I
ID
guess-
requests
okay.
panel. Oh yeah, table 2 is IDing.
Okay. So that makes sense.
Okay.
So it's both players who want to basically not have to knock one of their teammates out potentially of the tournament if they 2-0 them. And it's worth saying knockout is maybe a bit harsh. You can still, I think, make it to day 2 if you lose 2 matches right now.
So notably, table 2
It
then
might
is
just give
not
them-
available.
Yeah. Okay.
Might just give them time to, grab something to eat or
Too.
On that side, how about
Do you have opinions on what other table we want to watch in that case?
Ginevra, do you feel strongly about any of these?
4 or 5, I guess, we'd be thinking of.
Okay. I don't think we've seen Cowboy 1010. It's PD versus CTM, Max versus Steve. I think that's something we can do.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Let's try and go find. So that's table 4. All right. So just give us 1 second. We're finding the tables. We're all sitting down and getting ready. We'll be starting round 4 in just a second. I don't think it's begun just yet. Sorry, I'm struggling to find it.
Yes, just find
I got it.
Cowboy Tintin is probably the easiest
yeah.
search term.
All right, we'll be in here for a second. So it looks
and
like
they're just setting up and getting ready.
all right, so we're just going to be setting up. We're going to be starting the bid again. This is round 4. It is worth noting that if you're really holding out to go get some food or something, this will be our final round before the break. We have a 45-minute break coming up after this. So if you can, hold yourself together for a bit, we'll get there together. After that, we'll have 3 final rounds, and they can be, is it 4, 5, 6, 7? How do you count to 7? Yeah, 3 final rounds. 7's a good number.
Yeah,
that's the agendas you're going for. So we'll get a mad dash there to the end. Okay, so Radiant is saying, "Hey, stream."
Ooh, look at this. We have a grudge match here. Radiant is saying Tintin and Radiant played in the grand finals of a Portland Regionals in 2019. Tintin narrowly won, and Radiant is looking for the run back here in Worlds. Actually, 2018.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay, so these are players who are probably from the West Coast here. They're running back. Again, in terms of the narrative, Tantan did take it. So we're seeing if Radiant can have it come for the run back. Tantan seems this probably might be my time for the comeuppance, but we'll see. So that's actually quite exciting. I think they're playing pretty standard identities, if I'm not mistaken. I think we might see some yellow. I think we're seeing a Steve Cambridge, a Precision Design, and a Max. So it's going to be a pretty good representation of what some of the tables look like right now.
So notably IDs with a lot of options. We've seen one Max on Apocalypse. I think we've seen a Big Max, but Precision Design could be one of about 3 or 4 different decks. Max could be one of about 3 or 4 different decks. Excited to see what these IDs actually are doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to get confirmation. I don't know if we have confirmation right now, but do we know if Table 1 is playing or whether they're going to ID out? That was the Rust Rider versus Roostfist match.
That is a good question. Let me look at the ID requests.
Because on the table, we do know...
At the moment, they have not requested an ID.
Okay.
Not requested yet.
So they might actually be playing it out, which is a really big deal, obviously.
We are starting to see some 2-for-1 requests come in.
Okay. So it begins. All right, we're on the table. Okay. I don't know if time has started just yet.
Yes, I think time's starting now.
So sometimes players load into lobby a bit early to take the mulligan. And talk about the mulligan, CTM here, controlling the message, will be taking the first mulligan. And it's worth knowing, controlling the message, the most represented identity on the corp side today. And I think yesterday as well, if I'm not mistaken. We have...
Yes, there were a lot yesterday.
So we only have...
Or in a way, the most represented on the weekend.
We only have 12 influence here to work with. And it says the first time the runner trashes an installed corp card each turn, you may trace form. And that gives you a tag of successful, and that tag cannot be avoided. Now, CTM was in some way put into its place, still obviously a very competitive identity, but we used to have 419, who made it more difficult to spam out horizontally if you wanted to keep your stuff protected. But on top of that, it had a link, which helps a heck of a lot. And Steve here does not have a link. We'll have access to a lot of those criminal tricks. Things like an early miss bones is a really big deal if it doesn't get mollied.
Notably, this first ice going onto HQ, so already icing up a server that CTM doesn't always want to invest a lot of resources to protect, and that's the power of Steve's ability.
And some sort of a nice upgrade, going on to R&D as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of times upgrades, you're expecting it to be a Mumbad Virtual Tour. I'm still holding out for somebody to swap those in for some price secs, which sometimes do mess with the math in a way you might not have expected. We have Steve with a good start.
I experienced some price checks yesterday, so yes, I think there are players doing that.
All right, always excited to see the price checks come out. And this is another big interesting thing with this new meta is the pad tap is a legal card in this meta. And pad tap makes it very difficult to stick some cards on the table like pad campaign, which are basically as good for the runner as they are for you.
A huge flavor win there with the pad campaign and the pad tap.
Ping, going to get that run ended. The Bravado still getting some value, but Irradiant's going to have to spend a click to clear the tag. And Cowboy Tintin resing the Spin Doctor after the mandatory draw. So we'll see. At this point, 4 credits again, it's so hard to trash pad taps. That is such a massive loss of credits and time.
Letting it tick for at least another turn, it looks like. At the very least, if pad tap is ticking, you want to have 2 assets that are giving you money going at once so that the runner doesn't get exactly as much value as you. Even a Maryland here would be very nice just to defray some of that value that you're getting from that pad tap.
Daily business show.
There's a daily business.
Falsified is going to expose that. We guess asset are going to gain our 5 credits from server 3. Now this is the issue, right? Like, that's something that's only 2 credits to res, but if Radiant can get down, an Amakua plus the counter, or just get down a Boomerang, like this is ripe for the diversion of funds, which is going to put Tintin a far bit back. Running the Spin Doctor. I don't think you pop this. I think you let them, unless there's an agenda in archives, you're okay with them paying 2 credits and a tag. Paying 4 to clear the tag. And that's something awkward that happens if you run that last click and you did not think you'd have to take the tag, is that you have to pay 4, otherwise you're going to end up floating a tag. Floating a tag doesn't mean too much on this board state. It means the pad tap is a bit cheaper to destroy. It means predictive planogram is also a fair bit better.
Yep, pointing out the lore win here. Pad tap off of pad campaign. We do have 2 cards installed in server 4, representing an upgrade plus potentially another upgrade, but potentially an asset. Like this could be a classic combination of an MVT plus a banker's group, something along those lines.
Yeah, those are the defensive upgrades that you know very well if you've been playing against controlling the message. So you know how to respect it. We're checking archives here. It's an interesting run. Just revealing an Enigma face down archives. I wonder if we're going to get down, a Tapworm is not what it's expecting, but that is, again, another credit drain that's going to require a lot of time for the corporation to deal with. And Rashida is going to force Cowboy above 10 credits, meaning the Tapworm will be 2 credits a turn.
Steve really focusing on the money at the moment.
Yeah, right?
Getting that all down.
And like, if you don't have a miss bones, like this is probably what you want to do anyways. Like you see, okay, a pad campaign, that can stay. It's not a banker's group. I'll just get my money down and then slowly take your board apart. Because Cowboy needs to somehow transition from this to either hard-hitting news threat or from this board state to scoring behind a piece of ice, which is still quite tricky with things like Boomerang or Inside Job. But hey, there's the pad tap down, 3 credits. We're still going to get 1 credit off of the tap board and 1 off the Rozeki. So we're still making a fair bit of money at the beginning of turn.
So that's a pretty high value pad tap trash because you also deny the credit from Tapworm.
Yeah, you might as well, right? There you go.
Here's a diversion. Though.
So, if you
Boomerang allowing the diversion of funds.
In CTM Ducat, there are a number of things that are unresed. Unclear if there's enough to go down to 3 credits or something like that.
Even if you duck down to 3 credits, it's like pretty awkward, right? Because then you have no money. So I think you just take this and float 3 credits. Now we're revealing a Sure Gamble and Bravado. This is the first Steve Cambridge trigger all game. So we're going to get that, what came back to the hand, the Sure Gamble.
The Sure Gamble came back to hand, yeah.
But Tintin, 4 credits after that pad campaign, no longer paying out the pad tap, but the credit differential here is pretty staggering, 4 to 17. This is a deck that needs to gain purchase on the table. There's a planogram for
at least.
Drawing 3.
Really looking for answers here. Not satisfied with the cards currently in hand.
More upgrades as well.
More upgrades.
Time to zoom
another
out.
Upgrade protected server.
So how many upgrades do you expect the deck to have, right? Like barring Sansan, Sansan City Grid, right? Like you're assuming that's 3 Mumbet Virtual Tours maybe on the table. I feel like 3 might even be a high number. So there actually might be Sansans in some of these servers setting up for some amount of credits in the future.
Very well could be. It I'm more inclined to say that this is just the 3 MVTs have entered the chat is what we're seeing here.
And whoa,
But
we've
I
seen
could be wrong.
4 ice discarded. What is an HQ? We have a no daily
Wow.
business show. We've had a Rashida fire. We've had a planogram. There has to be a lot of agendas in HQ.
What? Why are all these IP blocks getting discarded? You have to think that those are worth the res, right?
Yeah, the hand might be entirely flooded. We do have a bankers group out on the remote server protected by an upgrade.
That's huge.
Radiant might want to consider pulling this down. Obviously, the Mumbad virtual tool will be a problem from that point, but you still have a huge credit lead, and icing up server 4 might actually be a Sansan in there.
And gaining money with the planograph.
There's a chance that every card in hand is an agenda.
Yep.
Boomerang going in. Got the
It's a
turning.
diversion, though.
diversion.
Not going to see him.
It's going to drop Cowboy down to only 5 credits. It's going to get a choice back here. And this is the really awkward part where next turn they'll have 2 diversion of funds in their heap. So when they run HQ, you know what's going to be happening later on that turn or next turn. It's going to be the 3rd diversion. So we're choosing here. It's between a sure gamble and a falsified. Falsified's leaving. Sure gamble will return back to hand. I think we played that single sure gamble 3 times now. Radiant's going to discard it, probably that sure gamble, honestly. Whatever. I wanted the other one. So Cowboy can score out here. If that's an AR enhanced security, that's actually a pretty big deal. It is.
That is an Aries.
Is
Wow.
And I think that tracks, right? Like, I still think there's agendas in hand, but you have to do something with them. And that push out is a really big deal because now those Mumbad virtual tours are twice as mean. 5 credits and a tag and a trace tag. But hey, Miss Bones, she's going to have something to say about it.
Yeah, that seems like a very good answer back. Yes, you have to take the tag, the air enhanced security, but Bones makes it easy to trash multiple things in the same turn so that you limit the number of CTM triggers and the number of Ares triggers you have to eat.
And Radiant's taking their time. They've established their economy. They got 2 Rizekis and a Tapeworm. They have their filtered card draw. They have a Miss Bones. And Cowboy 1010 is pretty far away from either leveraging a hard-hitting news or building a remote server that they can score a fast advance route from. And hey, that's a 4th upgrade. So I'm pretty sure server 4 is a Sansan City grid being protected.
Mm-hmm. A bit surprised that the commercial bankers group is still ticking. I guess probably waiting for the Miss Bones to be down to actually go take care of the bankers group, because you will have to pay a total of 7 credits to clear out everything that's in that server, most likely.
Yeah, I think it's a good time, right? Controlling the message is only first time a turn that you want to flush server 6 and then maybe server 1 or take down the daily business show. Like, you want to kind of do it in bunches. Ooh,
Installing Paragon can get Paragon value off of whatever runs are about to happen.
that's a fancy Paragon.
Yeah.
Dirty Laundry.
And
We're going in. The bankers group.
so the
trying to get the most value from all of the trashes.
Yeah, Miss Bones.
Yeah.
Is such
Radiant
a
pointing out the money does go away pretty quick when you have to pay through all of these CTM traces and clear these tags and trash these assets. It's never quite enough money against CTM until it really is enough and you actually have one.
There you go. The Mumbad Virtual Tour down for 5. You can take those credits off the Miss Bones. That is more money to take down the bankers group. We have a single tag. We did pay 4 to dodge the tag, which technically it values your clicks more than your economy there. We're going to attack the daily business show. That comes down for 1, and you don't have to take an additional tag. And Radiant clearing the last tag. So we went from, I think, 20-ish credits down to 13, but we did clear 2 big things off the table. We'll see if server 8 is another agenda snuck out there, while Cowboy thought Radiant would be distracted dealing with some other stuff.
It's another Ares that's gigantic.
Yeah, quite.
We're getting a question what console it is. This is a Paragon.
Yeah.
On the side of Steve.
I don't know where this came from. It says 19 on it.
That's really cool. Is that a store champ alt or something like that?
It looks like it. Cowboys figuring it out here. Again, if you worry about hard-hitting news, you care about a credit differential, you're really hoping that their opponent has less than 8 credits, but when they're dripping 2 a turn, plus maybe the Tapeworm, it gets a bit trickier. So Cowboy trying to figure it out here. What's the chance, like, if you put, an upgrade on HQ and it is a Mumbad Virtue Tour, that doesn't do anything against the diversion of funds. Is there any chance that this list is running Chrysium Grid as well? Which is, not a bad card at all, especially with Apocalypse being, I think, a bigger thing in this meta than it was yesterday.
There's definitely a card that I've run out of CTM, so I wouldn't be shocked if that were a Chrysium. Okay, we have an install into
That's a
server 4,
further
though. It is now officially a Clown
install.
Car server.
Yeah, I don't know what we expect here, I think. Blake.
Neither
And
player
a
happy
server
with the
9
current
to
board state.
confuse.
Yeah, we don't know which way to go here, but that's looking like Mumbet Virtual Tour into Prysac, which is just a lovely combo together. And as good as Miss Bones is, she's basically done. You got your 10 credits of value off of that. All right, Radiant's jumping into the tank here. And again, we've seen CTM as a competitive deck for such a long time, and this deck can so heavily punish mistakes. If you end up running into a Mumbet Virtual Tour when you don't expect it, and you have to end up trashing it, and then you take the tag, and then you take a second tag, and suddenly you realize you're ending your turn tagged, and then they exchange information or all seeing eye, like it can get really bad really quickly. Obviously, Radiant can and should take their time to figure this out. It looks like figure this out is the second pad tap.
Oh, Rashida. So the cost of doing that is a Rashida will fire here. Rashida, obviously a fantastic fire from Bobo's perspective.
So the pad tap's triggering anyways. That pad campaign's been there since turn 1. These 2 Rizekis and Tapworm still clicking away. Making a lot of credits. I like the Tapworm or the pad tap. Yes. Yeah, that's how it is playing against criminals. And we are slow rolling an agenda in a remote server.
Yeah.
Looks likely to be a Bologna behind
In the
us.
server 4.
That's a single piece of ice. You're hoping with 2 defensive upgrades and a Bologna. That looks like a huge swing of credits if the runner does manage to get in there.
Yeah.
Potentially. Oh,
it's a Sansan.
Sansan.
Scoring at tomorrow's headline. So don't manage to get the tag and use it this turn, but sticking the runner with a tag to start off the turn, here's a nice hello present.
They installed something in server 10 that turn, didn't they?
Yes.
So
the tomorrow's headline was already there. They just didn't value trashing any of the runner's resources or doing anything else with the tag, I guess.
yeah, they could have spent, it's money is an issue too, right? They could have taken down the turning wheel if they wanted to. It looks like server 10 seems to be pretty important. But now Radiant has to deal with the Sansan City grid, right? And that looks to be on a Mumbet Virtual Tour, so that's 10 credits and 2 tags, let alone the single tag from the headline that you have to deal with. Mind you, this is the new 1 of 3-2 that every faction got, their own unique version within System Gateway. Radiant's going to be...
And Radiant saying they're mathing it out,
Yeah.
seeing how much that's going to get costs to get in.
Mm-hmm. The Sansan City Grid, not really a card that you can leave up and active for very long.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be an absolute nightmare if you leave that up. Whether they score another Ares for 2 credits, whether they score a Beal and put themselves on game points, you need to deal with these things. Another card that came back into the meta this year.
That took the corp very, very low, though. So there is a very real cost to going for that Sansan res, and because really what that did was enable the install in the same turn. So this has to be a high value install.
Inside job coming in. That means you're not going to have to deal with the ice. It can't be too big of an ice, whether it's just a wraparound or a ping would be quite nice, but we're still rezzing it? I guess pink gives a tag regardless.
No, it's Mumbad.
Oh, it's a turnpike.
Mumbad getting rezzed. And a turnpike.
So we're inside jobbing over this, so they do know what this is. They don't have to take the on-encounter ability. I don't think.
No. They shouldn't, no.
Mumbet Virtual Tour.
First.
Going to take 4 credits, 1 off of the Miss Bones, who's now retired, and now we're going to hit up the Sansan City grid. The Trace 4. Radiant's been spending a lot on these traces. That's another 4 credits down. Now they have to flip tags.
So down to 6 credits, though, after that run.
And that's the Rashida they valued last turn. It had to be a strong card, which means this is the first time that the Corp has actually had credit advantage over the runner. If we see economic warfare into hard-hitting news, we have something quite mean brewing here.
Two installs? Is there a hard hitting as the third?
No.
No, just the third install.
3.
That makes a lot of sense, too. Just saying, you are now poor. I have these things you need to go check and you need to go do something with because I have 8 credits. But how are you going to do that?
It's hard to keep the runner down, though, right?
And not even putting behind ice.
Yeah. The runner's now making 5 credits a turn, right? Like it's
Another pad tap.
It's difficult.
Another pad tap. Wow. That ad campaign feels very embarrassed right now, I have to think.
No joke, I think you might consider installing over the pad campaign, unless of course you can stick
Yeah.
another credit positive card here. But those pad taps are just an immense amount of economy for that runner. And we still know there's a diversion of funds in hand, if I'm not mistaken. But we're going to space. 14 and 15.
I'm zooming out again.
Apologies on the stream if you're watching this on a phone. Uh-oh. But we're out there. I don't know whether there's traps out here. We've seen most of the Mumbad virtual tours,
There's a
but
diversion.
there's a diversion. Wait, we don't have an answer for the ping.
There are paper.
Oh,
yep,
paper
there's
clips
a
in the
paper-
bin, but
paper
of
clip in the
course.
bin.
So we're
So
going
it
to
is
go through
only
for
one credit after the paperclips on the board, so not a cheap server to get back
is
into.
the Crisium.
It is the Crisium.
That is huge. Again, if you want to trash that, that's pay 5, then pay again and pay again. But there's a chance that instead you take the Axis and steal an agenda here on HQ. I'm pretty sure there's some in there. But instead you see a hard-hitting news. You do get a turning wheel counter, which does not care about the run being declared successful, let alone any run ending. It could just end, right?
Notably,
But
the
totally
Paragon does
choosing
not
to
fire,
leave
though.
the Crisium there rather than halve their money.
Yeah, it's so hard to deal with this, right? Like it's 5 to trash, then the trace, then you're basically just not going to get Steve value for the rest of the game. So we got
What's an interesting play on the last click there? So mutual favor for a paperclip that got discarded. Or sorry, I'm on a previous turn. Never mind, I'm on a previous turn.
they scored out the AR enhanced
The one where
security.
that looks weird.
That was in server
Second Ares.
11. That's been on the table
Wow.
for a while now. Tenta's on game point.
Yeah.
And that's
It'd
really
be tough to
increasing
score
the
the
cost
5-3.
to the runner of doing anything.
Yeah,
That's
right? Like a run R&D, trash
Three
an
tags
MVT.
to clear.
Like you're going to need your missed bones. And again, there's a lot of missed bones in these decks. That's the second one we've seen so far. Only 8 cards left in their stack. We might have actually just seen every single card already, considering the class act has been on for a while. But we have a NASX now. Now with 14 credits, you're also just powering up the Tapworm, but that is a huge jump in money here. We know there's a hard-hitting threat. Server 16, 17. We don't need ice. What's Turnpike do? We're going horizontal.
Zooming out once again.
Falsified, gonna grass agenda. It's a Project Beal in 16.
It's a
Come and
Beal.
get it. Mad dash if you do.
Hilarious.
We're gonna Dirty Laundry in. Steal the Beal. Gain 3 credits. 27. You need to figure out another way to close the game out. You need to, I think you need to force trashes, right? Like you need to get something like a sand behind a piece of ice.
Hmm.
Unless there's
Or
2
take the
agendas.
time to get rid of the pad taps.
Yeah, I'm worried that it might be too little too late. That's still like 6 credits in your whole turn.
But 2 commercial bankers now.
I feel like if you're getting rid of the pad taps, you might as well just purge the
You
Tapworm.
should purge first, yeah. Because that's
more,
4 credits
yeah.
a turn at this
Yeah.
point. Crazy how much money these pads can make. These taps can make, I should say.
But like we have not stuck a daily business show for long, right? And there's only 10 cards left in R&D. What's HQ right now? Are there agendas and
Yeah.
archives? Is there a spin doctor on the table? Like, I feel like you just need to go get some accesses. Like you're running HQ for 1 credit.
And we haven't seen it. It isn't like we've had a DBS ticking for an entire game. Like they,
Yeah. We fired like
Corp has
3.
not had the ability.
I think we're 3
Yeah.
Rashidas in.
There have to be agendas somewhere.
Tenta's still drawing up, trying to find some answer to this board state, but when they are ticking for, what is it now, 9 credits at the beginning of their turn? Is it 9 credits? 8
Lord.
credits? I'm counting 8.
Yeah, I'm seeing 8 as well.
The runner can just poke basically whatever they put on the table. They don't even need a strong score to 7 game plan. They can just wait the next 9 turns. That's honestly one of the big differences between Spin Doctor and Jackson. If you res your Spin Doctor for recursion, it forces card draw.
Mm-hmm. Runner certainly has enough to break through any remote that CTM can make at this point.
Yeah, I feel like,
6 credits dripping in at the start of the turn thanks to those taps.
and with all the upgrades hitting the table in the early game, like you can just start running stuff and you're not that scared. Let alone, I don't know if you're going to be scared on 41 credits. It's a regolith.
The regolith
Leaving
is
the
great.
regolith.
Just forcing a run. You don't need regolith right now, right?
No, not at all. I like that this card is showing up in CTM lists as a thing that if you don't deal with it, there's a huge credit swing.
How does CTM get a win here?
I don't know. I think you need to stick like a Sansen in server 5, or if server 5 or server 13 is a Sansen, maybe there's a chance. But we just res the Spin Doctor mid-turn on server 14, no daily business show. So they have 7 cards in hand, 6 left in R&D. This is the last. Well, this Spin Doctor can recur a Spin Doctor. There's one more Spin Doctor somewhere. We're checking archives here. It's actually sometimes, when the corp draws mid-turn, it's a good time to run HQ because they didn't filter any of that draw. Now they have 7 cards, but you can get, potentially some nice rips.
One click
And not
left
triggering
to
any
run
spin off
R&D.
the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spin is down.
One click left to run R&D, but the problem is if it is an MVT, you have to take 2 tags there, and that is a way that you can lose
Oh
this
no,
game.
there's the spin.
So that's a Bologna. They shuffled back into Hydra and an unseen card. So now we're on game point. Radiant just needs to find either a Beal or another 3-pointer. There's a Citadel Sanctuary just saying, hey, no shenanigans. You can't punitive me. I don't care about a single tag. I can clear that clicklessly for a credit. This is looking really rough right now. And Tantich just resing the Regolith. You might as well. It is free. While you do have the Mamba Temple credits that are going to refresh this turn.
Not many cards in R&D right now.
We're just doing hard-hitting news for what's going to be an absurd number.
This is Tapworm counterplay, to be fair.
This is why we can't have nice things. It's only up to 9, so that's just going to force some credits out of Radiant. But again, that does not matter when they're making 9 credits at the beginning of the turn.
This seems very difficult to win for the Corp.
All right, so no ice, unresilient table. Hydra did go back into the deck, which is something that Radiant currently can't deal with. We're bravadoing back into HQ. It's only 1 credit to get through the ping. You don't have to trash the Crisium Grid. It's your choice. I don't think we're going to see that.
This feels like it almost has to be game seeing 2 here, right?
Hard-hitting news, yep. Turning was going to see 2, and it's a Beal. That's it.
And it's a Beal.
Yeah.
Yep. That is the game.
All right, that is 140 credits to 69. And so much of that was that Tapworm that's been on the table since like turn 3. And so much money is exactly the problem here. I feel like you might have to take the time to purge through and maybe even trash some bad taps. But it's really difficult still because if you're doing that, they're getting ahead on board state while you're not. And that's exactly what you need to do. Good game to both players.
Agreed.
I reckon we'll find the other side of that.
Yeah, definitely. That's a reversal of their previous match that they were having a bit of a memory of.
Or, yeah.
Yeah, ever since 2018, you're just grumbling the whole time. Like, my time to shine will be now. It'll be in front of everyone on the world stage. Witness me. All right, we're back in. Radiant is on a PD here again from System Gateway. 44 cards is what we're going to be playing. So that's only 18 to 19 agenda points. A really strong ID ability, both on the hand size and the ability to recur. We're going to take a bit of a break here before we start. But on the other side, we have Max, and we're looking at a lean Max, 45 card Max.
Very responsible number of cards.
That's the minimum we can do. And again, people generally like that. I know there's big max numbers. Ginevra, how many max cards were you playing yesterday? You're playing max, right?
I was playing 60 yesterday.
How did you come up with that number?
Somewhat, it was somewhere above 50, and I thought that was a reasonable number. So, I was thinking I was going to run into a lot of net damage type decks, so that was my concern.
Okay, so you stacked it a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you run into any net damage decks? Because I'm like, the sort of grinder prison deck is a real archetype right now, but I don't think we've seen any of them on stream so far, either today or yesterday, I think.
I think I played against a couple.
Oh, okay.
And I know some of my friends, I guess you're influenced by who you're playing against usually, are running those sorts of decks. So that was part of my thinking.
Fair enough.
I mean, that's the interesting part about Worlds is everyone coming from everywhere and playing their different decks.
Yeah, and that's actually I think one of my favorite parts about any sort of organized play. It's one thing to play against, your meta mates, your friends, and it's another thing to sit across a stranger potentially and see like, oh wow, things are totally different around here.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like we had a bit of a bio break, but we're back into it. I think did we take some mulligans here yet? It looks like 1010's going to take the mulligan again, and the corp, I believe, kept their hand. So we're off to the races, and races, I think, is actually a really good term for this. PD decks can be incredibly quick. We've seen some interesting brews today, but the basic idea of getting some ice up on a remote server, scoring tempo-positive agendas, having some of the best upgrades in the deck has been just a strong precision design game plan, basically since System Gateway came out in March this year.
Notably, a red level clearance. That is a little bit. I think that's a card that we don't see in many of the standard PD lists. Could potentially point to some shenanigans. Could also just be a solid value card.
Yeah, these modal cards are like easy to undervalue because it's unlike a card that gives a choice to your opponent, so you get the worst out of all the options. This one's always going to give you the best of the options, and it's a very flexible card. We're going to use it to, I believe, clicklessly draw 2 cards, which gives Radiant the ability to ice up HQ and get server 1 down on the table.
Interesting thing that we
it's
see
the
from this
HQ
max.
that they chose to ice rather than server or R&D.
Yeah, it kind of gives you a read, right? Maybe that's like a Nico, maybe it's a Maryland, something that if they trash, at least a Maryland, you're not too bummed out about. But yeah, they don't protect it while they're protecting HQ after not taking a mulligan. Maybe it's me. I've had bad experiences against some of the bigger max decks where they just wanted you out of nowhere and it's hard to play around. I don't know. Twice burned, once scared, or I think it's the other way.
Notably, that decision made before seeing a card milled on the side of his max.
Yep.
There's a hippo in the trash, which I think makes it less likely that this is an apocalypse list.
Yeah, I don't think you see the hippos in the APOC list. I think the 45 cards, yeah. The APOC list is probably the most common. There's a big chance that this list is actually quite similar to what was the deck list of the week last week, which was the I think the Berlin Store Championship max deck that runs Ngolo on 45 cards.
Yeah.
But hey,
Also getting 2 of their breakers to the bin
we
already.
can zoom in, by the way.
Yep. Yeah, we're in there on a paperclip and MK Ultra. Yeah, exactly. That's going to deal with, I think it's pretty easy to tell what sort of ice you're expecting to see in a PD list, and the gatekeepers and the magnets are the only 2 that you're going to struggle to deal with. And the gatekeeper can be a hard one, but a lot of times you just end up face checking into those things anyways. All right, there's an Ngolo and a Rozeki. And I don't think the list that was the deck list of the week last week had both of those because the MU can be quite tight. But the Ngolo is a big hit in terms of influence. They're generally playing 2 of those for 8 influence apiece. And that is not a card you can recur from your heap easily. So drawing into those is important. We're slamming R&D.
Taking out the Rashida.
Very good to get that.
And it looks like Cowboy is very much valuing those, like that early aggression, right? Just getting those accesses while they can. It's no longer like, some of the decks of Europe where you need to find those Vacherons early. This card has been banned out since, but we're still getting those early accesses if we can.
Tranquility is the card that was installed in server 1, so Tranquility just hoping to provide a bunch of value as the game goes on, but you don't mind much if the runner spends 4 to trash it this early. Already providing value here, already starting to construct this remote.
Tranquil is absolutely fantastic, and it's a really nice way to get value over time. 4 is a lot to trash. So far, this max hasn't shown a lot of economic value. We've seen no economic events, and we've only now seen a Paladin Puemo. So she will help you start up, but it's not going to be very quick. These mills, yeah, we lost the Rozeki and a Liberated, so that's mostly economy. Face checking into an unsell. You do have 3 clicks to get through this if you want to. Hopefully there's no ganked in hand.
And quite an expensive ice for the corp to pay.
Yeah, this was like put on HQ, like first turn. So I wonder if there's something in here we want to protect. But we'll see. This probably eats Cowboy's entire turn. There's a chance that you don't care about the last subroutine. Looks like we're gonna go click all the way through, which is scary. Well, it's not too bad if they get a ganked infinite loop. You only lose a Paladin, but it's a sandbox, so that's
a very good hit.
Yeah, definitely worth your time there. Now server 1 has been installed.
Let's go to a mad dash. Oh man, should have mad dashed.
Yes.
So server 1, we could seamless launch out here just about any agenda, and that's kind of the beauty of these PD decks. Seamless launch allows you to put 2 advancements for a single action on a card, allowing you to score at 4 2s from no advancements. Gonna just triple advance.
An advance, and that is a luminal.
So that brings a Rashida back to hand using precision design ability. Going to install on top of the Tranquility, which is probably the Rashida, giving 2 credits. And Radiant still has 2 clicks left to figure out for the rest of their turn.
Installing another card in server 1, so signaling a Void or a Skunkworks.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's a Managarm here. And we have a Puemo that is fully juiced up, so definitely wants to get an install this turn. And we have access to 2 breakers to do that with. Unfortunately, it's the Gatekeeper, the one we don't have an answer to. 6 strength here. We're going to fire all. That's going to help Radiant with their hand, which seems to be a bit clumsy. That allows you to draw into things like your seamless launch. But at least now for the rest of the game.
This has not been a blazingly fast start from this PD, but
no,
it appears to be an even rougher start from this Max, and that Gatekeeper fire is just another example of that.
I've had worse. Really drawing into something. You need to find something for Puemo, or the Puemo is going to have to go. She demands a sacrifice at the end of this turn. Now it looks like Daily Cast is the perfect target.
There we go.
There we go. Now, what did PD put in server 1? Is this an agenda that's about to get scored? That would be my guess if I had to.
I think it's the Rashida. Oh, they misclicked. They definitely wanted to res the Rashida in server 1. Yeah. Well. All right, we're gonna go ahead and res that. That's one of the downsides. For as much as JNet does keep all your triggers in check, which is lovely, you can sometimes click on the wrong thing. No big surprise there. So that's the Rashida that was recurred. So we're gonna start with 10 cards in hand. We can have some stuff to jam all the Tranquility. We know the Gatekeeper is an issue. It is down to 0 strength now, so it is easier to contest. I don't think this list is like, if you run Angolo, you're not also running Black Orchestra, right?
Probably not. You might be on 1.
Not
you might be on 1 if you only have
max.
Yeah, 45, right?
It's a lot of space devoted to.
So Tranquility Home Grid going to get 2 credits. We're red level clearing, and it's worth knowing that this is a non-agenda card, which is a bit of a broadcast here. So we know what's in server 1. At least this card isn't an agenda. Uh-oh, there's some confusion here. Did this allow them to install an agenda? There's no way.
No, I think
they're getting
red
3
level
effects.
Appears to be giving too many effects, which is not good. Currently, accidentally spent a click to install instead of RLC installing.
Oh.
Huh. Okay. We'll see what happens here. We're just going to undo the click. It's very easy to do that.
There you go.
So we'll redo. So they're just going to install it manually. I think they might have tried to install an agenda with red level clearance and then realized they can't do it. We'll see how that goes.
So far that only has upgrades or assets and then something else going in.
Oh my.
So the worst case scenario here is the Managarm Skunk Void. So Anoetic Void on top of a Managarm. So you have to pay 5 credits or 2 clicks just to get end of the run when the corporation discards 2 cards and pays 2 credits. So still a lot for Tenton to deal with here. We have a Deuces Wild. We have milled nothing of value here, but Deuces Wild is going to help dig deeper into the stack. Again, it's a max deck, so you have to watch out about the rebirths. You have to watch out about the labor races. Obviously, we're looking for that last Angolo very heavily. So that card draw makes sense if Cowboy does not have it right now.
This would be a fantastic turn if the money situation and the breaker situation allowed. You would love to just nuke all of these cards with an Apocalypse right now, if that is something that your deck can do. But the Angolo makes that so much less likely.
Yeah, there's no way.
Berserkies. Yeah. How do you have room for all of that?
Taka
that
coming
was
down.
2 Juices Wild, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looks like we burned through 2, just digging deep. We're going to throw out a bunch of cards here. And hey, that's spooned. Really good combination with Angolo. That can make anything spoonable. Cowboy definitely struggling to find the breakers here. And Seamless Launch is going to be a good start. Got a seamless for 2 advancements. And then
That's a sandbox.
fencing a sandbox. That's a purge for 4 credits. Where's that when the tap worm is around? And you're going to return that seamless launch back to hand. So at this point, if you have 2 seamless launches in hand, you can score out a 5-3 agenda, never advance off the table, which is terrifying. So you do need to start putting the pressure on. We've milled a dirty laundry and a labor right, so that's the first rights down. That's the final Deuces Wild to keep drawing through the deck. Only 8 cards left in the stack. Is the Ngolo in the bottom?
Certainly seems like it.
There's a Rozeki,
Might
which hasn't been milled.
be a bit too little too late. Rozeki does take about, 4 or 5 turns for it to actually pay off in a meaningful way. I don't know how many more turns we're going to have left in this.
It looks like Max has been really struggling this game to find what they want.
And that's the big difference between playing Ngolo and playing Black Orchestra. If that was an orchestra, obviously, we'd be in to the remote server, or we'd be contesting it as soon as like turn 2. But obviously there's strengths associated with having that, 1 card solution that Ngolo can be. Spin Doctor Rez, we're putting something down on server 1.
It's going on to R&D. Shoring up.
And a hedge fund at the end there, Radiant on 15 credits means they can res just about everything on the table. 6 cards in hand is a lot of fuel for Anoetic. You can fire that basically all day. And there's an Ngolo from
comes
hand.
down.
But now the Anoetic Skunk Void server, if that's what it is going to be an issue here. You have to spend 5 credits just to get it run ended. And then you have to come back for another 7 breaking the Gatekeeper. And there you go.
Yep.
Anoetic Managarm.
Managarm, Anoetic.
So you have to pay 5 here.
You choose the order.
It ends the run.
It's worth knowing as the corp. It's your choice. So you always do the Managarm here first. So they have to pay the cost, and then the Void calls. To pay 2, discard 2. Now you have 1 click left, but the Anoetic is going to shut it down. And having 4 cards in hand is actually pretty good for the corp, because they can still trash 2 cards, have the Spin Doctor if they need to shuffle back agendas, but hold still 2 seamless launches if they need to score out a 5-3 on the table.
And the runner's only got 1 run left.
Just going to hit that sure gamble button. Radiant could easily have it if they have double seamless. A single seamless they have for sure. That is at least
There's
a score.
seamless.
But that is it.
Ooh,
Another.
seamless and a second.
Oh,
Nope.
whoa.
Nope. Yeah.
1 click remaining. So
That
is a purge for 8. That's quite good, but not the win.
If your opponent
feels
says
like you're winning.
If your opponent says GG, you won, right? Like that's how you call it. Oh no, they said GG, game's over. No, we're still in it. They returned 1 seamless launch back to hand, and Radiant still needs to score out another agenda. 10-10 still has time here, and this deck does have mad dashes. So again, they could win in 2 agenda scores. Only 1 mad dash so far in the heap. 4 cards left in the stack. Radiant trying to figure out what to do with the last click here. You can always install in terms of Tranquility. In front of the Tranquility, excuse me. A second piece of ice on server 1 also complicates things.
Mm-hmm. At this point, with Ngolo down, it only costs 2 to kick through that server. So ideally, you want to make it a little more expensive to get into that server and try to trash the Skunk and the Void.
Because I think Cowboy needs to do that this turn, right? Like they need to go back, they need to pay 2, maybe 2 clicks, and then they basically, if Radiant does that twice, that's really bad, right? Like they can't afford the Anoetic over and over again. So I do think you need to pressure it this turn.
Especially at that point, well, yeah, so 5 cards in hand would be able to keep, well, no, it would not be able to keep, so can void twice, but can't keep the seamless in hand if you void twice.
Yeah. And I think Radiant knows that. They installed to get a card draw, which, you want that even number of cards to fuel the Void. But Cowboy 10-10 has milled the last 2 cards. If they don't draw here, they'll lose their last card as well. This is also like a fine target for Overclock. We've only seen 2 so far in the heap, but Overclock, you can use those credits to pay the Managarm if you want to. But I feel like, Cowboy, you have to run this. And as soon as you run this, you're basically saying, Radiant, where's your remote server? Do you have
But
Biotic?
there are 3 in the bin. There are 3 overclocks in the bin.
Oh, did I miss it? Oh, yeah, touche. Yeah, totally.
Labor rights could shuffle back overclock, overclock, overclock.
And
if you absolutely needed to.
It looks like we have 1 labor rights in hand.
Yeah.
So you're right. Yeah, if you hit the labor rights button, you'll trash the top card of your stack. But hey, we're just going for it. Cowboys run the numbers. We're going to pay only 1 credit after Trickster Taka. Gives her stealth credit. And we'll enter into the Skunk Works.
To pay 5 here because you do need to be able to run in 3 times.
I don't even know. Do you want to just run 3 times, or do you want to just get the server cleared? Like, do you think that's an agenda?
Very well could be. Very well could be an agenda.
Radiant,
That's why I'm thinking you might need to go 3 times.
Radiant's trying to figure out what's necessary here, whether it's worth actually abandoning cards just to waste more of Cowboy's turns. And obviously credits. Now again, the Anoetic Void, you still have to trash for 1. The Mana Garm is still 3, so that's already 4 credits if you want to deal with these defensive upgrades. Radiant, giving it a thought. Again, Anoetic Void does demand 2 cards and 2 credits to end the run, and you can do that after the Skunk.
Long decision here on both sides. This is a very tricky turn and potentially one of the last turns of the game, so it makes perfect sense. So he does choose to use the Void.
There's also some interesting plays here. I don't know if you have the time, but maybe there's some world in which you want to pressure the Spin Doctor first, just so that these discards are actually a bit more awkward. But again, I don't know if you have the time here. You can run back. You can even spend 2 clicks, and then you force Radiant basically to score out a 3-2, which I don't think the list has. It's probably on other 4-2, so then they don't have a... Unless they somehow top deck is Seamless, which is possible. Interestingly enough, too, you could run HQ and just hope one of the cards is trashable. But I don't think that's a good line to go for. There's not that many trashable cards in this deck. If you find like a Tranquility, I don't know if you want to spend 4. Oh, we're drawing up. We have 2 clicks left. It's dirty laundry. But if this run ends, you don't get your money.
Right. Yeah, that makes things very tricky.
So this is basically forcing the Anoetic Void out.
Yeah. This is a Vitruvius. This is an all-time great running the opponent through the server sequence of events, I guess, because you can still advance.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the deck even runs Vitruviuses, right? Like it
Cowboy
might just...
Tintin now unable to trash anything.
Oh, that too.
Yeah. It's just a Rashida too.
And they can't deal with any of this.
Yeah, it's... Wow.
Oh, that's not good. So they got their 5 credits, but it cost them literally 7 credits.
I guess the good news isn't the win immediately, but definitely an unfortunate turn of events there.
But that sort of like time and energy that they spent dealing with the Anoetic the first time over now is wasted because that server is staying. We're going to get a rebirth now at the end of the line into an Omar. Doing that as a last click, does give your opponent time to deal with that, which is, going to be not that difficult after we pop a Rashida Yahim here. We're also shuffling cards back into archives before we mandatory draw, let alone Rashida, to hopefully draw into stuff shuffled back. We shuffled in a red level and 1 unseen card. Radiant drawing up here.
Radiant feels very far ahead, I have to say. I think 1 more ice on server 1 and it's pretty much locked.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about Omar as well. You can't mad dash with Omar, which is one of the few narrow ways I think Cowboy can close the game soon enough, unless they have very magical hands. So we're drawing a card off the Tranquility in server 1. We're back up to 6 hand size, so the Anoetic is ready to go. I don't even know if we need a second piece of ice on the Gatekeeper.
Potentially don't even, but a second piece of ice would probably completely lock it up, I think.
Red level?
Installing an ice on archives instead, yeah. Ice on archives to cut off some of the outs with Omar makes a ton of sense too. Ooh.
And another ice.
And another.
Single advance actually does heavily suggest that is a 5-3, and they want to commit to single seamless to end that. Now that means they can still fire Anoetic 1 time and have enough cards or have the Seamless in hand, to score out the agenda here. But Cowboy Tensan is only on 6 credits. They do have 1 on Taka, 2 on Paladin Puemo. We can look at their hand, and this is like if you really have a lot more practice with these max decks, you actually can read exactly what's in their hand. If I'm not mistaken, they should have a cons. No, they don't have a console. They should have a Labor Rates, which they just played. They shuffled back in 3 overclocks. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That is the last labor rights of the game, right? There are 2 in the bin now.
Yeah, which makes sense, right? Like if this goes through, you lose anyway, so you might as well just try here. Now with 2 clicks left, you can still run server 1 if you commit to it, but you have to run both clicks on it. So unless you have a mad dash, you really need to start hitting centrals this turn.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a chance there's also an agenda in archives. Well, there's 10 agendas right now in play, or 11 agendas if we're assuming that's a 5-3. So we're only looking at 7 more agendas. Or agenda points, 14 in R&D, 3 in hand, 4 potentially face down in archives. So I don't know. I don't know if Radiant had to discard an agenda, considering they just spin Doctor last turn.
Yeah.
The other possibility for server 1 is it's a 4-2, and they've maybe lost their Seamless in one of these anoetic things, or fear they have.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Hey, we're overclocking straight into archives. Just to check archives here, right? This is not an Omar run. Mind you, Omar does take a click. So Radiant knows what they need to res, and I don't think they're going to. And we're just looking at...
there's nothing.
Yeah, extra Tranquility, extra Anoetic, Gatekeeper, and Rashida. So that's only 1 click left, and we're going to overclock into HQ. Now, there's no 5-point agendas in this deck, so that should largely be it for Radiant. On sell, we can Engolo through that, paint it as a sentry, boost once, break 3 subroutines. Still pretty expensive. And we're through. It's a Mana Garm from HQ. That's 3 credits. That's a lol. So it looks like Radiant should have it here. Seamless.
The Seamless,
Seamless.
Advance, and the Advance. That is the GF5 for the win. So good game both. Radiant taking the sweep in this round.
That's the comeback story we've been waiting since 2018. I've been training all these years. Good game to both players. Again, both these players know each other, and I assume are friends. They played back in the Portland Regionals in 2018 is what they said, so glad we could get that rematch. All right, yeah, really unfortunate Mills from the max there. Did not get the breaker that she needed as soon as it was necessary, and then also all the economy coming down with it. We just saw the struggle of a single Paladin.
See, how much time is left in the round?
Probably 20 minutes. I don't know. There's still some tables up.
Looks like about 15 minutes. Yes.
Table 1 is at the bottom. Rust Rider versus Roostfist. They might just actually have started a new match.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds good.
I was going to point to either that or Pencil and NetDad, but I don't know if they just started recently. So
yeah, it looks like the CTM deck, the game has just started off. We're only on turn. Oh, it's hard to check. Turn 6. It looks like Roostfist has just scored out tomorrow's headline. Rust Rider has 2 tags to their name. It's a max deck. If we look at the bin real quick, we have access to, it's an Apocalypse list, firstly. We have access to 2 breakers and a Black Orchestras on the table. So we have all our breakers already lined up. We only have a Daily Business Show and an Enigma on the table. So while there is an AR Enhanced Security scored, I don't know if Rust Rider wants to Apocalypse and keep all of these tags here. We're going to start with the Deuces Wild, exposing a ping on HQ, running server 3 to hit a Daily Business Show, and I think we might just be going Tag Me here. Oh, never mind. Deuces Wild clearing the tag. We're down to 5.
Feels very dangerous to be on Tag Me here, given the price X in the bin tell me this is almost certainly a kill CTM.
Yeah, the only great thing right now is that Roostfist has no money whatsoever. So they don't really have a play here besides click for 3, maybe get a Rashida behind an Enigma. But like, this is the sort of board state that you can Apocalypse, but you really shouldn't Apocalypse. It just doesn't do that much for you.
A Planogram to get back to 3 credits, that helps. Server Force somewhat threatening because it could potentially be another AR Enhanced.
If we're
obviously not expensive to get through this Enigma, but
If we're on Labor Rates watch, that's 2 so far in the bin, and Rust Rider is just drawing a bit frantically. I don't know whether they want to get that last Labor Rights before it hits the stack, and again, Max is going to be milling 2 cards next turn. We haven't also seen the Rebirth yet. Those are both very key cards you want in the matchup.
And the stack is not that high.
No, it is not. Both Out of the Ashes are in the bin now. This is a Spin Doctor. It's not what probably would have been the best case scenario of a Rashida there.
We are drawing 2 cards, 6 cards in hand here. And again, Rusfus needs to, like, you know, put assets on the table to generate economy, but doesn't want to overextend to the point where an Apocalypse is going to be too big of a deal. So you have to find that proper balance of, like, I got 1 or 2 assets ticking along. That it's hard for Rust Rider to figure out whether they want to take those things down or whether they want to go for the Apocalypse. We've shuffled back in a Regolith and a Prysac, and a Regolith is a really nice thing to stick in the remote if you care about the credit differential. And a Prysac goes back, and we milled the Rebirth, excuse me. So now the last Labor Rights is looking super important. 2 cards left in the stack. You can draw your whole stack, so we definitely have the last Labor Rights if we want it.
Yeah, the Prysac an interesting one to shuffle back with Spin Doctor. I think the logic there probably is it is a way to stick an extra tag during an Apocalypse turn. So it makes it even harder to Apocalypse and actually get away with it.
Yeah, because you can hit the Apocalypse, right, with the Prysac?
Right. Well, so if you have the Prysac on Essential, you probably have to hit the Prysac during the Apocalypse turn.
Yeah.
You give them a tag with Prysac, and then you also have the CTM trace. So it is harder to end the turn untagged.
And the Ares?
Yep, the Ares as well, which is going
to be and the Ares, right. So it actually, I think it's a way to end the turn with 2 tags in that case.
Yeah, I think at that point, like, you'd have to double Out of the Ashes, and even then, I think you still keep 1 tag. Predicted Planogram getting played out for 3 more credits. We have an Ice behind, card installed behind Enigma.
Sheet of Fire there seems very good. That's a way for CTM to start getting back into this game.
And Rusfus is just clawing back up. We've seen those planograms. I think we've played 2 each for 3 credits. That's good stuff. And Max is at the end of the list, so this is exactly where, if you know the deck, you can tell exactly what's in hand here. If I'm not mistaken, we're looking at a single Labor Rights. I believe this version does not play a console, so we're not looking for that. Liberated accounts, I think there's all 3 in the bin.
There are 3 in the bin.
We are looking at 3 casts, 3 Gamble are out, 3 Deuces are out. Overclocks, we only see 1 so far. There might be more in hand.
And there's 1 APOC out, but
oh, that's huge too. Yeah.
Any others.
Yeah, the APOC in hand is very important.
Overclocking in to the Enigma server.
So this is going to be a free run. If you want to trash something here, it's a San, a card that you definitely want to consider trashing. That is the win condition of this deck.
And it will be going down. So 2 from Overclock, 3 real credits. Take an Ares tag for your trouble, taking a Trace for your trouble. Your turn clearing those tags and gaining a credit back up to 10. So that's a San defused without falling too far behind.
Yeah, it's obviously very important, but Rusfus can hopefully do that again and again. I think that's our second Sansan, mind you. And we've only have 1 Spin Doctor out so far, so we might be on for a long haul here. I don't think we have that much time left in the game, do we? In the round, excuse me?
I don't believe we do.
Because that obviously puts, you know, it's on Rust Rider to do something.
We have about 10 minutes in the round remaining.
Okay, so Rust Rider needs to find at least a Bologna, and R&D has been wide open. I don't know how many Stargates this list runs. We've seen 2 in the bin so far. Is it on full 3 to, like, capitalize after the POC?
Not sure. Would make sense. I would say 2 and 3 both would make a fair amount of sense to me. This certainly, it's a little awkward to Stargate here because you do have to take an Ares tag to do it. In Open R&D, if you're ever going to get a good time to Stargate.
Around time, or can we play through the break?
Rust Rider definitely thinking it'll go long.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's an option. So Roos is trying to figure it out here. Just click for credit. There's some chance that you have something like Economic Warfare into Hard Eating News to like really slow Rust Rider down. I don't know if we've seen enough influence to rule out economic warfare. We've seen like very little influence. Got him. So Roos was trying to figure it out. There was a successful run made last turn. There's even some arguments that you'd like hard-hitting news just to force them to pay their credits because their economy is very limited at the end of their deck. Like it forces them to do something like labor rights into liberated accounts, perhaps. And even then, it's hard to set up. You need 6 credits up front. There you go. There's a hard-hitting news. They made a successful run. Starting at Trace 4, you could make this land if you wanted to. You have to be down to 3 credits, if I'm not mistaken. To boost that by 7, and there you go. That's a 7. So Rust Rider has 4 tags, and we have a fork here. It's either start clearing the tags.
Yep, that's exactly what they're doing.
That's all we're gonna do.
But that's certainly slowing down by at least a turn.
I feel like it slows down both players too, right? Like,
yeah,
who comes ahead in that? I imagine it's the corporation who still has 28 cards to work with.
Yeah, CTM probably happy to slow down for both players, both because of being ahead on 3 points to 0, and because CTM's idea ability is very impactful when both players are poor.
Yeah, this is going to be the most deciding factor is how you use the labor rights. And this labor rights was played to get back a labor rights, a sure gamble, and a rebirth. So great targets. One of those is left in the stack, and if you don't draw now, you will mill it. So they might have not drawn into the rebirth, because if you draw, well, there you go. Okay, so you won't mill it there anymore. Who do you rebirth into?
There's already the ice on archives.
So we're going to go for
So
Hoshiko.
it is going to be
Hoshiko.
Hoshiko. Interesting.
Which is nice if you're going to labor rights twice more, because you get that free card draw. It's also good because you get link, and when you flip, you get credit, so you're harder to hard-hitting news immediately.
Yeah. But Kim, definitely a risky call because of the Aries right now.
Yeah, it's something that's actually quite difficult if you run R&D and see like a hedge fund and you're forced to trash it and forced to take a tag. Kim does have a link though, which is nice.
Yeah, going to Hoshiko definitely feels like these 2 credits on the flip very impactful. It has to be the feeling from the runner side because obviously part of the value of Hoshiko is the draw, which we're not going to get much value from that draw here. And we have a Bologna though, so it is tied now.
Ooh, this is a big deal. We don't have that much time left in the game. Roosfist might actually have another hard-hitting news here, and Rust Rider will lose a credit before their next turn. While they do have a link here, I think we might actually just see the hard-hitting news.
We have credit. That seems like the lead up to a hard hitting. It is the hard hitting.
All right, Rust Rider is going to draw their last card. They're going to be on, if I'm not mistaken, 4 credits. So they could actually, they can't remove 3 tags, can they?
I don't believe so. All of the deuces are in the bin. So
you could labor rights for
cheat on
deuces,
credits.
right? Labor rights for triple deuces.
Be interesting.
Out of the Ashes coming in on
Okay,
R&D.
going for Out of the Ashes here.
Oh no!
Oh, there's a Bologna.
Oh no! We don't have Bologna. Whoa!
Oh, whoa!
My God!
Who needs to clear tags? Just score 4 points.
I guess if you have those in the heap, they ask you every time you start your turn. At one point, they're just gonna convince you that's the right thing to do. Whoa!
Amazing. It is also, so we didn't get an apocalypse in the game, but we are getting an apocalypse in the chat from so many people having strong reactions to those rips.
Oh man,
Incredible.
what rips. And there's 24 cards left in R&D, right?
Amazing.
Maybe this one agenda in HQ, but there's a lot that were definitely still in R&D, and I think that's a good start. From there, Rust Rider like can't do much else. Like they have to click for credits to get out of the hole. Wow, good game. Runner 84 credits to the corpse 32, and no APOC had to happen.
Incredible game.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's fantastic.
An incredible ending just before time.
Yeah, I think time is just about to be called. I think we can take a second probably to jump over to the leaderboards and see how they're reporting in.
So obviously we have the 3-3 intentional draw between Osclet and Big Unit. Shoeflower and Valkyries also split on table 3, and then we saw the 6-0 sweep by Radiant.
So depending on, I don't know who won that first game. If it was Rust Rider on table 1, we would once, or rather, if it was a split on the top table, then we would have 3 players tied at the top prestige value with 1 loss each.
Yeah, that the impact, because they played it out, right? The 2 players that I maybe didn't have to play it out, but they did not ID. So Rust Rider definitely at least has a split. There's a chance they might have had a sweep, which will put them, I think, pretty considerably far ahead of everybody else.
Yes,
which is a really big deal. But
yes.
Unfortunately, if I am not mistaken, if you're the one person who's like really far ahead, there's nobody who's going to offer you an ID.
Not until probably the last round.
Yeah. And there might be people, you won't accept a 2 for 1, but that means you're going to have to play for the rest of the tournament, at least for a while, which is pretty good.
A lot of splits on the tables in like the 6 to 10 range, though.
Yeah, exclusively corp splits too. And that is, that kind of encourages that sort of 2 for 1 play that you might see in the last 3 rounds. So we'll see how that goes.
Few players on lower tables, notably with sweeps here. So Pencil did sweep that round. Man in the Moon did sweep that round. So I guess Jemison probably got to do some interesting stuff that we didn't get to see this round, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like we tuned in at the worst
We picked
time.
the wrong game. Then Isengrin also swept that round down on table 18, and Z-Bag swept the round on table 19, and so did the King on table 21, and Mendax on table 22, and CB Tech on table 23. So there are some lower table sweeps that could get people up into very, very relevant parts of the standings here.
Yeah.
It's going to be exciting to see the results. I have no doubt we should have a couple more minutes.
Definitely a lot of corp splits, if there's going to be a split.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I know. Oh, Ghostmeat, I think, I don't know if we had this result yet, but did sweep Melkor's Folly. So
Ghostmeat just did.
Yeah. They're also a bit higher on the standings. You won't see the standings updated until everything is reported. I think we're going to hold off just for a couple more minutes to see if these come in. I think we only have like maybe 2 or 3 minutes left in the round. And otherwise, it is important to know that at this point in time, that was the end of round 4. We will have a break going forward. That break is going to be about 45 minutes. I'm going to wait for confirmation from some of the OP to let us know when this round starts back up, because we will be, I believe, actually terminating the stream, and we will relaunch the stream about 5 minutes or 10 minutes before we go live. So that will be happening. So when the stream goes down, don't worry, go stretch your legs, get something to eat, get something to drink, and we'll be back in a bit. But we're just going to hold off for just a bit longer to see what these results look like.
Seeing what I think is probably a a common sentiment in the chat here, I thought this was a runner meta.
That's the thing, like from what I heard from people testing for Worlds, is everyone was more confident at like, oh, I can play one of these 3 runner decks and it'll do fine. But very few people had like a strong idea what corp deck, was the good one to do.
True, and I don't think people were really predicting quite as many Jinteki decks as I think people are bringing. And I don't know if anyone talked about like NBN being so dominant.
Yeah, controlling the message is like always that, pretty good pick. Unless everyone's on, firstly, we lost 419, which I think is a big deal. But if not everyone's on like 2 or 3 missed bones, like you can actually do a lot. And I think a big deal too is like some of these max decks, they just don't draw consistently in the early game. So sometimes it's difficult for them to contest early ice when you're scoring an AR behind an Enigma or just like early assets. And that can play greatly into your favor.
Yeah. I think that's a really important dynamic that you just brought up. The fact that you have this less, I would say just this less reliably able to challenge early ice plus thing in server max lists, especially the big ones.
Mm-hmm.
And CTM takes advantage of that turn 1 window the best, because either a Rashida Fire or an Ares score is just so backbreaking.
Yeah.
If you're against that CTM.
It's often the most important time for it to fire is right at the beginning.
Yeah. And 419, who took advantage of draining a credit or knowing exactly what that CTM was up to, and then also had inside jobs and boomerangs to get through that server.
Yeah.
Was probably in the best position to fight that turn 1 plan.
I think it was the deck that was probably the most likely to run a Citadel Sanctuary on top of having a link, which is, obviously a really big deal. It looks like we got the response there for Rust Rider. Rust Rider swept against Roosfist, so that puts them very, very strongly on top of the whole bunch. We're not.
Rust Rider undefeated now, the only undefeated player.
Oh yeah, I think that's true, huh?
Huh?
So I don't think we're going to get all the standings just yet. We're still waiting on some, so the standings won't be updated. But I believe that's going to be it for now. We are going to probably throw to a break again. There's about a 45-minute break, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to stream for a bit. We'll have some music up, but the stream should go down, if I'm not mistaken, just to break it up into 2 chunks. And we'll be back at 45 minutes. I'm going to get some confirmation when the official time is, when we're back, but otherwise it'll be in around 45 minutes after the break is over. So do enjoy your break, and we hope to see you back in just a bit.
Thank you.